theories of truth and, all that kind of crap, and somehow, like, enlighten us all with your nonsense.
What I don't understand about them, okay? They believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures. If we ask them, does he believe in the Injil? They'll say yes. Does he believe in the Torah? They'll say yes. And we'll say, okay, where are they? They've been corrupted. Okay, so then you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures? No, I don't. Okay, it's like a really weird thing that they do. When they say, oh, well, Allah said he wouldn't preserve those. Well, then how is he the last prophet? Like, what is he the last prophet of? Corrupted scriptures? This doesn't, like a normal person, this is what I mean. Like, it's only Christians who entertain this bullshit. Like, they need us for these things to actually be said. Like, if we never spoke to them about this shit, no one would ever know how dumb this shit is. And that's why a lot of the times I'm like, why do I promote this sort of behavior on their side? Because if there's nobody for them to speak to, then there's nobody for them to tell that the Torah and Injil don't exist. It's like, I just where does that argument go? Where does it lead you? It leads you to absolute nothingness.
What to say, guys? If anybody wants to have a one-on-one discussion, I'm here.
Yeah, I'll have a one-on-one with you.
No. I mean, I don't want to do it in front of the group. I mean, you guys are annoying as shit.
Well, listen. Actually, we're doing a little hazing, but like once you pass the hazing, actually, we're pretty cool. On your first day, you're not gonna get fucking that slick treatment. I'm sorry to tell you that. Your first day, you're gonna get hazed. You don't like it?
Your New York accent is so annoying, man. It sounds like you. I don't know, watched a lot of Hollywood movies. It sounds
so then get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I just want to talk to one-on-one, like somebody one-on-one. Not in a Megatron. Megatron sounds like a queer, to be honest with you. But
okay, let's do this. Why don't you tell me why I have to believe?
Why should be so small?
Why don't you tell us what you want to have a discussion? I'm giving you an option. If you don't want to have a discussion, just leave. It's fine. So the question is, tell us why we should believe in Islam and why it's true. If you want to give us that,
he's not.
You could have been his 11th friend.
I know.
He was removed from the room.
He broke into double digits. I mean, congratulations.
He's not a prophet. Like, how are we mocking a prophet? He's not a prophet. He's not. We don't think he is. No, he's not. In your world, he is. That doesn't make him a real prophet. Just because they believe he's a prophet doesn't make him a prophet.
Well,
just because a Jew killed him doesn't make him a prophet.
That was the problem in his logic all the time. Is he's judging everything by his own religion. So I was trying to point out to him then, if that's the case, why can't other people judge by their religion? Why do we have to judge by your religion? It doesn't make any sense.
You know the moment that somebody says, like, this doesn't make sense logically, that they have zero grasp of logic. It's just like a tell. It's like somebody sitting at a poker table and they keep scratching their right ear when they have a good hand and they don't even know they're doing it. It's like, let me tell you logically, this is what it means. Okay, great.
I like, my read on him is he's a white boy sitting in his off-campus housing at the Evergreen State University where they don't give out grades, right? And he converted to Islam because he has such solidarity with Palestine that, he figured he'd take that next step, Doesn't really know shit.
Yeah, queers for Palestine.
Oh, Islam.
No, he made anti-queer comments, so I don't think so.
Anti-queer is not good.
It doesn't matter. The point is they.
And then the anonymous in the chat, that's like the best. I love the anonymous. Like listening afterwards, that just makes it all the better, I think, honestly. Because if we weren't that important and we're that stupid, then And there would be no point to listen anonymously. Right? There'd be no point. Right? There would be no point.
Oh, is that the anonymous? Is that what you can do? You can make yourself anonymous and listen?
Yeah, that's you gotta pay for it though. So they're paying. They're paying. So obviously we're worth it. If they're paying. Fuck, I wish we got that money though. Like, I wish there was a fund where they would give us part of that portion of the money if they listen into our conversation. Like, I think the people in the room should get this money.
Clubhouse would blow up again if they started saying, hey, like big content creators that have rooms get money. And Clubhouse would get really popular again.
Yeah.
No, just in general, if they said, hey, look, you know, if you sign up as a content creator and you get enough like followers and you have rooms and you have enough people in your room, you get, you know, some small percentage of the take of the rate.
Maybe they're working towards that with the karma.
Well, yeah, TikTok does that. Look at all the people that go on TikTok now and hold lives because they get money. And same with YouTube. You know, it's like, well, you got to incent people that are keeping your site alive to, you know, share in some of the monetization.
TikTok's all right, but they literally censor everything you say. They censor it, so you could get banned on there for the most stupidest thing.
Yeah, but the one thing that's kind of okay about TikTok is that you don't get banned forever.
Yeah,
You know, they like do
not,
things like little bans, like a
got,
day or two or a week or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. So yeah, the maximum the ban you is a week. But the thing is when you've got a huge following and you're following, you know, don't see you live regular because you've been banned for a week, it kind of gets frustrating. So I just think, and it's ridiculous because you haven't really got freedom of speech on there. Even if you swore.
But it's getting to the point where everybody just sort of knows what's going on. It's like, oh yeah, I got banned. I'll be back in a week, and people are just like, okay, I'll see you in a week, and because they're getting banned too, so they're just like playing under those rules. You know.
I mean, TikTok's good for
I think TikTok's a mess.
and TikTok's good for like, you know, getting people like the traffic flowing. You can get hundreds, thousands in your room. But so it's better. It is a bigger and better platform. I agree. But if I got banned for a week just for calling someone a stupid cunt. Do you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. There's no freedom of speech. You get fed up with it in the end. I like Clubhouse, mate. Freedom of speech, say what you want.
Yeah, but if I don't think he's a prophet, how am I insulting him? Why would I have to respect somebody I don't even think exists, or even like is part of anything that I stand for? That's saying well, since the president of the United States is Trump, you have to vote for him the next term because he's the president now. And he's the president, you have to respect the president. Like, no, I don't have to vote for him. I don't have to give him a good rating. I can give him a shitty rating. I could have voted for him and then still think he did a shitty job. Like, I live in America, and these are the rules that I abide by in America. So, if I don't like somebody, now I'm not going to sit here and go on a 2-hour rant, but I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, hold on, let me put the hijabi pictures up. And this is my favorite hijabi picture, bro. I can't stop looking at this one, right? Right, Daniel? This one is fucking hot. Love this woman.
Is it true? By the way, Daniel, I heard you got a hot lady now. You're kept man, and you're no longer a bachelor? Is that true?
Yeah, me and Saxon hooked up. I'm trying to get Saxon to put on her hijab, but she won't do it. She's feisty. So every day, I take one of those little, I hear the little pitter patter, those tiny little feet in the morning, and I just grab one of them and I suck on her feet. And then I have her in her hijab, because I have a foot fetish for you, Lisa.
Oh, shit.
Me too. Me too.
Catholics have so much foot fetish stick going with
Yeah,
them.
it's not even funny.
Where you been
How
anyway,
does
Daniel?
that work? What is it about the feet in Catholics? Like,
You kneel down.
oh, I guess, maybe.
Daniel, where you been?
Stick, honey.
You sound a little stuffy. You need some
I'm
soup.
like really fucked up right now. I don't feel
You
well.
need some hot crab soup.
Oh, that would be great. It's
If I
like
was-
I'm gonna need
if I was
to
close
get
to
you.
you, I would make you some nice chicken soup.
So when I had a Korean roommate in college and when we would all inevitably get sick at the same time, her mom would come down and make us hot crab soup. So that'll clear you out.
Oh, I'm doing well, by the way, Daniel. So I'm in the top 5 for the karma thing, but I've only got a few hundred more points to get to be in the top 2%. I mean, that's not bad for being on Clubhouse for 2 months, right? Optimistic, that was me when I walked in on my son singing, do your tits hang low, do the wobble to and fro, do your tits hang low.
I can't do that anymore, Saxon.
You know what's so
I
good
know,
about
but
that is
how
the way
you
she
getting
says,
on?
she doesn't say hang, it's ang low, ang low.
My son was recording a video for his YouTube, and I just got out of the shower, I had the towel around me. I pulled the towel down, I went, do your tits hang low, do the wobble to and fro. He was like, Mom, I'm fucking recording. Oh, God, I'm the comedian in my house.
I'm pretty happy. My boobs are finally starting to get a little bit unsquare at the bottom. But
Yeah, Daniel, I gotta ask you a tough question, Daniel, and I think you know where I'm gonna go with this one. I think you know exactly where I'm gonna go. So, Daniel, you are the son of Saxton,
oh God, Bart.
and she had you, right? The youngest possible she had you when she was 15 years old.
Shut the fuck up,
And
man.
and she is 33 at her prime. You are 18.
So wait
Now,
a second.
under divine command theory, God comes to you and says, Daniel, all you have to do, sleep with Saxon, and you will save the world. What are your choices,
What?
Daniel? What are your choices, Daniel?
Well, I'm going to say if he's the son of Saxton, I'm going to have to raise an SOS signal.
Yeah, we gave it divine command theory. I gave this, and I didn't even know John Lee actually, like, had something, like, weird with his mom. And I had this thing all, like, worked out before, and they're like, oh, what are you doing? He really got molested by his mother. And I'm like, I didn't know this shit. I just asked him a question, like, this was like a joke that I ran the night before with Kim Kardashian being your mom, and if you had to sleep with her, you could save the world. But then after sleeping with her, she's the most amazing, obviously, like the most amazing thing. He says, well, if you sleep with her again, you go to hell. And the question is, after you save the world, would you still be willing to go to hell, sleep with her until you die? And then, these are tough questions. These are the questions that, divine command theory like this comes about, with these silly divine command theory shit. So I'm just pulling the same question to him. If Daxton, 33, you're 18, legal. I think I know what Daniel's gonna say. I have an idea. What would you say about
Daniel's
that?
always been a motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he is a motherfucker.
Daniel,
Did you know?
man.
Did you know if my boyfriend that was my boyfriend when I was a senior in high school hadn't been a motherfucker, I wouldn't have ended up in my first marriage.
Really?
Yeah, because like what happened is
Oh man, when the story starts and
I was
happened
hanging out
was,
with a friend.
this is deep.
I was hanging out with a friend and his roommate, right? And the bass player for my boyfriend's band comes over because we're all friends, whatever. And he says, Paul is over at these women's house, and he fucked the daughter, and then he fucked her mom. And I was like, fuck this. And then because of that, I ended up with the roommate guy hitting it off, and I ended up marrying him, and he was my first husband. So there you go. It wasn't his mother, but it was the girl he fucks mother.
Yeah.
How trash is that? Like fucking going over to some girl's house that you're like trying to like get with, and then you fuck her mother too. Ooh. Ew.
Yeah. That's why females shouldn't talk about their experiences with the guy they're with, because if a girl gets a wind of it, sometimes they're not. You know what I mean? What's up, Big Zed?
I'll tell you what's up. I'm basically like kicked out of work because I gotta go drive around the state to be chaperone for my kids now because there's no busing.
Ah! Well, that's what you gotta do when you send your kids to private school. That's the
It wasn't the private busing that bailed me.
what was it?
Busing goes by state orders. Doesn't even matter if it's a private company. And the state closed it because of the freaking hurricane. Typhoon. The boom cyclone.
I lost my ticket to the. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. I think I put it somewhere. I don't know.
I got your ticket right here, Joseph.
It's my thing. Right. Today I have these the great van, the truck, the Kia truck. You want me to get it from the car? It's great. The Kia. Yeah, the great. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You want to just give me the key? Oh God. I guess we could have kept them in a room for a little longer, right? Dame los llaves, yo me voy de ahí. I guess we could have entertained that for a little longer, right? We're a little patient. A little patient, I guess. Oh no, this is not. This one's not. It's not this one. It's this one. It's not that one. That's not my car. No, that one's not my car. Where is it? I thought it was this one. Sorry. Yeah. It looks just like that one, but it's light gray. It's this color. But actually, what's funny is that, but that's my license plate. Puppy, that's my license plate. There we go. Poor McZed. Let's not play bad today.
What's wrong with that?
Being a Jewish lawyer is more lucrative.
Yeah, so Nargis feels bad because she feels like she's too associated with Islam and people don't understand her. And she kind of feels like, I don't know, she's kind of tired. She feels under the weather a little bit, I guess. She feels a little under the weather.
She's being told she has to support the Iranian regime, which she's not a big fan of.
Yeah, that must suck. That must suck. And it's so backwards, too, because then the whole time, they were the ones supporting Palestine, and now they're the ones oppressing their own people. It's kind of like a weird dynamic for them, right?
Yeah, the whole thing's very weird.
How does my Bluetooth sound? Does it sound okay?
Sounds Bluetoothy.
Okay, all right, I'll take it off.
Well, it's okay.
Oh, so I didn't tell you guys this morning, my wife didn't want me to take her car. Her car is the trunk. And I'm like, well, let me drive your car. She's like, no. I'm like, all right. So I drove my car, and I drove down the road from my house, and I hit a fucking pothole, and I got a flat tire. So I parked my car in the mini mart near my house. And as I'm calling her, I'm like, she's not picking up. So I had to start walking back. And I started walking back. I didn't realize how far it was from my house.
So is the city going to pay for your flat tire?
Well, I didn't even get to the city. Thank God. Oh, is I guess I could put a claim in, but I'm probably not gonna get the money for a while.
Yeah, you should definitely put the claim.
I'm a Christian. I guess I don't do shit like that. I don't know. Some Christians do though. I'm just not that type to do that. I'll probably just blame it on myself for not looking at the road.
Who said that Nargis has got to support the regime in Iran because she's a Muslim? Who said that?
Her peoples.
Various Muslims up here are telling people they have to support the Iranian regime.
Wow.
It's pretty messed up. Think about it.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I went into Brethren in Impurity today, and I went in there, and I guess they said, I forgot what they said to me. They asked me if I was a Muslim yet, and I said that I did the Shahada, but I didn't do the last part, because I felt like I would be adding partners to Allah.
Isn't that Hamza's thing?
You know, when you have to say that Rasulullah, you have to like confess that Muhammad is the last prophet. And I just didn't do the last part because I felt like I was adding partners to Allah. One of my favorite lines. It's a good zinger. One of my favorites.
When you send peace and blessings upon the Muhammad in the Arabic language, the way you say it is so funny.
Yeah. Oh, how was I insulting the prophet by doing that? I'm sending him peace and blessings, and I'm insulting him. I don't get it. I never understand. I never understand that. All right, so give me a good topic here, guys. Let's go with something good. What do we got?
I don't know. It's 8 p.m. here. I'm starting to feel tired.
Man, you know, the only dishonest Jewish person I feel like I had a debate with is Sicario. He's extremely dishonest. Yesterday he told me he was talking about the Pantera. You know about this, Giro?
What, the
So
Roman
they said
soldier?
Yep, Pantera. That this was a pagan, some pagan said as a polemic against Christianity that Jesus had a father that was named Pantera, that was a centurion, that was in love with Mary, and Mary was extremely pretty, and Joseph locked her in a room, so she had a window, and the centurions would walk by, and she started talking to the centurion, and before you know it, one thing led to the next, and that she committed adultery, and that she was afraid of being stoned to death. So I asked him, I said, well, why? She was afraid of being stoned to death. I said, well, can you tell me, like, can you give me evidence that women were stoned to death for adultery in the 1st or 2nd century, or even like before? You know, maybe even during the Maccabee period. And do you want me to share the the Talmud thing you gave me? I'm gonna share it with you. I'll put it on. And I'm like, dude, they said that they didn't do, first of all, during the Maccabee period, and I think it was 63 BCE, the Roman Empire took away that power from them, that they were able to perform capital punishment. So they didn't even have it. They didn't even have that right. It was taken away from them. So, and then he gave me something during the Maccabee period. You know, I think it was good. Really weird. Girls. I don't know, it's somewhere in here. But it was really dishonest. Oh, right here. The Josephus crucifixion account. Here we go. It was under this, and I looked it up. Oh, here it goes. Euro, you there? No Euro? Okay. Yeah, Cora, can you read this because I'm driving? You'll probably be able to look up more information. But yeah, this was the account that was given. I thought this was a big stretch, man.
Right to the top of the second.
Yep. The Jews actually carried this out. This is Mishnah, M-A-K-K-O-T 110. A Sanhedrin that executes once every 70 years is called destruction. Rabbi Akiva says, if we were in the Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed.
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read like all the context or just a little bit about the story?
You can read a bit about the story and you can do your own research and like go into it. But yeah, go.
Okay. I'll just. Someone asked the question. It doesn't show the question. Anyway, Sukkah 56b of the Babylonian Talmud. The woman mentioned there is Miriam Bat Bilgah. She is not a stoning case. She is portrayed negatively for priestly misconduct during the Second Temple period. Let's unpack it carefully. The context. The Tractate Sukkah discusses temple rituals, priestly rotations, and Sukkah service procedures. The discussion in 56b concerns why the priestly family of Bilgah was penalized. Bilgah is one of the 24 priestly divisions serving in the temple. The Talmud says, paraphrase translation, Mary, the daughter of Bilgah, apostatized and married a Greek officer. When the Greeks entered the temple, she struck the altar with her sandal and cried, Wolf, wolf, how long will you consume Israel's money, yet not stand by them in their time of distress? Because of her behavior, the ring used to secure sacrificial animals for Bilgah was fixed in place as a penalty. The storage window in the temple chamber was sealed. The punishment was collective, applied to the whole priestly family. The likely setting was the Hellenistic period of the 2nd century BCE, possibly during the Seleucid oppression, Greek control over Judea. The Greek officer detail suggests intermarriage with occupying forces seen as betrayal and religious defection. Her accusation calling the altar a wolf implies criticism of temple sacrifices, suggesting sacrifices consume wealth but fail to save Israel. This reflects internal Jewish tension during Hellenization, a crisis of faith during persecution. Is this about Mary, Mother of Jesus? No. This is a very common polemical mistake. The reasons are the Miriam here is the daughter of a priestly family, lives in a Hellenistic temple area, marries a Greek officer, speaks during a Greek temple invasion. Most likely refers to events around 167 to 164 BCE, which is the Maccabean period. Mary, Mother of Jesus, lived around 150 years later. No stoning was involved, no crucifixion context, no Christian polemic language. There is zero scholarly support connecting this to Miriam to Mary of the New Testament. What is this passage from? It's from the Babylonian Talmud, specifically Trinket Sukkah, Folio 56b, discussion of priestly penalties. The Talmud was compiled centuries later in the 56th century AD, but often preserves earlier traditions. Why the story matters: it reflects anxiety about Hellenization, temple criticism from within Judaism, collective punishment of priestly families, and rabbinic moralizing tradition. It is not a legal execution case, nor a New Testament polemic, a historical account of Mary, or evidence of Christian suppression. The theological significance, if you're engaging in debate, if someone uses this against Christianity, you commonly respond that the Miriam in Sukkah 56b is linked to the priestly house of Bilgah. The story is set in the Hellenistic temple crisis. It predates Christianity. It contains no reference to Jesus. It is rabbinic oral tradition, not Roman judicial record. There you go.
That's it. I don't know why you would give me this. I mean, he's doing the word farming. It looks like he's doing the word farming too. Which I blamed Christians for doing to him. I can't believe he's doing it back. So yeah. So the Pantera, you wanna look that one up? That's interesting. You wanna look that
Get ready for me. My thing with the Pantera thing is I think it's a bastardization of Antipater. I think it was word of mouth that got, like, it's a telephone game. It got fucked up.
Yeah, and then they bring it back up in the medieval period. It's a big jump.
Well, yeah, and even Josephus' mention of Pantera, I think by then it had been like telephone game to the wrong name. I think if you're gonna lean on that account, you got to go with Antipater, and that makes much more sense because it aligns with the lineage of Mary that was accounted in Mark, I believe, where that makes her a Hasmonean and
I got it better.
married to Antipater, and Jesus has a double claim to the throne of Judea in that he's the last Hasmonean kingly and priestly offspring, and also the eldest grandchild of Herod. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Cora, I got another gem for you here, and I'm not sure if you and Tim know about this, but click on that one. Get rid of that one. This is a new link. Click on that link. Click on this one.
Is it the Josephus crucifixion account?
Yeah. This is interesting. It's really interesting.
You want me to read this?
Yeah, please read this one. This one's interesting.
Okay. Yes, this episode does come from Josephus and is one of the most important extra-biblical confirmations of Roman crucifixion practices and survival possibilities. Here's the passage, the context, and why it matters. The exact Josephus passage is from Josephus' Life 75, sometimes cited as Life 420 through 421, depending on numbering. I saw many captives crucified and remembered 3 of them as my former acquaintances. I was very sorry at this in my mind and went with tears in my eyes to Titus and told him of them. So he immediately commanded them to be taken down and to have the greatest care taken of them in order to their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under the physician's hands, while the 3rd recovered. This is Josephus speaking in the first person. Historical context. The date's around AD 70. The event is the Roman siege of Jerusalem. Authority involved was Titus, the Roman general and later emperor. The situation was Josephus sees 3 men he personally knows being crucified. He intervenes immediately. They are taken down alive. They receive medical treatment. 2 still die and 1 survives. This is not a miracle account, not propaganda. Josephus presents it soberly and almost pessimistically. Why this is historically important: A, it confirms Roman crucifixion brutality, even when removed early, given medical care with imperial authorization, most victims still died. This reinforces crucifixion equals normally fatal, survival equals extremely rare, death was expected even after removal. B, confirmed survival was possible but exceptional. Josephus proves crucifixion does not equal instant death. Timing matters, intervention matters, but note, 2/3 still died. Survival is explicitly presented as unusual. This actually strengthens Christian claims rather than weakens them. Why this hurts certain skeptical claims. Some argue Jesus could have survived crucifixion. Josephus shows survival requires immediate removal, medical care, no spare room, no prior scourging described, even then 66% mortality. Now compared to Jesus, severe Roman scourging, hours on the cross, spear pierced side, confirmed dead by Roman executioners, no medical intervention, buried in a tomb, not treated. Josephus makes a swoon theory dramatically less possible, not more. Connection to the New Testament, indirect but powerful. Josephus unintentionally supports Roman competence in executions, the finality of crucifixion, why the spear check in John 19:34 matters, why Pilate confirms death. The gospel writers emphasize death precisely because survival was theoretically possible but practically rare. Summary. Josephus personally witnessed 3 crucifixions. All were removed alive. All received medical care. 2 still died. Only 1 survived. This confirms crucifixion is usually fatal. Survival is exceptional. Roman executions were effective.
Well, it's true that crucifixions are usually fatal, but they normally take a very long time.
Yeah, they
Don't
take
die.
days, not
Yeah, exactly.
hours.
Not hours. Yeah, exactly.
The only
So
other thing I would
that's
say,
problematic.
the only thing I would say is that it's not fair to say that survival is extremely rare if 33% survive, right? We would say we would say medically that's actually not extremely rare. We would say like extremely rare would be like less than 5%, you know, like because 1 in 3, if you crucified 100 people and you pull them off, you still have 33 left alive. That's not
There's
that rare.
nothing to establish how long his friends were up on the cross. Like, he just
Yeah.
came upon them, so who knows how long they were there. So saying that hours is enough. Also,
No, but
it
Jesus
also,
was only up there for hours, right?
right. Yeah,
No?
yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's assuming that they came down, quote, immediately. They came down immediately upon being discovered by Josephus, and then having Josephus have to take the time to go contact the Roman authorities. So they were up there for at least hours, you know, if not more. The other thing is it leaves out the wine on the sponge, which could have been some sort of medical, like some sort of theriac or something that, you know, would have knocked Jesus out and made him seem dead. So.
Yeah.
Well, so you're saying he might not have been dead.
Right, he might have just seemed dead because they gave him something on that sponge that.
It does seem likely that he would have survived.
I mean, it's not. If you use this, it's great information. It definitely gives the idea. It definitely shows that crucifixion was a thing, that it was brutal, that it was really harsh, that people died from it a lot, that it was a punishment that people had regularly, you know, because it wasn't just something unique to Christ. So that was interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, what about, I mean, if you look at what the Romans did to him prior to putting him on the cross, I mean, they had like these whip things with what looked like razor blade sharp things on the edge, and they was whipping him, so his skin was like cut deep, like
Yeah.
it literally tore his flesh. You
That's
imagine
just
this-
part of the passion story, though. We don't really know if that's how it went down. But
Yeah, that doesn't seem likely.
yeah, but this
Yeah,
is.
but that film's only describing what the Bible says.
So but I know that's what the Bible says. I'm not denying that you believe that. Now, the thing that gets me about this story, now, I'm just gonna put my atheist hat on for here, and I'm just gonna be a bit objective here, okay? Why 3? Why an account of a story where 2 men died but 1 survived? Now this is the thing that intrigues me about this story. To me, I don't know why the ChatGPT went in that direction. Like, this should help the account of Christianity.
Right.
I don't really think this does.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because it's putting this story like right in 70 AD, where like the John story was written, right? Where like even like most of the New Testament stuff was like finalized, right?
Well, who were the 2 men that died and the one that survived?
In this story. Oh, in the gospel account?
So there's 2 different accounts you're talking about?
We have Josephus' account of 3 of his real friends.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But the account with the Jesus is the 2 thieves on the cross. Remember that story? Where the one is like, well, save yourself. If not, I'll see you in hell. And the other guy was like, oh, look at this guy. He's done nothing wrong. We're the ones who, bad guys. And he says,
It definitely lends credence to the idea that they were probably, when they were doing crucifixions, they were doing them in 3s. Like, it was like it was like, hey, next week on Friday we're doing crucifixion and it's always 3 people kind of thing.
No. They did. They would. All right. So I got another post that says they were doing when they were doing the siege in Jerusalem.
Okay.
They had hundreds
Oh my
of
gosh.
crosses outside the walls and they were just hanging people outside the walls.
Wow.
You want that one? I have that one. That's the
That's
next.
pretty gnarly.
Yeah. I could go into more. Here, look, I'll post the other one.
So what are you imposing? That he was nailed to the cross and he could have not died? Is that what you're saying?
Just how the stories are really similar. I'm not questioning my faith. I just question, like, was this...
In the Matrix, man. But wasn't they trying to... They was making, I think... I believe Jesus got a really harsh punishment, to be fair. I think they really made an example of him because, remember, he was crucified for blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly possible. I don't know. Don't know the historical circumstances in which people were crucified under. My guess is if he's saying hundreds of people were being crucified, the list of reasons that people were being crucified probably was expanded. It wasn't probably just thieves and murderers. It was probably a whole myriad of reasons because they were doing it sort of wholesale at some point. If you're talking about hundreds of people being done all the time. So it doesn't really like do much of saying like, well, that was really interesting because he was done for blasphemy. That's just going to be like somewhat trivial at that point.
Blasphemy.
It wouldn't have been blasphemy because because Jewish law is not Roman law. He was crucified by the Romans, right?
Yeah, but this
He
is
was
the problem,
he was
Paul.
crucified for basically making claims to like state authority. He wasn't like backed up by any Jews because the both the Pharisees and the Sadducees had an interest in seeing him out of the picture, so they kind of like didn't step up for him because they thought he was blasphemous. But that was.
But I don't believe that, because under Roman law, he broke no law under Roman law. If I remember rightly, the emperor at that time that was ruling Rome, they didn't want to crucify him. He was handed to Rome by the Pharisees and the Sadducees, whatever you want to call them, right, the Jews, because I can remember watching a history documentary about it and reading the letters to Rome about the crucifixion. He was handed to Rome because the Pharisees didn't like what he was saying, because there was deemed him being blasphemy because he was claiming to be the Son of Man, God, so basically claiming to be God. And under Roman law, now blasphemy under Jewish law at that time was death by stoning, right? Under Roman law, he committed no crime. They made that clear. They even offered to swap him.
I think we're saying the same thing, Saxon. We're talking past each other.
Yeah,
They had to trump up charges on Roman law because there is no crime of blasphemy under Roman law, because Roman governance is syncretic. It doesn't actually like say there's one God that you can't speak against.
Right.
Yeah.
The Roman
Read the new link that I have on the top. Read that one.
So the Roman charge was sedition, and specifically claiming to be king, because only Caesar, of course, is the emperor.
Well, they didn't want to crucify him, though, did they?
Well, I don't know if they did or not. I mean,
No, because when they stood him up, and he was standing next to the Roman emperor at the time, there was another guy that was in jail. I can't remember his name, that had done much worse things.
Barnabas.
Yeah. So, and he said, "Oh, so do you want me to crucify this man who's done no crime? Yeah. Or do you want me to let go Barnabas?"
Lisa,
and they wanted to let go
we know the
Barnabas.
story. Lisa, we know the story, Lisa. Wait, want to read the link at the top?
Yeah, I watched Monty Python's Life of Brian. But no, the sedition charge is very serious, and that's why they have on the top of his cross that he's king, and they presumably were mocking him for being
they had to trump up the sedition charge.
king of the Jews. Yeah. Well, I think there's some reality to it, because I think some of the things that he was doing could be seen as threatening.
Roman's
power.
He's threatening the authority.
It has to have some weight behind it. That's why I kind of like always like lean into that sort of like he had a dual sort of like claim to actually be the quote king of Judea, because he was a Hasmonean and he was also the grandson of Herod the Great. Right.
And he was essentially objecting to Roman rule.
Yeah, it was a threat to Rome and a threat to the Pharisees because of what he was saying. This is what I mean. It was all about authority and power, wasn't it, really?
Well, see, the Pharisees in particular would have had extreme opposition to any Hasmonean coming back into the picture, because they're both the Pharisees and the Sadducees, their priestly sort of authority stems from the overturn of the Hasmonean dynasty, right? They got into power because the priest kings were deposed, right, and killed off. So that's why they wouldn't have liked that situation very much.
Corp, read the link at the top.
Okay, I'll read it. Just a second. Okay, I don't know what question you're answer because it never shows it, but excellent. This passage deserves a deeper dive because it is one of the strongest first-hand descriptions of crucifixion from antiquity. We'll break this into who Josephus was at the time, the exact historical setting, what this tells us about Roman crucifixion procedure, medical implications, and why the survival is remarkable, and how historians interpret it. Flavius Josephus was born AD 37-38. He was a Jewish aristocrat and priest, originally fought against Rome in the Jewish revolt, captured by Rome, became an interpreter and advisor to Roman General Titus, present during the siege of Jerusalem in AD 70. At the time of this event, Josephus was attached to the Roman command, had access to Titus personally, had political leverage. This matters because only someone with influence could get crucified men taken down. Historical setting, siege of Jerusalem, AD 70, Titus. The Roman forces surrounded Jerusalem. Thousands were crucified outside the city walls. Josephus says crosses became so numerous that there was no room for crosses and no crosses for bodies. Crucifixion was being used as psychological warfare, public terror, and mass execution. Josephus sees 3 acquaintances among those crucified. The text in full context. I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands, and 1 survived. Key details often overlooked. He says many crucified. This was routine. He recognized them while still alive. He intervened immediately. Titus ordered medical treatment, which was unusual mercy. They were taken down before death. Even with early removal, medical attention, and Roman authorization, 2 of 3 still died. What this reveals about Roman crucifixion. It was designed to cause asphyxiation, accompanied by severe blood loss, often preceded by scourging, intended to last hours or days. Survival required early removal, immediate medical attention, absence of fatal trauma. Josephus' story proves crucifixion was not instantly fatal, but it was overwhelmingly lethal. Modern medical historians know crucifixion causes hypovolemic shock or blood loss, traumatic shock, respiratory failure, possible cardiac rupture, organ failure. Even when removed, infection risk is high, internal damage is severe, and organ stress is extreme. The fact that 2 died under physicians shows damage had already progressed too far. Removal alone did not reverse the trauma. The survival of 1 likely means there was very early removal, possibly shorter exposure, perhaps less severe prior beating, but Josephus gives no details. Why Josephus mentions this. This episode appears in the life of Josephus. It serves 2 purposes. It shows Josephus's compassion and shows his influence with Titus. He's subtly saying, I had enough status to intervene with Rome. This is autobiographical, not theological. Comparison with other ancient sources. Other Roman writers confirm crucifixion's lethality, which includes Seneca the Younger, who described prolonged suffering and death. Cicero calls crucifixion the cruelest and most disgusting penalty. Tacitus treats crucifixions as a standard execution method. No one describes routine survival. Josephus is the only known ancient writer to record an actual survival case. What historians conclude. Most scholars conclude crucifixion had a high mortality rate. Survival was rare but not impossible. Early removal was essential. Medical treatment did not guarantee recovery. Importantly, Josephus does not describe how long they were crucified, whether they were scourged first, their physical condition prior, but the 2/3 mortality rate is telling. Why this passage is so valuable historically. It is firsthand, non-Christian, politically neutral, medically realistic, and embedded in an autobiography. It gives us a real-world data point. Even rescued crucifixion victims often died. Okay, no more links, Barth. I gotta eat lunch, otherwise I'm not gonna get any lunch. We have to go to reading.
I just find this story fascinating.
What was the point he was trying to make with the story? That's what I'm saying.
The three, like the three, it still follows like a similar story in the gospel. Three up, one down. Two down, one up. Or should I say one survives, the other two don't?
Oh, right. Now I understand the context. So, the original commentary saying it was extremely rare is correct.
So I'm not saying that the belief that Jesus
Dario's
Christ,
here. He's an expert.
yeah, I'm not stating that the belief that Jesus, the Christian belief that he was crucified, died, and resurrected. That's the faith of Christians. I'm not doubting that. But just that someone else wrote about three men being put on the cross and one being brought back to life. That's the part where I tend to say to myself, like, you know,
No,
could
that's
this been a build up, you know, for a better story.
You mean maybe Jesus survived?
Maybe.
I think there's a possibility. I mean, the only thing that makes me think that maybe he survived is that he died so quickly, after only a few hours. And then you have this thing with the Roman soldier lancing his sword or whatever it was into his side. Like, why would he do that?
Because if not, they would have had to break his legs, and they said that they wouldn't.
Why would they have to break his legs?
Just to speed up the process of the crucifixion.
No, I'm talking about after he died. Didn't the soldier put a sword into him or something?
No, that's
Yeah.
actually what killed him.
No, that's not what killed him. They were, they didn't know if he was dead or not, so they stabbed him to make sure that he was dead.
Yeah, but is that something they actually did?
They would stab people that were on the cross
No.
that were on there too long.
No,
You saying they wouldn't kill people that were on the cross?
no, they would break their legs before they would never stab them. They would break their legs.
Yeah, but if they were doing something that they needed to speed the process up, they would break the legs. That would be more of like leading to the torture.
Why would they?
Torture.
Why would they have needed to speed the process up?
I think they wanted to speed the process up, because when you look into it a bit deeper, maybe the reason why they stabbed him, is to make him die quicker, because them Romans knew he was divine. They knew.
Well, in the crucifixion account, it's because they wanted to get them off the cross before the High Holy Day.
Right. Yeah, but can you remember? Can you remember? Did you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm watching too much documentary fucking TV as well. Some of them knew what he did and what he was, because they knew he was divine. I believe they knew he was divine, and I think some of them felt some sort of guilt for killing him, to be honest. And that's why they made the process. That's why they speeded it up by stabbing him rather than breaking his legs.
Yeah.
Because if he'd have broke his leg, that would have prolonged it even more.
Well, I mean, if he was dead, breaking his legs ain't gonna do nothing. So in order to just verify he's dead, or to just make sure that he's dead, they just stabbed him. He was already dead on the cross.
What, before they stabbed him?
He was dead. If you read the text, he gives up the ghost, right? And then when the Romans, the sun's going down, and So it's almost going to be, the high Sabbath day. They're, they can't. The Jews don't do any burials or anything on like high holy days, right? They're not allowed to touch dead bodies. They're not allowed to do any of that stuff. So the Romans would have had to take care of it themselves, right? So instead of doing that, hey, listen, let's just make sure they're dead before the sun goes down. They can get pulled off and buried, and then we don't have to do it ourselves.
I think I might go read a bit more about the crucifixion.
Yeah, he gives us the ghost. So you see where he's talking. He's like, hey, Father, in my hands I commit your spirit. And then it says he gives up the ghost.
Yeah, but
Then after...
the whole problem.
Yeah.
I say the whole problem of the story is that the other two people that were being crucified with him, they did not get speared. They got their legs broken.
Yeah, they were still alive. That's why.
So they wanted to speed up the death of the other two by breaking their legs, but with Jesus they wanted to spear him.
Only Jesus was getting speeded up because he was Jewish.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yes.
So Jesus was already dead. They stabbed him because they didn't know if he was dead or not. Right? He's just hanging there lifeless. Hold up, boys. He's hanging there lifeless. They don't know if he's dead or not. They take the spear and stab him. Right? Blood and water shoots out. With the other two, they're still alive. They can visually see that the other two guys are alive. So they break their legs so they can asphyxiate him. Because then you can't push
So
them
the
to
thing
breathe.
is they might have actually provided some relief by stabbing him in the side, especially if water came out. It reduced the water load on his lungs and stopped the asphyxiation process.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm reading, the Romans didn't use that method to confirm death. They would just break the legs or wait.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was the normal means of how they operated. But I'm sure there you can find instances where they're doing stuff that is out of the normative function. This would be one of those cases.
Well, I mean, only John mentions this.
The stabbing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other Gospels don't mention it, so.
I mean, John mentions a lot of things that the other Gospels don't. Like he gives
Exactly.
Yeah. So he gives specific names. He gives other dates. He gives other accounts, like events that happened.
Why are Muslims and Jews giving these kind of arguments? Like, these are good arguments against Christianity. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is the reason why I brought this up to Sicario. Why does he care about a fucking... Like, why does he care about a centurion fucking married? Like, that shows nothing. Who gives a shit if she was a virgin or not?
Well, I don't even
Like,
consider
what
it
is he
an
really
argument.
focusing on? Like,
I don't even-
like Sicario. These are the kind of arguments you give against Christianity. Like, this is a fucking narrative from the Jews during 70 AD. Like, this is gold. Like, look, Sicario, pay attention. If you want to give good Christian arguments, all right, this is where you start. Shit like this. It's gold.
I don't even consider it an argument against Christianity. I just consider it an argument against the form of Christianity that insists upon the divinity of Jesus and not just his role as a communicator of wisdom, right?
Do you guys not see how this would be a great polemic against Christianity? Do you guys not see it? Am I the only one? Am I like the only one that can see this? Come on, Euro, be creative here. Come on, don't let me spit it out.
I think maybe you should spit it out for the room.
This mimics the story in the gospel about two men dying another one being resurrected. Okay? This doesn't fall too far from the tree, is all I'm saying. If a story like this made it into the gospel, but it's actually a real story written by Josephus and told by him at the time, okay? Remember who was killed shortly before this, right? And the movement that was happening. James the Just was killed in 63, right? Yes? No? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? How many
Hello.
Jesuses did Josephus write about in his writings? Just give me a number. How many people with the same name? Sicario.
It would have been like
This is a good exam question for you, Sicario.
any
These are good
occurrence of the
arguments.
name Joshua or Yeshua.
How many? How many did he write about? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He wrote about 20 of them. But when you break it down, it's only 14 because he used the name again. And guess when this starts? His writings start in 30 BCE. 30 BCE. Not 30 AD. 30 BCE. About Harold infusing himself in the temple. And how from 30 AD on, the priestly class was no longer just Jewish. He married himself into the priestly class in 30 BCE. Guess what that guy's name was? I'll give you one question. I'll give you one clue. It started with the J. You want the evidence? Here, I'll give you the evidence. Yeah, if I was against Christianity, bro, I'd be bringing up some fucking amazing. This is why me and LSF. That's why I love LSF, because like we go over this shit together. We're not like. I'm not like fucking Saxon. They had to know he was God. They knew he was divine. He was shitting spectacles.
Megatron, shut the fuck up. You sound like an
All right,
idiot
I'm
right
not
now.
saying. All right, sorry. Just saying. He was pissing gold. Come on. Now let me give you the real link here. Let me give you the real link and the real list. Okay? And he wrote about 30. He repeated the name Jesus 20 times. Right? That we all know in Greek is Joshua. Right? But when you break it down, it's only 14 people. And what's amazing about this story, what I love about this story, is that even the numbers of the dates even match up to what the New Testament is saying about his death, right? So we have here. Hold on one second. Let me get this. Let me get the link because I have this saved. Hold on. 1 second, please. 1 minute. Let me get it.
We got quiet all of a sudden.
I'm tired. It's almost 9 p.m. here.
But that's impossible. It's almost 10.
Almost 10 where you are?
Yeah, so it can't be 9 if it's almost 10.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I mean, in 3 minutes, it's going to be 10 o'clock. So,
Yeah.
so we're already
almost 9 p.m.
So we're already past 9 because it's 3 minutes to 10.
See, well, we're on different time.
And you expect me to accept that?
Oh, you're shut the fuck up, man. Don't brain rot me tonight.
No brain rot, okay. I'm not sure we're waiting
just
for.
tired, man. I'm bummed out right now.
Is Cora gonna read for us?
All right,
She does.
here we go. So we have the names that are listed here, and I have different lists that give more details about the others, more over others. I have them like in a row. I'm not so sure if this one puts them in chronological. It puts this in reference. Maybe this isn't the right date. This isn't the right one. I'll give you the one where they're talking about the accounts that he talks about. Hold on. Let me look this up. Yeah. Let me give you another list. I have a few of these lists. Right? I'll give you this one. This one's good. This one's a good list. I have many of these lists though, and they all categorize different categorizations on how he would write about these different Jesus figures, but consistently using the same thing over and over. Like, so I'm not sure why he did this, or why he wrote it like this, but I guess it was common name. I don't know, maybe they did this on purpose. I don't know. I have yet to understand why. I haven't looked into that yet. So don't question me about that part. But Euro, can you read this list? It's not that.
I can read it, but I thought Cora was doing the reading.
Yeah, she said she had to do something.
Oh, okay.
And this is not even a list. I have a better list than this. Hold on, let me give you a better list. This one's the better list.
The reading paused for a better list.
Yeah. Pause.
No, but if we're going to have a serious discussion, we really need to include Sicario.
Yeah, maybe Sicario should read this list. I mean, I think Sicario should try to redeem himself and possibly use this argument instead of the Centurion Pantera account. But yeah, Sicario, if you want to come up and describe who these people are for us so we get some context, I think that would be amazing. But this is the list that I wanted to go over. And this list starts in 30 BCE. Okay? Flavius, he was the high priest under Harold the Great, replaced by Simon bin whatever. And I guess that was the moment there where Harold married himself into, right, the priestly class, right? And that's why they bring that up. Then, the second person, again, 30 CE now. This is the teacher slash cult leader, whatever they want to call him,
Then in 62, Jesus, who's called the Christ, the brother of James. That's how it's written. Then Jesus ben Ananimus, or son of another high priest, 62 to 7. Another Jesus, appointed high priest, another appointed, Jesus the son of Gamaliel, Jesus the son of who's that? Saphiasis? Are you looking at this? No? All right. Well, you guys can read the list. I gave you the extensive list, and these are all the people that Josephus wrote about. So, just with the Josephus accounts, right? I'm not trying to debunk Christianity. At the same time, I like to look at this evidence. I like to look. What happened?
So it sounds like you're trying to debunk Christianity.
No. My faith is wrapped up in this stuff. What's up, Charlie?
What's up?
What's up? We're going over some
Happy Land.
Yeah, we're Happy Lent. We're going over some really deep theological.
You're gonna have to dumb it down for me. I'm not as intelligent as you guys.
What?
You're gonna have to dumb it down for me. I'm not as intelligent as you lot.
No, it's fine. So we're filling you in. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I don't think a lot of Christians are gonna leave. They're not gonna like where I'm going with this. They don't like this.
You criticize every belief, like even as a Muslim, like I'm open to criticism about my own book.
Yeah, the thing here is, right, I take these really deep dives, and a lot of Christians don't like when I do this, and that's probably why a lot of Christians that used to hang out here, they don't like Draco and some of these guys that like to use these stupid, ridiculous anti-Semitic arguments. Like it's got to be more than just your biases towards Jews. Like you have to give me something like really good, like something convincing. You have to put your biases to the side, which I do with Christianity, and I look at it in all angles. I don't care if people don't think I'm a Christian. I don't care if you think I'm heretical. I want to understand and know this information. I could care less. Like that shit I can put to the side. You know, I can put those things to the side because I know that it is fake, right? But here we're talking about the writings and stuff during the time. So that's why a lot of Christians, like, to be honest, when it comes to these types of things, look, they all left. They all left.
Do you think it's
They're probably
because?
shit talking me in another room.
But do you think it's because they've not? Do you think a lot of Christians have not read the Old Testament?
No. This has nothing to do with the Old Testament. This has to do with all the stories that are surrounding and during that exact time.
Yeah.
And a lot of them like to, hide under this umbrella of just the New Testament. But it's not. The reason why the New Testament is historical in some cases is because it matches up with other historical stories that are riding alongside of it. You understand? It's not over embellishing on these crazy points. Of course, it's a theological book, but they use a lot of historical context that they could appeal to what Jerusalem looked like before the destruction. That's the reason why John is such a historical masterpiece in a sense, right? Because it describes Jerusalem to the T. So the person who wrote it must have known what this place looked like before the destruction. And that's the reason why they like to they use these things is history. But just because it has historical accounts and they're using historical evidence that rides alongside the story to make the story more convincing, doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, they do this with every historical book. I mean, honestly, they could have done this with Exodus also. Because
I do feel like you are motivating me right now to go on the Bible app that I've downloaded and read a bit more. Look at the line.
well, you're not going to find any of this information in the Bible. So I can say the same thing about the Exodus account.
So where do you
The Exodus account, there was many, we don't have, it doesn't describe it like the Bible where there was millions of people coming out of Egypt. But there were Jews that were exiled. It just wasn't that big of a group. They were like smaller groups. So they're not like making up a story. They're not making it up.
So are you saying that God did not condemn all of them? He only condemned like a few that like led astray?
No. I'm looking at a story of Jews leaving Egypt. That's it. That's all I'm going to look at. And what other stories that are like this that they can give this account of a sort of an Exodus? So Moses fighting the Pharaoh, all that shit. I mean, that's part of the storyline. It doesn't technically mean that all these things happen. They're attaching Jews leaving or being exiled from Egypt and coming back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that story could be taken as, you know, part of this story. And that goes with any story. There's always a bit of truth with the mysticism. Yes.
No, I see you. I feel like honestly, if Han was here, she would actually like add so much more to this conversation because she's definitely a very mystical person.
Yeah. So, like, I'm not trying to hinge on it being, like, something that's, like, I'm not trying to say, oh, the Exodus story is wrong or this any other. Listen, all I'm saying is,
It's just the interpretation.
it's how we're looking at these things. So we have inscriptions, we have things like that.
I think you would like Han's interpretation of it, even the Red Sea splitting.
No, we don't have to get into all of that. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to use the same thing for Jesus. I'm trying to say the same thing about Jesus. If Josephus is writing about 14 different Jesuses, 14 different ones, and I have the list at the top. Okay? They're all high priests. They're all high priests and they're all named Jesus.
So what do you think it is? Do you think? I mean.
No. Listen, I haven't given my full breakdown.
I'm thinking of something, but I don't know if you would agree with it. This is me putting a Christian cap on, not my Muslim cap. So if you know how like in Christianity Jesus is seen as eternal life, right?
Yeah.
So what would the issue be if, let's say, if you want to put the Christian cap on, what would the issue be to say if there were different versions of Jesus? Do you know what I mean? So how you said there's different accounts of him. Like I think that actually just further strengthens the argument, isn't that? Okay, if there's different variations of Jesus, like for example, the Indians have their own version, the Africans have their own depiction of Jesus, every culture has their own depiction. So it's like, if he's this eternal light, who's to say he's not always existed? Who's to say, I mean, he was the one that helped Moses.
Put it this way, look.
Maybe it was Jesus.
Why only one crucifixion? Crucifixion in Josephus is typically associated with Roman punishment for slaves, rebels, or low-class offenders, or lower-class offenders. Most of these Jesuses were priests or elite figures, and when they died violently, it was usually in battle, nation, or mob violence, not Roman judicial execution. The exception of Jesus of Nazareth fits the Roman use of crucifixion for a perceived political, religious thing, right? So, Jesus, son of Phoebe, the high priest, right? High priest under Herod, right? This is when Herod like infused himself in it. It's 30 BCE, right?
Yeah.
They're saying, and this is before crucifixion. But then they're saying here, right, that Jesus of Nazareth died in 30 CE. Okay, well, we're not going to say we're going to say that's the bit common. That could be a little like, little CE, BCE, slip of the pen. Who knows? But then everyone after 663, high priest, the other one, Jesus, son of Gamaliel, high priest, succeeded. They're all high priests, noble connected to priestlyhood, possibly high priest appointed by someone else, high priest who deserted to the Romans, temple priests, not high priests, but still elite clergy. Like all these guys are high priests. They're all high priests.
I'm having a look. So what is the
Yeah. I'll put this one. I'll put this one. I'll put this one up because this doesn't even include Jesus. Okay, I'll put this list. I have like so many lists of this because I was like literally obsessed with this. And if we look at all these Jesuses, right? I'm just posting the Jesuses, the historical secure list of 14 men, at least 6 were high priests, directly connected to high priesthood. And this connects all the 6 high priests.
So why did
So it says at least these means almost half of Josephus's historical real Jesuses were all the top of the religious hierarchy. Why so many high priests named Jesus? Name was popular. Yeshua was one of the most common Jewish male names in the 1st century BCE CE. The elite priestly families were no exception. It is the same name as Joshua and revered publicly. Priestly elite intermarriage. A priesthood was dominated by a few aristocratic families. Popular names often repeated with these families over generations. Herald and Roman manipulation. Herald the Great and later Roman governors rotated high priests frequently to keep the role politically weak. Meant many more names than historical record, and if Jesus was already common, it shows up often. Some scholars have noted that the name Joshua, means Yahweh saves. The biblical history of Joshua, son of Nun, which that's the one with Moses, and we went over this yesterday, right? Macario, we went over that yesterday.
So why did the Christians have a problem with what you're saying? Why did they not like this?
Well, I could give you freaking. This just might poke holes in the story of the New Testament. But you see, no one's gonna actually dig this deep. Not even Sicario is gonna dig this deep. He does this superficial, like surface level shit. Like I'm trying to show Sicario, like, yo, listen, Sicario, if you're gonna come with some argument, fuck the Pantera argument. Like throw that shit in the garbage. bring some shit like this, Sicario. Like, give me like the real fucking meat. Like, make us understand that it wasn't just one Jesus, and this name, Yeshua saves, wasn't just like meant for this one Messiah figure. It was meant for every high priest in the clergy. This is the meat and potatoes. You know, like if you really want to rock, like if you really want to go with this person wasn't crucified, or if this person was crucified, right? Then this name came up so many times that a crucifixion and then the name Jesus constantly being repeated. Jesus, 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 Jesus. It's more to the story. Like, but they don't do stuff like this. This is why I criticize them with these horrible arguments. Like if I played Jew or Muslim for like a week, the Christians would hate. They would hate me just as much as the Muslims hate me now.
I don't think
I'm telling you right now, they would all come for me. Every Christian would be in my room every single day, fucking badgering me with evidence and insults constantly. Like I honestly wish I could play for 1 week on some fuck Christianity shit for a week. I guarantee I will send this whole app upside down with the shit that I got. This is not even touching the subject. This is not even touching the surface. If me and LSF, if I unleash LSF on the shit that I could debunk, it would be a major fucking problem.
But do you think
I might do it. I might fucking do it. I might do it for a week because I get so bored and I love to debate.
Do you think it's because you've read quite a lot? So
I've read too much. That's the
you've
fucking
read too
problem,
much,
Charlie.
and
I've read
this
too
is what
much.
happens.
This is the
You
result.
read too much.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's got its pegs, but you can like, but at the same time it's like, I mean, there's two ends to it. Some people sometimes like some people know too much. They go down that rabbit hole of like where they just end up not believing in anything, right? Because they can criticize things from different angles, even their own beliefs. But I feel like the vibe that I get from you is you know a lot, but you still have strong faith in your belief.
Yeah, because it's faith. It's faith. The faith. For me to have faith in something, I don't need any evidence. Straight up. I have zero evidence that my wife is gonna be wiping my ass. I have faith that she's gonna be wiping my ass when I get sick. I have zero evidence.
But I think that shows sincerity.
You like that, right? You like that? You like that smart?
Fucking stupid.
It's true.
You know, I can relate to you in a sense because I feel like it's like people can bring forth as much as evidence against Muhammad, but I have faith that he's the messenger of God.
Wish me luck, babe.
Are you speaking to your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, it was cute.
I'm gonna call him up right now.
What did you say, Charlie? Say that one more time.
I said that no matter how much people criticize Muhammad, peace be upon him, I have faith that he's the prophet of God. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
I believe he's truthful, but like that's just my faith.
I don't think that's a secret.
Like I don't believe all this propaganda. Like I'll go out my way to defend him. I mean,
Right.
he needs it, but it's just I have faith. That's all it is.
So, what's it called? So, Megatron, do you think you could debunk Christianity? Because I don't do the faith shit. I would love to hear you debunk Christianity. Or anybody think that they could debunk Christianity. Because he's wilding.
You know, his point is like
Wait, Smiler's a Christian?
but he had to like the thing is right. Just because you can debunk something or something, like you can. A lot of times when people read books, you can read books from like different people's arguments or perspectives, right?
Uh-huh.
Depending on how you present your argument, you can win the debate. It doesn't mean
Well, more so, I guess what I would be mentioning, if someone could show me, because I would say I have faith in the sense that I don't have proof, but I think I have enough evidence to come to the conclusion that Christianity is true. But I would definitely always be open to, okay, if somebody was able to demonstrate how Christianity can't be true, then I would. I would.
I'm not
Definitely
gonna
hope
lie,
that.
not smiling, your PTR's confusing me. Are you still a Christian?
Oh, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm trolling. This is
Oh my god.
this is from another day. We were.
Oh, Smiler's a Christian now?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but the other day, me and Megatron were defending Islam, and so I changed my.
I saw you defending Islam.
You know, I don't know. I've been clubhouse and
So
go
confusing.
backwards. The Christians are defending the Muslims. This is the day that I get to see that.
So you left Islam already?
No, I never. I didn't say I was a Muslim for a day.
This is Smiler and this is not Smiler.
Yeah. No, it's not that I entered Islam for the day, which, who knows, maybe I'll try it one day. But it's not that I became a Muslim for a day, but rather I just defended Islam. So anybody that had an argument against Islam, I was just going to defend it.
To be fair, I think the Christians do a better job when they cosplay as Muslims for a day.
Oh, they did a much better job. They did a very good job, actually, yeah. You're right, they did a very good job. They almost convinced me.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I'm still curious about who is this girl in Megaton's PTR?
That's fucking AI.
I heard him say, like, call his wife, like, you know, words of endearment. I'm like, is this Megaton's wife? Or is it just...
No, that's his wife.
He makes her dress up in that hijab for some reason.
Oh my god.
Christian hijab.
Oh yeah, there is a Christian hijab.
Yeah,
There is?
Christian. Hijab came from just people in the Middle East. It didn't even come from Islam.
Dude, it's a cultural thing, that's the thing, like...
Yeah.
Even the men in Arabia, they wear headscarves.
Yeah. They did.
Yeah, because you get a sunburn on your fucking scalp if you don't cover your head.
Exactly.
You know, interestingly, I found that actually, even the men in Arabia during that time, some of them, not all, but like the ones that were like high class society, they used to actually cover their faces.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they didn't want to get assassinated. That's probably why.
You still see that if you go to like tribal areas of like Afghanistan and like Kyrgyzstan and stuff. They'll wear like the sort of like they'll wear usually a turban, but not a Sikh turban, like just more of a like the old school like Mughal style turban, and they'll pull stuff across their face. But that has a practical purpose too. It keeps the dust out of your fucking nose. Like,
Right. So if you see somebody wearing a hijab, your first question should be, "Are you a Muslim?" You should be, "Hey, are you from the Middle East?"
That's true.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I'm sure that's more of like a Western, thought. I mean, because I would always do that too. I would associate the hijab just with Muslim.
When I was in high school, I had this one Ethiopian, like East African friend. She was Christian, and she used to like fast everything, like the Christian fast, very religious. And she used to wear the headscarf or covering, like, but she would wear it according to her culture. Like not all the time she would wear it. But I remember like this one guy, different Christian. He was so fucking ignorant. Why the fuck are you dressed like an Arab? Like
Oh my God.
I go, you dumb, uneducated fuck. She's fucking East African and she's a Christian. You wouldn't know because
It's true.
But a part of me does think, right, and I don't want to pull the Islamophobic card, but a part of me thinks, like, did this hatred towards the hijab in the Western world come just because it's all Muslim people are in it? Even though historically Christians have wanted to in the
I
UK.
might say a little bit to some extent. Maybe. I mean,
It was like
because
bad
you know what's
enough.
fun? It's weird because it's like, because like Hindus, even in America, still I mean, I would say they dress fairly similar to Muslims, especially from like a Western point of view. And I mean, we don't hate on them for that. So how come we're like looking at the Muslim woman like, hey, what the heck?
I mean, the Hindus, but like, let's say from the subcontinent, like because of course, like, there's Muslims in that subcontinent as well. Their ancestors were like Hindus or Buddhists or like they followed pagan beliefs, right? So these Hindus converted to Islam. So of course they're still stuck to the like Hindu culture, which is like they've got like cultural
Right.
attire. So you're not gonna completely drastically change it. I think the only difference that I would say is, for example, when the Hindus they wear saris, they show their belly. Whereas
When
like
they're what? Oh yeah, they do.
whereas like
Stuff full of
whereas like whereas the Indian Muslims or the Bengali Muslims or even the Pakistanis, they don't, the way they wear sari would be very different.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It would just be like adhere to the Islamic guidelines.
Right. Yeah, I did notice the difference. I didn't know where that difference came from, but
I know it's interesting.
yeah, them Indians, boy, they be freaky.
Since you more freaky.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
I mean,
I
the way that their women dress and how they be dancing, shit. You already know they be out there.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? Dude, Kama Sutra came from India.
Yeah, see.
Like, but what's so interesting is now the Indian society, like they see
They be flying under the radar, yo. Me and my homies was never like,
they see
hey, let's go holler at the
in a
Indians.
perverted way. Whereas it's like they're like it's a lot more conservative, and you're like, dude, like you're a civilization that introduced Kama Sutra.
Right, yeah, that's true. See, I just thought about that too when you said that. Did you read that book?
Which book? No, I've not read it. You just haven't heard about it.
That shit probably around as hell.
There's nothing wrong with Kama Sutra. I think, like, honestly, if I was
Just
to get
certain.
married, if I was to get married, I would actually read it with my husband. I'd be like,
Not married.
put together.
Snap. You were born Muslim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah.
But then again, like, I don't think anybody's specifically born with a religion. I think.
Well, not literally, but
After a certain while, you question your beliefs, or you look into, different beliefs as well, and you come to your own conclusion. There might be biases, of course, naturally.
yeah, they're gonna be the biases for sure. That's why I tried to. I mean, when I think I was like maybe. Yeah, I was probably 22 or 22, 23 when and it was more so having talks with my Muslim friend that made me more like research more, because we used to have a lot of conversations about God and a lot of things we like agreed on, and then I didn't really know what Islam was at all actually, and then he he would say certain things. He say certain things. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe he did things differently or whatever. And then I went and did my whole deep dive for about 3 years or so. Yeah, most people are doing that.
I do feel like everybody's got their own kind of like version of how they practice their beliefs as well, or how they interpret the book, whether it's like Muslims,
Right.
Christians, Hindus.
Yeah.
I feel like I always say this, who you are as a person is how you view God. So if you're an angry, violent person, that's going to be your image of God. You're going to have a very angry, violent God. Whereas if you're a merciful person, you believe in peace, harmony, all that kind of stuff, then you're going to have a very peaceful approach of how you view God.
So, with that, which I think is true, and then I think that sort of affects our interpretation of certain texts. I think this is where, and you may even say this to some extent on the other side of like maybe another religion, but like, so there'll be some Muslims I'll talk to, and I'm like, Islam teaches this, and they'll be like, so. Then somebody else, I'm like, Islam teaches this. It'll be the same thing. Like, no, it doesn't. and then you go, oh my God, shit.
Like, I'm not going to lie, my first encounter on this app was with like, and this is so fucked up, like, it was like with people, like I think this is just a like I mentioned on what did you come on here to like, you don't come on here to talk about religion, seriously. Even if you are going to like responsible dialogue. But I literally come across like ISIS or Al Qaeda members on here supporting the way that they were talking.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, the way that they talk about. Like,
Shit.
forget like the way they would talk about Muslims themselves would be so fucked up. Like if you're a Muslim,
Like takfir them and stuff, or what do you mean?
yes, like if you disagree with their interpretation or
Oh yeah.
Smiler, you extra as fuck, bro.
Thank you, bro.
You extra as fuck.
Nah, you just hot.
No, how did you do that? Did you are you copying these from somewhere or are you actually making these? Because if you're making them, man, you should start making memes. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Well, he's just dressing up.
Did you make that or did you just take that off of TikTok or something?
No, I had AI make it. I just took the picture of God Logic and I said, turn this person into
Yeah, bro, you should focus on something. Start doing memes or something.
I probably should do memes. Make it to a meme, a TikTok meme.
Yeah, that still goes big, man.
Yeah,
Meme channels go big.
Do you know Charlie? This is Charlie. This is your Muslim sister.
oh no, I know Mikhail.
Peace be upon her. Oh, okay. Yeah, he is cool. He's cool. He used to wild out.
Does Mikhail know that Mikhail
Me?
is on Christian?
Compared to you. Bro, there needs to be a better saying than the pot calls the kettle black. There's I'm not even a pot, but you're a kettle.
Damn, I'm a black kettle.
Nah, we already passed that. I'm not confusing you for black again.
Hell no.
Filthy Puerto Rican.
I'm not Puerto Rican.
Dominican is all the same. You're a Hispanic, bro.
Well, Smiler's, he's no longer Muslim and he's no longer black.
I'm no longer black.
Wow, I'm so confused.
Well, he's just not black. He's Hispanic, actually.
Well, he's no longer black.
Well, you know how it is. Some of these Hispanics, they pretty much are black. There's Afro-Hispanics, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like Fight Club. We don't talk about that.
It is. Because, you know, you don't want to be divided in the Hispanic, Latino community now.
Sure would.
Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
I ain't
Everywhere we go to.
all the gangsters around. Come out.
Nigga, what? What? I'm telling you, man.
Smiler, you don't have a medal, but you're top 5%.
Yo,
Yeah.
do you see mine? You see mine, nigga? See mine, bro?
Shouldn't be
Yo,
proud.
I just want to thank Euro. I want to thank Smiler. I want to also thank you, Charlie. I want to thank you, Messiah. I want to thank Aya. I want to thank Saul. I even
Who
Necro,
the fuck Saul?
Universe, even this Doctor who? Dr. Cheyenne.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's Dr. Cheyenne?
Dr. Cheyenne?
Oh, there. Look
Hello?
at that.
Dr. Cheyenne, hello? Hello?
Actually, she's pretty cool, actually.
Hello?
She knows about Judaism.
Oh, let me ask her. Is she a Christian?
She's a Jew, actually. Or,
She's a what? She's a what? She's a what?
I'm serious.
Wow. Bring your ass up.
Yo, there's not that many Jews on this planet.
Actually, she's a better talk than Jason, I'll tell you that.
Really? Jason's pretty fucking smart. Yo, Jason
No,
put me on
he's
to a lot of
fucking
shit.
not. Seriously, Smiler, do people think Jason is smart?
Oh no, which Jason you talking
Oh,
about?
like Jason.
I'm talking about Dog Lawyer.
Oh, the God's
I
barely.
like Jason. Yeah, he's cool as hell. It's funny.
He's
Forget
the
about.
Jewish-
I
he's
didn't
the
talk
Jewish
about
Hamza.
his
You know
entertainment
about that?
value, Smiler.
Yeah,
I talked
he's the
about
Jewish
his
Hamza.
intelligence.
He's the
think
Jewish.
smart.
He's
You don't
the
think
Jewish
smart?
Hamza.
You think Jason is smart?
Jason
think
is
so,
not
bro?
smart. No, he's slightly autistic. I'm not gonna lie. And the fact that
Slightly?
fucking Sicario is his fucking.
Oh, it makes it
playmate,
even worse.
It makes it worse. It makes it worse. But you gotta hear the arguments that Sicario is giving against
These
Christianity.
guys are borderline brain dead.
Fucking ridiculous. I want to smack him. I want to take the new card.
I just don't understand why Dog Logic or Dog Lawyer has an issue with Christ. The guy doesn't argue Islam. He ain't even arguing the Trinity. He just be slamming on Christ and Mary. Like, bro, this guy, he truly represents that old kind of Jew, like that early Common Era. Like, biggest haters on Christ was them, man.
Bro, he's asking me questions like, come on, you can't be this stupid. You're a smart guy. Why do you believe in Jesus?
Bro, I be telling
That's the
him.
most like autistic shit in the planet.
He doesn't get it. I'd be like, bro, if your whole excuse that Jesus isn't the Messiah is because Christianity claims that he is God, you're retarded. Even if, regardless about that the divinity of Christ is a matter of debate in early Christianity. So it's not something that is determined. So you have to analyze the messianic-ship of Christ separate from the claims of divinity. But he doesn't want to do that. And when Muslims are the ones who usually propagate this, he'll always shift the goalpost to Israel for some reason. We end up talking about
Doing
politics.
stuff in my car.
Hey, Dwan. You all right, though?
What do you mean by debate in early Christianity?
There's a divinity of Christ is being established. Like, again, I don't have the Trinity is not an issue. Like, I can try to explain. You think, like, Dog Lawyer can understand the Trinity in the sense, like, oh, God is qualitative in the triune metaphysical framework, and then God is quantitative in the usual modern or Islamic definition of God, or the modern framework. So you try to explain that to him, he's too low IQ, bro.
And then I can go.
I don't even know what that means.
All right?
You're low IQ, too.
I've never heard of that.
Qualitative and quantitative.
I'll come get you when I'm done.
It's really that simple.
Yes.
Kind of disappointed.
Are you quoting someone? Are you getting that information from somewhere, or are you just making it up out of your ass?
Was it my own induction? It was, but when I end up, and it's been still, I'm not.
Yo, let me, Messiah, let me destroy this, because this little pimp squeak has been acting really, borderline.
Which one?
This Last Supper guy, he's been borderline.
I like Last Supper.
He gotta pay, he gotta
Last
pay.
Supper, isn't he like your fellow Catholic Orthodox hybrid? Like he's one of the, he doesn't know where he's at.
I'm gonna humble him today. Let me just pay attention to this argument. You might like this argument. You heard? And so, Last Supper, do you see the link at the top? See the link at the top?
Yeah, Jesus.
See the link at the top?
In Josephus, yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, you know what? Let me give you all the name. Hold up. Let me give you the right list.
Before I open that, can you tell me what you're on today? Is it that Responsable, or are you on that the Blanco? What are you on?
I'm constantly on the Blanco. I'm on the Blanco all day.
Oh, the Blanco.
I'm on the Blanco all day. Now look at this list. Now look at this list at the top. Right? Now Josephus not only names one Jesus, he names 20. But out of the 20, he has reoccurring names, and we boiled them down to 13. Are you aware of this list, Last Supper, from Josephus' writings? You gotta mute up, Smiler. I'm gonna give this guy a left hook. You never see this coming. So
Yeah,
now Josephus writings.
There's another guy named Jesus in the New Testament.
I didn't ask you that. Don't give up information and ask you. Let's stick to
I was aware that Yeshua was
I'm asking you, not one of them named that other Jesus a high priest. We're talking about out of the many Jesuses that Josephus mentions. We have one as James the Just, which was killed in 62. His name is also the Christ, the brother of Jesus. That's James in 62. Then we have, if you go all the way to the top of the list, we have a Jesus, right? We have a Jesus during the time of Herod, and he was also a high priest. And that was 30 BCE. Then the next Jesus, that the only one that was crucified from this list, is Jesus of Nazareth in 30 CE. And then 30 years after, we had James the Just, which is also called the Christ, in 62, that was also killed. And then from 62 to 70, we have another 8 names that are also named Jesus, aka what's the name? Jacob. But you know, it only not in the Jewish, because that's Yeshua. But Joshua also means Jesus in the Greek. But we're not going to use that term. We're using Yeshua. Yeshua meaning Jesus. Remember, Yahweh saves, okay? So Yahweh saves has been on this Josephus list about 10 more times after. Okay? Now, what is to say, can you prove to me historically that none of these names got associated with the Jesus of Nazareth?
Yes.
Would you be able to prove that?
Yes.
And did you say that James the Just was also called the Christ?
The Christ. His name was the Christ. Correct.
How could there be two Christs?
If you want me to go and you want me to dive deep into that,
No, save it for another day.
yeah, we can get into that, and that's like another rabbit hole that we can go down and stuff like that, because a lot of these Christians want to sit up here and they just want to fucking throw the finger at Islam, but like they're not really trying to do polemics, like, because the Muslims don't really give like these good arguments. Like,
Are you gonna let me respond?
Yeah. Respond. Hurry up.
Two things pinpoint Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Son of God, who died on the cross, as a distinction from others who are named Jesus. One would be the Pilate stone, which is a historical stone that we have with the name of Pontius Pilate. And two would be Annales of Imperial Rome, Book 15, Chapter 44, which is Tacitus on Jesus Christ.
Whoa. Why did you bring up Pontius Pilate? You have any evidence outside of the New Testament that has Jesus in front of Pontius Pilate?
Yes, I just told you. Annales of Imperial Rome, Book 15, Chapter 44. I just told you that.
So you only have one chapter. You don't have any other...
Now, do I have anything out of the New Testament? Now, when I bring you something, you only
I want
have
you to
one
give me
thing.
information.
I gave you two different things.
Put it in
I
the
gave
chat.
you two.
Put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. But I have two different things.
And
We have
no
the stone.
smart mouth. You don't got to be a smart mouth about it. Okay.
No, you asked me for one thing. I gave you one thing, and you say, "Oh, you only have one thing."
Yeah. No, I wanted two things. Thank you.
I thought
you said two.
I gave you two.
Okay, give me two. And what evidence does this show, just from your knowledge and
Well, you're gonna read the quote for yourself.
I'm confused. So, what is happening? Like, what is the point?
Let me quote Annales of Imperial Rome.
I'm so fucking bored. I'm so fucking bored, Messiah, that I'm like debating Christians now.
I don't mind, but I just want to understand what you brought this up to prove what.
I want him to prove to me that this Jesus didn't get mixed in with any other high priest or any other Jesuses before or after.
You want him to disprove a hypothetical.
Well, it's not a hypothetical. I have the historical evidence here that many people had the same name.
I mean, Jesus was like Muhammad for the Jews.
Maybe that might be true. But
No, it's true. Like it was that common of a name.
Well, Muhammad became popular.
Same thing with Yeshua. It's a phase thing, but yeah, it was common in the time of Jesus.
The quote says, Christos, and he gets his name wrong. It says Christos, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the most extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius under one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. A superstition thus checked for the moment broke out again, not only in Judea, but even in Rome, where the center of evil takes its place. So Tacitus says that a superstition broke out after the death of Jesus as far as Rome.
Yeah, I mean, Christianity at the time was spreading. That's just facts.
No, a superstition after his death. What was the superstition?
That he was resurrected.
That he rose from the dead, exactly. So this is how we pinpoint Jesus of Nazareth. Now, how can we pinpoint Pontius Pilate? There was actually a more recent discovery, of what we call the Pilate stone. We have a stone which dates back to that time with the inscription of Pontius Pilate on it. So we know two historical figures, Jesus Christ.
But how are you, like, he's not arguing against that though.
He said, how do we know that this list of Josephus cannot be confused with Jesus from the Bible?
He's just saying, like, look how many Jesuses Josephus is talking about. How do we know that the Jesus we have in mind that might have been, like, crucified?
That's what I just said.
That he's actually the one.
Yeah, that's what I just proved to you. I just proved it to you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Not really. All you're doing is that this is the narrative they ran with. You haven't been able to prove
know who
that
Tacitus is or not?
Actually,
Do you know who Tacitus is?
Hold on, Messiah. Let me handle this, Messiah, because I already got him. So you're saying that this is the only account of a man getting put on a cross and surviving. Are you saying that's the only story that Josephus
No,
wrote
it doesn't
about?
say he survived. That's not what it says. It says he was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
You know that crucifixion means that he died?
Oh, okay. But do you think that we don't have any other accounts of people surviving a crucifixion?
Not under the Romans. No, you don't. Show me one.
I'm gonna show you one. Right? You're saying there is
under the Romans.
Under the Romans.
Oh, damn.
Well, earlier you said you stupid. You should really not say that. You should say
damn. You see what he just did there? You see what he just did there?
He fell
You see what he just did there, Euro? You see what he did there, Euro?
Not the Romans.
Yeah,
Not under the
yeah.
Romans.
Not under the Romans. You see that? So now I'm going to make you read, and I'm going to stick on Josephus because Josephus is my argument today. Okay? And I'm going to prove to you that we have Josephus, a crucifixion account by Josephus. And the crucifixion account by Josephus names, exam question, 3 men on cross. On a cross. 3 men. Right? And 2 died, 1 survived. I just want to put that out there. You do understand this, right? I'm going to give you the information right now. Should I give them the more detailed list? I'm going to give you the more detailed list. Actually, the first one is fun. Right? I'm going to give you this one. I'll give you this one under a ChatGPT post, so you're not a little fucking bitch, and you're going to complain and give you
You are the most stupid friend I've ever had in my life.
I know. I love you too. But I have to put you through this because you're too confident. This is Josephus's writings, and I put it up at the top. The Life of Josephus. This is Life of Josephus, numbering from 420 to 421, depending on it. I saw many captives crucified, and I remembered these 3 of them as a former acquaintance. I was very sorry at this in my mind, and I went up with tears in my eyes to Titus, and I told him of them. So he immediately commanded them to be taken down, and I had the greatest care for them in order for their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under physicians' hands, while the 3rd recovered. This is a Josephus speaking in first-person account. This happened around 70 AD, the Roman siege of Jerusalem. The authority involved was Titus, the Roman general, the later emperor. The situation, Josephus sees 3 men personally knows being crucified. He interferes immediately. He takes them down alive. He receives medical help. 2 died. 1 survives. This is not a miracle account. This is not propaganda. Josephus presents a sobering and almost whatever they call that. Right? So now, this is showing you under Roman rule, where men were crucified. The Last Supper. You said that no one has survived crucifixion under Roman law. So the lie detector came back. That was a lie.
False. Josephus
That was a lie.
Josephus was in the government. And
So now,
obviously the story is saying he interceded.
Historical account.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is
So
not what that is.
So what is that?
Actually, 2 of them died when they took them down off the cross.
Yeah.
The Romans don't take people down off the cross until
They took it down. They took it down.
Josephus is in the government. They took him down because Josephus had a friend.
He went back to Titus, the emperor.
Right.
And then the
Titus
emperor demanded them to be taken down.
Titus demanded them to be taken down out of respect
Thank
for Josephus.
No. Yes. Yeah.
So he got
exactly.
them to take them down, and 2 of them still died.
Yeah, but 1 survived.
And 1 survived, right?
Yeah. So you said none survived. I'm telling you, 1 did survive.
They were taken down.
But you listen to me. Just admit that you fucked. Listen to me. Just admit that you fucked up. Let's move on.
Not at all, because they were taken
now,
down.
Can you prove to me, out of the 13 men, and 8 of them being high priest, and we have gotten these stories along with the Josephus account, had got maybe the wrong Jesus mixed up with some of these other ones? Can you deductively give me the story that matches up with the New Testament with the information that I gave you?
What? You want deductive what?
Yeah. I want him
I
to
told
show
you
me.
both of the sources, and we have more if you want more. We have more.
No, you said no. You lied. You said that there's no way that
nobody
anybody
survives.
survived this.
Nobody survives it, dude.
He
took them down.
Romans is what he said.
He
Yeah,
took them
under
down.
the Romans, this is Roman law.
So you're just
Yes, he took them
fulfillment
down.
of prophecy. He's appealing to fulfillment of prophecy. I don't know, man. Jesus' prophecy, the main one is really the
Christianity emerged
destruction
from
of
the
the
same
second
time,
temple.
from the same apocalyptic Jewish matrix that produced multiple prophetic movements.
No, but
Jesus
the thing
was
about
one.
Jesus
I'm
is,
giving the argument.
but
I'm giving the argument.
I'll make a point before you give the argument. The thing about Jesus is that we can trace at least Mark before 70 AD. And we can trace Paul even for also before that. So that leaves us with a Christian tradition that seems to center the destruction of the Second Temple prior to its destruction. So it's one of those prophecies, but it's like those half prophecies because due to the political situation, one could have anticipated this to happen. So it has a specific name though. It's like a pseudo prophecy or something like that. Or Deutero or Proto or something.
Well, I mean, to be honest, you're really not helping him out because right now he has a bigger fish to fry.
Well, I hear you two talk, and then I'm like, oh, this point actually is interesting to explore. This point's actually interesting to explore.
Yeah. So let's explore this Last Supper because I know you used to fucking debate in these fucking horrible fucking debate bros. You actually don't really debate anybody with fucking skills. So you want me to give you the argument? Because I have the argument. I'm gonna give you the argument. This is the argument.
Yeah, what's the argument?
In short sentence. I'm gonna give you the argument. See if you can debunk it. And then what I'll do is I'll put the argument in the chat so you can put it in ChatGPT. Christianity emerged from the same apocalyptic Jewish matrix that produced multiple prophetic movements. Jesus of Nazareth was one such figure. But after his death, his followers reinterpreted his failed messianic expectations through visionary experiences and scriptural rereading, generated a resurrection belief. I'm asking you, from all the information that I've given you, Josephus' accounts, especially, the Jewish historian, right? Could this have been political extrapolation later on? All the accounts that we have, because remember, your argument for the New Testament is going to be that all these things were written and distributed before 70 AD. And here we are, 70 AD. I'm giving you historical accounts of things that happened before 70 AD. Would you be able to prove to me that none of these accounts have a collective against us to the New Testament? That possibly all of these priests and all these prophetic figures are not in the story of Jesus Christ. It's on you, buddy.
On the phone or no?
That's on you, buddy. Can you hear me?
Last Supper on the phone?
Man, yo, he's
damn
opting out, bro.
What?
He's opting out.
So
he's opting out.
So I don't know from.
Yeah, go ahead.
So from what I understood from that, the thing was just that there were multiple people with sort of similar movements.
And we have two crucifixion stories.
And then you have
two crucifixion stories.
Okay.
Which I didn't even want to bring up. I didn't even want to bring up the other crucifixion story.
Earth, man.
But I had to bring up the other crucifixion story only because this fucking idiot said no one's ever survived it.
Like, you went from 30-degree room temperature. No, what is room temperature? 70-degree room temperature, and then you went to like 100. Like, why are you at 100?
No, because I'm changing tire. Like,
always mix like Celsius and Fahrenheit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, don't go by Celsius.
Anyway.
Yeah, so
even though it makes more sense.
So yeah, I can do polemics against Christianity too. Like I love doing this shit. This is like I love this shit. So go ahead. I don't have arguments
So
only
the-
for Judaism and Islam. I got arguments
The
for everything.
hypothesis.
I mean, I
is
think
the-
I asked the proper question that
The hypothesis is
I put it in the chat.
Oh, the better question?
It's a good point. Like, it helps us
It's not a
understand.
good point.
No.
I'm
It's
telling
not
you
a good
today.
point in the sense like against Christianity or Jesus. It's a good point
Yeah,
in
we
the
have to
sense
weigh the
that
evidence.
it's packed with a lot of information.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It sounds
See,
like a
he gets
hypothesis. Maybe a valid hypothesis, but it doesn't have the weight of evidence that the Christian perspective already lays out.
Okay.
So it might be good. Like you said, to investigate, something to look into, but does it outweigh the evidence that we have for the opposing view? I would say no.
That's it?
The consensus of the
Uh-huh.
scholarship.
Yo, you gotta ask me more than
That's it.
You gotta give me more than
That's
Well,
That's not what that is. No, again, see, I was about to say this.
gonna say nuh-uh again?
Scholarship has already come up with a consensus of what we know about Jesus. And in the consensus, we have things that conflict with what you're saying. So we have Jesus of Nazareth, who actually dies under Pontius Pilate, death by crucifixion. He actually died, was buried. Now, there's a discussion on whether he was buried in a tomb or not. That's a discussion. But they all agree he was dead and buried. And so the weight of the evidence is clearly higher than that hypothesis. And that's why the consensus of scholarship leans towards the gospel narrative.
So, Messiah brought up two very relevant points, which are what Akunum he went to, and also pseudepigraphy.
So he has a good argument. So he has a good argument.
I'm saying
I like
Messiah.
Let me mute up. Yeah, let me mute up. Yeah, Messiah's got a good argument. Let me mute up. I gotta mute up.
I don't want to call it a good argument, but he did bring up two very relevant points, which I just mentioned. Pseudepigraphy, of course, and what he went to.
What was the second one again? I'm sorry.
You want classical Latin or ecclesiastical Latin?
Oh.
I use the classical Latin pronunciation because I think that's better.
But Jesus?
Yeah, but if you prefer ecclesiastical, I can switch.
Well, he should be called in his name. You should be able to say Jesus' real name is Isa. It's really Isa. It's
Well, I was
That's
just
really what it is.
the
Or
reference.
Hosea. It's like Hosea.
I was just making references to your references about prophecy, which weren't actually prophecy.
Oh, yeah. What was the name of it? The ones that are like not miracles because they can be like anticipated almost, but they are still like half. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting the technical terms for these. So there's a few different types.
Yeah, that one that has a specific name. What's
Well, I just
the type
I
of
just
miracle?
I just gave them all, I think. So one refers to a prophecy that is written about an event, but after the event already occurred, but written as if the prophecy was written before the event. And the other one is when you ascribe a prophetical text to an author in his name, but it's written by someone else, usually much later. So you have those very typical apocalyptic writings, for instance, which are written long after the prophet lived. Also, it was sort of common around the time of the Jesus era. That's why you have these gospels called like Matthew and Luke and all that type of stuff.
Megatron makes me want to become Eastern Orthodox.
The Last
You
Supper.
kinda already are.
He's back. Last Supper. Where you from?
I'm from the United States, man, Midwest.
Oh snap! He's from Chicago. You in Chicago?
I'm close. I'm close. You know, that's
Okay.
not too far.
And he's hungry. He wants some of that.
Yeah, you sound like you from my neck of the woods.
You from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm by Schaumburg.
I was up there.
Oh, for real? That's a lot. Yeah, Megatron over here tripping with this second hypothesis, man.
My friend Leroy is from Chicago.
Leroy.
Hey, Smiler, last time I came up with Megatron was like, today we're defending Islam.
Yeah,
You know my friend Leroy?
So I embarrassed his ass with this question. He couldn't answer it.
You might know my friend Leroy.
I don't know, man. I had to confess this.
He's
I don't
bad.
know. It embarrasses. It'll scandalize people.
He's bad.
I don't know if I should say it.
He's from bad part of town.
Hey guys, how you doing?
No, maybe I shouldn't bring it up. I don't care.
Yo, whatever.
He's from the south side of Chicago.
But we have a Muslim in the room. We just have the two sisters at the bottom, so.
Leroy Brown is the name.
I mean, I don't know.
This is a rape.
You have the
Is this
hadith that Muhammad was touching Aisha when she was on her period, so I mean that's pretty embarrassing. But
Wait.
if you're talking about that, like if you have the wherewithal to talk about that, then you gotta ask yourself about Islamic paradise.
Is this like the honey pot title for the room?
I like Islamic paradise. I'm all in favor. I'm all in favor of 72 grapes. I like grapes.
Yo, why is he running away from the argument, bro? Why are you talking about Islam, bro? I
don't know. There is no argument.
You weren't here, nigga. What you talking about? You weren't here. You weren't talking. You weren't saying nothing. The argument was already refuted by me.
Prognostication. There's a specific name. They have a. I don't know why my AI can't find it, but there's a term for these. I saw the Latin one. It's not that one.
No, I gave a Latin one and I gave a non-Latin one.
Can you give me the Latin one exactly, please? I'm sorry.
Who's the lady in the photo, Megatron?
Or if you could just type it in the chat, that would be perfect.
Megatron's
Because I hate when I
got a real question for you.
with terms.
Were you in Times Square praying the other day? Because I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I won't be surprised either, actually.
I don't know why y'all even like beefing right now.
Well, no, he's in New York.
Did Megatron is converted to Islam or something?
No, I did.
Bro, Megatron is as close to Islam as I am to Eastern Orthodoxy.
I'm all logic.
Like I don't. What Megatron said is somehow like you felt was an attack. It's nothing he said was like detrimental, I would say.
Dude, this guy's up here trying to prove Christ the Lord wrong.
He wants to be controversial. That's all Megatron wants. Yeah, that's all. It's actually, if he just presented it, guys, this is actually pretty cool. We got actually 13 Jesuses and Josephus, or 12. Hopefully you actually counted that. That's actually pretty cool stuff, man. That's actually stuff I would want. Once you said that number, I was interested.
That's common knowledge. This is another one mentioned in the New Testament.
Nah, but I may mention a specific numerology.
Last Supper, I really loved you if you can come to my room. And Smiler, you
Are you
too,
Muslim?
man. Like, I'm really disappointed with you.
Are you Muslim?
Nah, he's like a filthy
Phoenix, are you Muslim?
No,
Persian
I'm
or
ex-Muslim.
something.
You're what?
I'm ex-Muslim.
Are you ex-crack? Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I have tremendous respect, mad respect, bro. Mad respect for Christianity.
Okay, almost there, almost there.
He's converted to the one true religion.
respect, mad respect.
The one true religion, atheism, where the rock and water.
I'm not an atheist. I wouldn't call myself an atheist. I believe in God, but I
believe in God.
decide which one it is yet. But definitely it's not Islam.
Deism?
He's a Noah.
Yeah, that's more like it.
So you don't hold a deism. You don't believe in like a communication or revelation or
Well, I
interaction.
believe in the grand design, which the concept of the grand design, where everything is like all the world, the universe has been created by a divine being.
He's a Noahide.
This is the problem if it's not
No,
Christianity.
no, no. I don't care about whether if you're a theist, you got to tell me what you have received from God, or what do you claim has been revelatory from God. If you don't have this, you're not a theist.
Dude, he's not there yet. He just says
What do you mean this guy's not there, bro? Do you know who this guy is?
He is there.
Dude, he's just saying he believes in a God.
Well, Last Supper. Why you gotta like be? Why you gotta be like an STD, man?
He's received the creation.
Whatever, bro. Just the point is that it has to be Jesus, because if it's not Jesus,
Bro, we love
then-
Jesus. Everybody love Jesus. Jesus is
No,
awesome.
no, but if God is not Jesus, then that means
Jesus
that
is God in a Trinitarian metaphysical framework. I told you it's qualitative,
No,
man. Like,
in,
go get
in
educated.
reality, if
That's in real. What do you? What the fuck does that mean?
Wait, now,
There's
let me
no-
hear the end of the sentence. If God is not Jesus, then
yeah,
what?
then that means human beings love their own children more than God loves us. Our love is greater than God's love. Because there's children who suffer. There's children who suffer.
Tyler, what do you think about this shit?
And so if God didn't take on our suffering, then we love each other more than God loves us. Which is impossible.
I think there's
Crazy logic going on there.
How is that crazy logic?
If you're
If
saying
God didn't take on our suffering, it's unfair.
I don't care
What type
what
of God is that?
how you want to play your induction gymnastics at Last Supper, but what I'll tell you is the Trinitarian framework prescribes God as qualitative. Think of it as divine, which really explains the whole John situation, that whole divine God, theos thing. Really actually is it's just qualitative. This is a fact. You could run to the bank. God in the modern sense, God in the Islamic sense especially, which kind of is highlighting how influential Islam has become in the modern world, in the sense that God is not defined in the same way as the Greeks defined it in the early Common Era. It's defined closer to the quantitative, so the individual God, so
No, it's not.
the hypostasis itself, or the
No, it's
knower
not.
himself.
No, it's not.
Yeah, today when you say God, yeah, we're talking usually people. You're talking about the Father, the
Yeah,
ultimate
the second
knower.
one you described doesn't exist. It's a false God.
But there is no second knower. The second knower is only fulfilled via the
I said
Son
the
of
second
Man.
scenario, the Islamic God that you described.
Is there?
doesn't
Do you
exist.
believe there's an eternal second knower alongside with the Father?
No.
All right, then what the fuck is the problem then?
The problem is that
That's
either-
all you have
either
to
the
say to
Trinity or
Muslims,
nothing.
and
God
they
is
will be like,
necessarily a
okay.
Trinity. God is
The
necessarily a
only
Trinity.
problem Muslims have is that those Christians who collapse into tritheism or modalism, which are so many, is ridiculous. But really, once you deny that there is an eternal second knower alongside the Father, then we're all kosher, man.
kosher is the most important thing to be.
Muhammad would kill you himself. I'm just letting you know.
You don't know Muhammad, bro.
Yeah, oh yeah, I do. He killed 900 little boys, Beno Qurayza.
I really want to go down this, but like Last Supper, I'm willing, but like
What did he do to Beno
it needs to
Qurayza?
be a full-on debate. It needs to be recorded, and
All right, let's
that's
debate
all.
Beno
Just let me
Qurayza
know
right
when
now.
you're ready.
Were those boys over 14 years old that he chopped all their heads
Bro,
off?
I don't, honestly, I don't do this anymore. It's just beyond my pay grade. It's beyond my pay grade,
Too
though.
much
And it's
blood.
Ramadan, like, I can't be doing this.
Wait, he probably did it close to Ramadan season as well. That's when the devil was able to appear to
Bro, you want to debate or not?
What, the devil appeared to Jesus in
You can bring
Ramadan
about
season.
all your
Isn't it-
tropes.
Isn't it
You can bring
surprising
about
that
all
he
your
revealed the
tropes.
Quran?
You can bring about all your tropes.
Is it
Just do
surprising
it.
to you that the devil
Just
revealed the Quran?
because
in
this is
Ramadan?
what I've learned from people. Last Supper, yeah, just stop.
We're
Yeah,
not
stop.
debating during Ramadan.
Shut up, Megatron.
Chill out.
No. Well, it's not necessarily like a debate as much as a recorded.
Let's debate.
Don't be here. I don't fucking want your stupid ass anyway. Who the fuck
The
wants
reason
you?
why I want to record a
Dumbass
debate is
anyway.
so when you ever make these points again, I just highlight the recording. That's
Ain't
all.
nobody wants you to be part of my fucking church, you dumbass. You can't even answer this argument.
I hope that you're not one of the altar servers.
Take yourself. Go have a wet t-shirt contest out in the Eastern Orthodox Church and get fucking baptized again, you little bitch. Yeah, go.
This guy.
Oh my.
Let's start the debate. Let's
Fuck
start
outta here.
9-year-old boys just for having pubic hair.
Yeah, what happened with Final Horizon?
All of a sudden, he wants to talk about the... Yeah, desecrate Mary and fucking and worship the fucking saints, you dumb fuck. Yeah, go.
What are you talking about?
No, this is just.
What the hell are you talking about, Megatron?
He's an insult. Oh, he ran away. The son of Aisha. He ran away.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
Are you Muslim? Green or blue picture?
That's blue. How can you see it green? That's.
I didn't mean green. Blue picture. Are you Muslim or not?
You wanna go against you wanna go against me in evolution? What do you wanna do?
Yeah, let's go against evolution, Megatron.
You want me to own you on evolution?
Bro, you are slow, Megatron. Go ahead.
I don't take Megatron seriously. He's a Trump supporter, so he needs help.
Are you Muslim?
No, I used to be.
Okay, what are you?
Now he's
an honest Muslim now. Well, an honest Muslim.
A kafir. I'm murtad.
Okay, you can't be an atheist.
No. Listen to me. When you ask me what I am, then you take my answer. Okay? So
So if you
I
believe in
present
God,
myself as a kafir, as a murtad, muharib.
I can hear what he is. So what is he?
It's murtad muharib. I prefer this term.
And where's it?
that's kind of weird, but okay.
No, that's not weird. That's from your.
What does it
I mean,
mean?
it's like you're operating under an Islamic paradigm still. It's kind of strange.
No, it's not the paradigm. I prefer. It's
Okay, can you explain what
holy
it
language. Okay. Because atheist, when I say atheist, what comes to my mind is some fragile white boys like I don't know, Sam Harris
Okay,
or
so you're not an atheist. So what are
Dawkins
you?
or whatever. For me, it's not
The
that.
Council of Muharrem.
It's not that. How to say, like luxury. No, it's not a luxury. Seriously, we're having a Nazi outbreak, or a right-wing outbreak in all.
So how do you describe yourself?
It's not a luxury.
If you're
Go
not
ahead.
an atheist, how do you describe yourself?
Murtad muharib.
Yeah, what does that translate into? Like in
Murtad is a revert.
Apostate.
Yeah, no, it's more. Apostate is kafir. Murtad is a revert, and muharib is warrior. But this is literal translation.
So, yeah, well, I'm just trying to get
Just get the essence. The essence.
So it's a
original language.
reverted warrior is the literal translation.
Yeah, I'm fighting against this ideology, this cult. I'm not
So
just
against
to
which
myself.
ideology? Islamic ideology?
Yeah, it's an ideology. It's a cult.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, it's a cult. It's a cult.
okay.
What's wrong with cults?
They end up
Depends on the
badly. They end up badly, like.
You have a birth certificate?
Catastrophic. Sorry,
Do you have a birth certificate?
a birth certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, so you're in a cult of your country?
No, I'm not a crazy nationalist. No.
But you participate in something that everyone else does. You have
Hold on one
It's
second.
not
Let me
about
fix this. Let me
it's
put
not
you
about
in the
being
audience.
social.
You're not gonna
You're
interrogate my
shifting the
guest.
goalpost.
Yeah, he's interrogating my guest. I'm sorry about that, buddy. I didn't mean that. This
man.
is my
Why
show
are
here.
you interrupting?
I'm not interrupting, bro. He's interrogating you,
No,
and I want to make sure you're all right.
Well,
He's
who was
I'm gonna bring him
that?
back up.
shifting the goalpost. It's a classic speaking.
Well, who was that?
Yeah, I'll invite him back up. I'll invite him back up with you. You let me know.
He didn't tell you he didn't want to be interrogated.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, are you okay with this? Because if he's offending you in any
I'm
way,
okay
let me
with
know.
this as long as he lets me finish my sentences.
Okay, you gotta let him finish
You want a box? Hold up,
We gotta
Megatron.
we gotta let him finish his. You gotta let him finish his sentence.
So, Megatron, we need to throw hands, man.
I'll throw hands at you any day.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Oh yeah, you're right. I won't.
Ask Christian Malik if he'll throw hands.
He just said any day you want.
Did you box Christian Malik?
Nah, you just gotta ask Christian Malik if he'll throw hands with me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know he liked the box.
Nah, he lives across the big pond.
This guy's been coming here for a few days already. He actually is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
He sounds really cool.
Wait, which guy?
Sounds pretty smart. The guy with the blue.
Oh, Wasfi.
I don't know how to say his name.
Philosophy. Yeah,
Wasfi.
it's philosophy.
He's actually pretty cool. I actually enjoy.
His name is right there under his thing. It says very clearly.
Hey, he seems like a level guy. Between me and you, Megatron, is you try to bring people back into Islam, and I'm trying to show them the light of Christ.
Come on. You're just moving them from one cult to the other. But at the end of the day, it's the same cult.
Oh, so do you believe in feeding the hungry?
Of the big cult, but
Do you believe in feeding the hungry?
At the end of the day.
Hey, do you believe in feeding the hungry?
Believe?
Yeah, do you believe in feeding the hungry? Is it a good thing?
Without proof.
Is it a good thing to feed the hungry?
No.
Just say
Now
yes.
you're shifting the goalpost again.
I'm asking.
That believe.
That can't be.
Yeah, do you believe it's a good thing? Do you believe it's a good thing?
Okay. Do you believe in the
Yeah.
color violet?
This is the goalpost.
Red.
The goalpost guy.
Do you believe it's a good thing to feed the hungry?
So now you change.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Shut up.
First question.
Well, don't tell him to shut up either, because
Oh, because he won't answer the question.
30 seconds.
He won't answer the question.
Bro, what's up?
Alright, you guys gotta be nice to each other. Let's have a nice respect.
I'm not nice. I'm not a nice person.
Well, that's my line. You gotta get your own line.
I'm not.
I think he is a nice.
Don't waste your time.
Then yeah, maybe.
Alright, so speak to
I
me.
let you take all the attention. I hope.
Yeah, no, let me talk. You see what I'm saying? That's why I wanted to put him in the audience. So brought him back up. You see what I'm saying, Last Supper? Now my rating is gonna go down because of you.
Wait,
This is a waste of time. Nobody should be up here. You never talk about Jesus. You don't even know the Bible.
I've been
You don't
talking
study the
about
Bible.
Jesus the whole fucking time.
You don't even study the Bible, bro. You never talk about anything that has to do with the Bible.
Josephus
All
up.
you do is use stupid ass chat
Thing was about Jesus.
Why don't you actually study the Bible?
You
I
made
thought
two
you were
people
Jewish.
leave. You made
I
two
thought you were
Muslims
Jewish,
leave.
man. You don't even know the
This
Torah.
is what I'm saying. Like, you made
You
two
don't-
Muslims leave.
When do you talk about the Psalms?
bro. I'm
When
not
do you
dealing
talk
with
about
you,
the
bro.
Psalms?
This is what I mean. These people come in the room, Smiler.
Hey, what happened?
They ruined the fucking room for us, Smiler. Stop inviting these people up. They're rude to our guests.
I didn't
Two
invite
Muslims left. Two Muslims left because of this fucking idiot. Why do we have to bring him up? For what? He's not part of the show. He has nothing to do with what we're doing here. And all he was doing was being rude to everybody.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Or maybe you can. Sicario left. I don't know why.
Damn, you and Sicario got up out of there.
Sicario left, dude. That's not a good sign. But Emma's back. That's a good sign. I like when Emma's here.
Abby's back.
Yeah, she was talking yesterday. She was great.
Well, I think I do know her.
She's very honest.
Assalamu alaikum. You sound sick. Are you sick? Are you hiding in that corner?
Alright. Yeah, we don't gotta invite this guy Last Supper up if he's just gonna be rude to our guests. We had two people leave. We had
Let's
get
not
Messiah back in
invite
here.
him up.
Yeah, let's get Messiah back in here, bro. He's the fucking best person that we have on this fucking show.
Yeah, let's get
Well,
Messiah.
he's controversial sometimes.
Yeah, he could be controversial, but he's a guest. He could be controversial. Not this fucking final supper, like midnight dinner guy. Fuck him.
Last Supper wants to throw hands with you.
I'm not gonna fight. I haven't fought in forever, bro.
That nigga rusty.
He said he's ready. He's ready to throw hands.
He ain't ready.
He ain't about that life. That's what he said.
I'll shoot him. I'll shoot him.
You see?
All right, information that I gave, Euro. What kind of argument would this be against Christianity, if there's any? I feel like there is one.
Well, there might be one, but I don't think you were being anti-Christian.
I wasn't being anti-Christian.
Uh-oh. He said, see you later. And then I can't repeat the rest of it.
It's Times Square.
Yeah, he said something Times Square.
Yeah, I'm on 168th in Amsterdam, so I don't know where he's far away. That's far away from that. So,
But he's at Times Square, I guess.
yeah, that's fine. Now, so what would be your what could you concoct? What kind of argument would you be able to concoct here? Optimistic, please join in anytime. What kind of argument could be had here against Christianity with this information that I'm giving? With the Josephus account, the Josephus with the many sort of Jesus's names in Josephus. I thought that was very interesting. You didn't think that was interesting? The different Josephus names?
I thought it was very interesting. You know who would probably be willing to comment on this is, I think he goes by the name Web Breezy or something like that.
Who's that?
He's in the...
Sicario?
No. Simplicity.
Oh, Simplest. Yeah, but he's a Christian. He's not going to want to do... Like, you can play atheist right now.
Yeah, but he's a Christian, but he's able to read.
Man?
He's able to read, yeah.
He's able to read, okay.
That's already a plus. He's no smiler, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
We could call him the not smiler person.
Exactly.
This
is not smiler. He basically distinguished between you being black and Simplest not being black, being African. That was good. I like that.
You like that?
That was distinguished. Yeah, it was distinguished.
There's a huge difference.
Huge difference. Correct.
Huge, as the president might say. What's going on with your president? He hasn't said anything in a couple hours. Maybe he's not feeling well.
Oh, you're not in America?
No, I'm on the other side of this little pond you see in my picture there.
Oh.
But I'm coming to America.
Coming to America. Make sure you stop in
Chicago.
Apparently, I have to try their pizza, I'm told.
There's so many more things. There's so many things to try in Chicago.
I heard they have good pizza, but it's not really pizza.
Pizza. I guess. I mean, there's a lot of good pizza places out here.
Yeah, but it's not really pizza. It's like a very thick.
It's like a pie.
It's like a pie, yeah.
It's a pizza pie.
Pizza pie, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of deep dish.
What about, are you a fan of New York pizza?
That thin crust?
Yeah.
Absolutely. My favorite.
You like it really thin then?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And now, do you eat the slice or do you fold it first?
I eat the slice.
You don't fold it?
No.
A lot of New Yorkers like to fold it.
Yeah.
I don't like to fold it. I just eat the slice. Why do I need to fold it?
Right. That's what I figured. So.
And what do you
Yeah,
and what do you think about eating it with a fork and knife?
That's just ridiculous.
That's how we eat pizza over here.
Oh my god, that's so stupid.
Everybody eats it with a fork and knife.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that.
Yeah, that's all we do over here, fork and knife. And you know what some places do here?
What?
Because like the pizza is usually not cut into slices. It's just served, if you can imagine, uncut.
Seriously? Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no slices. So, so that's why they use a fork and knife. But the other thing that in some places what they do is they cut the pizza with scissors.
Oh wow.
Like real scissors, yeah.
That's crazy.
Ouch. Imagine seeing that. Somebody pulling out a pair of scissors with their
Right.
eat their pizza.
That's funny because I haven't seen that in New York. I go to Long Island. That's what my family is. Long Island.
You're supposed to say, yeah, Long Island.
Long Island in Jones Beach. Yeah, next time I go out there, I'll make sure I say hi to Megatron.
Are you joint with him? Are you gonna throw hands with him?
If he wants to.
Uh-oh.
Or maybe if we get in a bad argument.
You got a second challenger.
Yeah.
Two people want to throw hands with you now.
It'll be friendly hands though.
You never know.
Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to hurry up and get done with work, man. I gotta go. I got shit to do.
Wait, how come you're working today?
Because the mail runs Monday through Saturday.
Oh my God, Smilo, why are you running?
I'm running. I gotta go. Pick up my contacts.
He's running because Simplest came on stage and he's afraid.
This guy always runs. I mean, Smilo, come on. We're both black.
He always runs when they come on stage. You notice?
Yeah. I don't want no black on black crime.
But nah. We should.
Yo, Optimus, before you leave, can you tell Smiler that Rahim, the one that you said that was kind of like how the Trinity is represented, how you guys say it? Remember when you said that? He said that is like almost like a version of when we say God our Lord or Lord my God, like when we say it about Jesus. Am I right, Optimus? How did you say it? He said it really good. I said I don't speak Arabic very good, so
You don't speak Arabic?
actually I don't speak Arabic at all, so I don't know. It's like what the fuck am
I mean, if you say our God, so say it in English and then I'll tell you.
Yeah, Lord my God is one. But you're saying God my God. If you're saying Lord my God, you're basically saying Jesus the Lord, my God, which is one, right? It's almost like
Where that
it's
comes
almost
from.
like how
That comes from
Yeah.
the Jews.
the Shemai, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is where it all goes back to.
Yeah.
You're saying when they say the Shahada, when they say that, you
That could be another
The
one.
Jews started that.
Well, that's the only like
The
confession.
Lord God.
That's the confession that there's only one God. But if you're saying my Lord God is one, I would imagine it's like Rabbi Allahu Wahid. So
I don't know. He said it now. He don't want to say it now because I don't know. Maybe he's mad at me. Maybe I said something about Muhammad in my sleep or something. I don't know.
Why does Smiler speak Arabic?
Because this dude, if this dude spent this much time on Christianity, he'd be a beast. But he wants he wants to debate Islam more than talk about Christianity.
Yeah, I'd rather debate Islam because I know enough Christianity to defend what I believe. I don't want to be a Christian polemicist or apologist. I'd rather do polemics. I like the attack. I don't want to be on the defense. I'm a little bit worried. So I'll leave that to people that are better and more equipped than me.
I'm a little bit worried about that.
You know what I'm saying? We're all here together, man. The body is not, we're all a body. We all got to have our own good, you know what I mean? Our own niche.
I don't know what I'm good at. I really don't know what I'm good at. I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, what are you good at?
I have no idea. But yo, let's get a real Jew and debater up here. Let's get my boy up here.
Isn't Smiler?
No.
I thought Smiler was old.
You're not a Jew.
Right.
Yeah, I am. I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
Okay, calm down.
So Ash, do me a favor. You see this Josephus account up at the top?
Did somebody say he was a Jew? Because he's a Hebrew.
He's not a Hebrew Israelite.
Right.
No, I didn't say he was Hebrew Israelite.
But look at his.
I didn't say that.
Look at his fit. Look at his outfit.
What?
He's got the turban on and the I don't know what he's got around his neck. He's an Islamic Hebrew Israelite.
All right. So this Josephus. Oh wait, which one did I put up there?
Wait, is he?
Would you be able to tell us who this Flavius under the high priest under Harold the Great, replaced by Simon of Boethus? Here, look, I'm gonna put their information up. Now these are the accounts of Josephus and the people that are named in his accounts about Jesus. Okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this one up.
Thank you.
I'll put this one up. Yeah, I'll put these up. No, not that one. I'm trying to give you one with references so that you can look it up. You can actually ask it in the post. Yeah. Chronological order. Yeah, this is a good one. So this is about.
You pay for Perplexity's premium service?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What? This service for this ChatGPT?
No, Perplexity.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know Perplexity AI?
No, I only use this one.
Oh, okay. Perplexity.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to keep all the memory in one freaking thing. I'm a little old school like that. A little more loyal like that. Anyway. So Ash, you see these different accounts here? Now starting with first one in 30 BCE, when King Harold kind of got himself involved in the temple with the priests, right? Are you familiar with this? Did King Harold involve himself sooner, or this was the time when he did it? Because any account after this is going to be 13 other names, or 12 other names, where they have the name Yeshua, or I guess in the Greek it would be Joshua, all with the name Jesus. So we have many different accounts of Josephus actually like talking about different Jesuses during this time. During this time period of 30 BCE, the destruction of the Second Temple was 70 CE. Are you familiar with any of these high priests that were,
Yeah, I think I see one name on here that I'm familiar with. Hold on 1 second.
I really would love information about the first one. The first one is really the one I'm gunning at. But if you can give me any of the ones that you know off the top of your head, but you would know how to look this shit up.
Yeah, let me make sure I got the right guy. Let me see this one here. Number 3.
Well, number 3 is James the Just, so you don't want to go to number 3. We know what number 3 is.
So you're asking about the Jesuses or the priests at the
Yeah,
time?
like 4 like high priests, or the first account, which is Flavius.
Let's see this first one here. Everybody heard of Herod, right? He's pretty.
Yeah, they're saying that the Herod's temple. This is when they started to reconstruct the temple. This is when I think they started. I think it looked like a shanty before. It was made out of wood, and this is the reason why Jesus went in there and kicked the table, because they were using the money, the Gentile money, to fix the temple.
That's interesting. So this is this is like kind of like a couple of Jesuses that's going around this time. I'm guessing. It's like
Yeah. During this time, and these are the Josephus accounts of the Jesuses that are in here. No, not so much a polemic against Christianity, but it's pretty interesting that these names keep popping up. The same name.
It's a common name.
Now, there's different conspiracies around this, because the Romans really didn't want them temple power. They didn't want to leave generational. So if they kept the same name, similar name, many people would, not to say that they wouldn't question, but when people are doing
It's kind of what they
pilgrimage.
do with political candidates now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of,
Similar name. So everybody's familiar.
Yeah. Where everybody knows your name. Everybody. Cause Sicario coming up, Sicario be giving the worst arguments, and I just wanted to yell at Sicario today. Cause there was another one. There's another account where Josephus writes about someone who survived the crucifixion. You know what I mean? And it was just during 70 AD, which these to me are very interesting facts that's almost infused into the New Testament. So these are like
what does ChatGPT say about, like, what do scholars say about that one account where Josephus talks about the one person surviving?
It's just his personal. You got this link saved, Ash?
Yeah.
You got this one saved? I'm gonna give you the one with the Josephus account with him showing.
Why are you calling him Ash?
What's his name?
Israel.
Sael. I call him.
Israel.
Sael. All right. Sael. I'm sorry. Sael. Because I be fucking that name up all the time. That's why I just
Just throwing shit out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So this one here, Josephus crucifixion account. Here, I'll give you this information. You want? Yeah. I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one's a good one.
Good.
This is the one I want you to hit. Who's that guy again? The one that be bringing up the Mishnah a lot. What's that kid's name again? What's his name? Steve? No, not Steve. What's his name? He's black.
Draco?
No.
He's black.
Draco's black, but he's not that black. He's light skinned black.
He ain't black. Is he black for real?
No, he's not black.
No. The Mishnah, I don't know.
The dude that brought up that horrible argument with was was it the 19, the one that he said that was the Messiah, the suffering servant, but it was really Moses. What's that guy's name again?
No, I don't know who that is.
He knows who I'm talking about. Asaya knows who I'm talking about. He's a Christian of this Christian polemics. I want y'all to hit him with it. I want y'all to hit him with this shit. Because God's lawyer is fucking horrible at Christian polemics. He's so bad. He's so fucking bad.
God's lawyer. Nigga's so funny. Is he in New York too? God's lawyer sound like he in New York.
Nah, he's in LA.
Oh, for real?
Sound like he's probably a Persian Jew or some shit like that.
Yeah, he looked like a little pretty boy.
How the fuck you know what he looks like?
I thought he had a picture of himself on his profile.
Yo, you see my girl in my picture, bro? She bad and bullshit.
She bad and bullshit.
I don't want to fucking say outside of somebody cheating.
Fitness.
Yeah, I got a camp of just Muslims who eat. They fucking eat. Oh my god.
Man, you be on bullshit.
Yo, I had him this morning. I had him in one of them. They blamed me because he was a new Muslim, and I'm asking him who was sacrificed Ishmael or Isaac, and I had him on the ropes. And they're like, no, you can't be talking to him like that. Why you causing problems? Why you know he's not equipped? I was like, yo, Dan, you playing your boy like that? Yo, he's good, bro. Why you playing your man like that? Oh my god, I just love him.
Yeah.
You know me, I be causing a fitna.
Right. Got to keep them on their toes.
Asael, with the information that I'm giving you, can you, what are you getting from this? Are you getting anything? Are you getting anything from this?
I mean, I'm looking. I gotta look at it some more, but it looked like it's a lot of Jesus, going on at that time period. So I think you're trying to figure out which one is the New Testament writing about.
Yeah, because you gotta realize something. Like these other high priests that he's writing about are also using prophetic. They're using prophecies too.
Who do you think priests begin using prophecies?
Yeah, they're using. So, for example, right? So, the bigger picture is that the name was common, the prophets were common, the political chaos was common. But did they not show multiple resurrection calls, multiple divine worship movements, multiple crucified messiahs being worshipped within the strict Jews and Jewish monotheism? And this has, an anomaly Christianity has to explain. So, what I'm trying to say is that there's a category error.
Did you say multiple people being worshipped?
Yeah. So there's theological claim, incarnation, resurrection, into a sociological pattern of common name and common prophets. So they're saying it's a category mistake. Even if many men were named Jesus, that did not address whether one rose from the dead. You know what I'm saying? Like this argument's on my side. But like on your side, you can easily flip those. Remember? High priests that were named Jesus, that have this similar sort of, apocalyptic sort of, the argument sounds stronger first, but then it weakens as it goes on. So basically, what I'm saying to you is that multiple Jesuses existed. The Messianic movements were common. Roman crucified many Jewish leaders. Josephus documented prophetic figures, and high priest was a political corrupt and unstable. In other words, Christianity arose in a volatile religious ecosystem full of charismatic leaders. And that part is basically
Jesus wasn't charismatic.
historically correct. It's historically correct. So premise one would be Josephus mentions roughly a dozen distinct men named Jesus in the first century. Several of them were high priests, prophets, rebel leaders, apocalyptic preachers. One of them, tired stuff. So usually, Asael, I'm very critical against Christianity also. Not just Judaism, not just I'm really high critical. So I'm saying, could they have, in time, collected all of these sort of things and give some sort of nuance to the New Testament? Was it, is that the new one? Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll pay cash for it. I don't want to pay it for a credit card. Ain't got no cash.
He's saying you remember Jesus Christ the most.
No. What are you talking about, bro?
You gotta love Christ, bro.
I do. I'm flaking. No, I'm not flaking, bro.
No, he's not flaking. He just looking up stuff.
Right. Yeah, I'm not trying to hide from these things.
You don't hide from nothing.
I'm not hiding. Hell no. That looks sweet.
It's better
That
for
looks
those
sweet.
who believe without seeing.
Nah, that's weak. You be hiding from arguments like this? That's why all the other Christians left, because they were like, oh, I don't want to hear this shit no more. Right. You know, they all left, I say, they all left. They were mad. They were mad that I was bringing this shit up. Why you gotta talk about this stuff? Yo, shut up. Fuck you mean why I gotta bring this shit up? Yo, as a Christian, you should know this shit. Like, seriously, Smiler, like, you're always gonna remember this shit now. And when somebody bring this up, you're gonna have this shit preloaded. You're gonna be like, yo, I met my man Bart, I saw y'all put me on. And they wasn't leaving me high and dry. Honestly, bro, like when I was on Discord, that's all we would do is go over these arguments. That's all we would do is give these arguments to each other to see if we knew them. Like we used to run through all of them. All of them. That's why, like, a lot of times when you talk to Muslims, you ready. We're ready. I mean, like, you're ready to answer these shits right away. Like, all you have to do is run through them a few times, and you remember.
Right.
You know? But when they try to springboard
on Discord.
And not like it was in the past. I'm talking about like 6, 7 years ago. Yeah. Shit was heavy back then.
When Paul Talk was around.
Nah, we would just all sit in a room and we would play. Like I played anti-Trinitarian for a week. I had people on the ropes. I had Concrete. I had Concrete, my boy Concrete. You know, the one that be in Chillism? Yo, I had him on the road. He's like, yo, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm like, shut up, bro. Just go with it, man. They thought they lost me. Yo, you arguing with too many atheists, bro. Yo, you gotta chill. I'm like, yo, you should know these arguments. Like, come on. You should answer these questions. And yo, you see how Messiah messed up? How Mikhail messed up? He said there's one knower. No, the two knowers is Jesus is the Father and the Son are the two knowers. I don't know why he says one knower. That's not even like that's stupid. The Father and the Son are the knowers. They both know.
What about the Spirit?
Because he says the Spirit is what proceeds from the Father and the Son. That's the what they say, the spiration of the love. Which I like to use I like to use it a different way, but I don't split up the Godhead. I don't make it so that the Father is the only knower, because then now the Son is truly subordinate. I don't say that. I use it as mind and then word. Mind and word. If the Father is the mind, the Son is the word. There's no separation. There's no beginning or end in that sort of scenario. There's no subordination. If that makes any sense to you.
I think so.
Yeah. You like a monarch, you know, a lot. I like that. That's it.
Yeah, I like that. Makes the most sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
All that the Father has is loving. Really? Makes sense of that.
Yeah, exactly. Think about that. Think about that verbiage. All that the Father has is mine.
Yeah.
It's because the Father is the source.
No, I thought you were just going to say the Father. I thought you were just going to say the Father is the Son. I was about to slap the shit out of you.
Nah, he's the source. He's the source.
Yeah, all right. So then read John 15:26. How do you understand John 15:26? Go ahead, explain that to me.
You got to read it, though. I'm driving.
It's the Son calling on to the Father to send the Spirit. Then the Father sends the Spirit through the Son. But if I read it your way, because you're telling me the Spirit proceeds from the Father, the Spirit proceeds from the Father alone, that means the Son sent the Father and the Father sent the Spirit. What kind of retarded shit is that?
No, it could. Both could have the.
Oh, so now you're saying what I'm saying. There is no
why can't I?
How are you going to say that the Son tells the Father to send the Spirit when the Spirit always comes through the Son? Because then that's the procession of the Trinity. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You're saying the Son, Father, and Spirit in that verse. That sounds wild. That's like wild. That's crazy right there. Like, there's nowhere I've read in scriptures that explain that way. That is crazy. Just to say that the Spirit proceeds from the Father when the Spirit is within the Son.
The Spirit proceeds from the Father
through the Son.
Why is it not at the same time as the Son?
What?
Why is it not at the same, like?
Because the Father's the archive. He's the source, like you said before, right? We see how I'm using it? I'm using it as a procession.
The word, the same way your word and spirit and your breath come out at the same time, it would be the same.
Okay.
When I'm speaking, my word comes out and my breath is also.
Yeah, you're dancing now. That was crazy.
No, I'm saying that's what that is, right? If I'm the Father, I'm the source, and my word and my spirit proceed from me or begotten out of me, they're happening at the same exact time. I can't speak without breathing.
So then what's this monarchy of the Father business then? Because you're saying the Father and the Son are one.
He's the source. Like, Like, I don't perceive from my word and my spirit. My spirit and my word perceive from me. I'm the source.
They aren't you. They are who you are.
Right, but I'm still their source.
Yeah, but without the source, there's no word.
Exactly.
Exactly. So then it would always have to start, right? How could then the spirit proceed from the Father? Then why are you skipping the word? You see what you just did there?
No, how am I skipping it? I'm saying
Listen. The monarchical model is wrong. No matter how you put it, it's wrong. They just don't like that. They just don't like it that the Father's equal with the Son. They just don't like it because they argue with too many Muslims and they feel like they're going into some sort of like paganism bullshit. No, this is how the scriptures are written and explained. The word is all through the Old Testament, which is the argument that Jason gives all the time. It says that the Memra, the word of the Lord, this is also God. This is God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does that get rid of the monarchy?
The monarchical model is a Jewish model. They use a monarchical modalism. They're saying that the angel of the Lord, the word of the Lord, Father is just a different mode. It's just the same thing. That has no distinction. There's no distinction between each one. When you do that, you generally start to talk into modalism. The monarchical modalist model is what the Jews use. That's why they don't have, there's no distinction within it. They're just saying all of it is God. There's no distinction with the Godhead. So they're saying that the Father is the Son. If they were using it, they would say the Father is the Son. That's crazy. That's wild.
Well, no, yeah, I wouldn't say the Father is the Son.
Yeah, but that's kind of like what you're saying with a monarchical model. If you think about it, you're gonna bottom out at that eventually. All I'm telling you is just look at the Thomistic. All I'm telling you is just look at the Thomistic model of the Trinity. And the reason why I tell you the Thomistic model, the only reason why I'm telling you, you don't have to be Catholic to use the Thomistic model. The reason why I say the Thomistic model is he has literally the most the literature on the Trinity than any other person that writes about it. He's gone through every situation that he's gone over. So that he left no stone unturned. That's what I'm saying. So I understand you like your Jashwardi argument, but when it comes to the Thomistic model, it's like it's uncanny. There's nothing that can really touch it. It's really if you did your homework, you'd realize that it's once you appeal to it, the scriptures make a lot of sense. You can go to any scripture and understand the Thomistic model.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I don't really know anything about it. Okay, I'm about to go inside this office, so I can read up for a little bit.
back. To go educate people on geopolitics or preach some geopolitics because I have prophesied that some of the prophecies have come true. I have predicted. People were inviting me and saying, look.
Did you ever read this Josephus?
Like, bitch, I'm always right.
Account? Did you ever read this Josephus crucifixion account? He recorded. Look at the link at the top. This is a good one. This is a good one for you to know.
I already know about this, man.
You knew about this one? I shared this one with you.
The problem is the account of Josephus on Jesus is again
No, this is not on
manipulated.
Jesus. This is not on Jesus.
The crucifixion is Jesus.
No. This is this story that I'm telling you
All
right now.
right, I'm reading.
Yeah.
Historical setting, siege of Jerusalem. The text in full context, I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care, yet 2 died under the physician's hands and 1 survived. Key details often overlooked. He says many crucified. This was routine. He recognized them. Dude, that's actually pretty good, Barth. I'm gonna copy that.
Yeah. Take all my sources.
Hey man, I did. Did I take something and I didn't say this is pretty good? I gave you credit. There you go.
No. I like that you find.
I'm not like y'all taking my shit and no one gives me credit.
No. I like the fact that you thought it was good because I think it is good.
That quote is actually very good, man. It's actually very dangerous too. I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears.
This is 70 AD though. Remember?
But you know, academia is gonna tell me this is one of those that have been changed or interpreted, whatever the word is.
Yeah, I'm cool with any interpretation.
Properly.
I just want to be. I just want to put this out there. I want to see what you. I want to see the responses that you would give to this. I actually am really interested in knowing.
Do I need to respond to this? Wouldn't this actually be supportive of like an Islamic narrative and where it appeared that Christ was crucified, but he
Well, no,
wasn't?
this is 70. You got to realize something though. This is 70 AD. This is not.
Okay, so you're just agreeing with academia, which I'm agreeing with them too. Like obviously, this might have been changed post Josephus. Or added post Josephus.
Well.
Interpolation.
I just want to know, like, you ask your questions with your algorithm. Tell me what kind of polemical shit you come up with for this shit.
Megatron, you were saying that Mikhail here was becoming more Christian every day. Do you still feel that way? Is that?
I think he has his days. I think that there are certain days where he's very Islamic proud.
Yeah.
And then there's certain days where he's a loopy. He's doing his Messiah thing.
What is that? Is it trolling or is he converting?
No, it's true. He considers himself Christian.
Oh, really?
He does, yeah.
So
He's a believer in Christ.
Christians believe that Christ is God, right?
He believes in a lower logos understanding of God's manifestation or his presence, or I'm not exactly sure how he presents it exactly. I don't want to misrepresent him, but he does believe that Jesus, in some sense,
is God?
Is divine.
Okay.
I'm not going to straw man.
I actually check on his quote, man, because this is actually.
Is it like? I guess the Muslim view is that Jesus is a prophet, so divine in that sense. But do you think more than that?
I've heard him confess his love for Christ. I think anyone that knows that he is the Logos, which is how he represents him. You got to remember, in Islamic belief, they do believe Jesus will return. His body is preserved to the end of time.
Dude, that is not even an interpolation, man. That is an
do they believe
authentic
that
quote.
Christ, sorry, that we were talking. Do they believe that Christ is Messiah?
Yeah, they believe he's the Messiah. I'm not so sure how they explain Messiah.
What do you know about metaphysics and Christianity?
I think that he
You're gonna learn
has a
something.
way. He has a way of explaining. He enjoys the metaphysics of the Trinity. That I know he does. He really enjoys that, and I think he makes sense. Yeah, he enjoys the polemic part, and he just hates how Muslims misrepresent the Trinity. So he says true Tawhid is the Trinity.
True what?
True Tawhid is the Trinity.
Wait a second. Obviously, Tawhid and the Trinity are distinct. They don't contradict, but I would say Tawhid is closer to Usia doctrine than the totality of the Trinity. The Trinity is more describing God's eternal dynamics or reality and its dynamics and how God fits in that. So the Trinity is more
So you think
encompassing. It's overcompassing, while the Tawhid is very specific. Yeah.
Muslims are Trinitarian?
No, the Trinity is not the way you're defining God in the practical sense or the modern sense today is not the way the Trinitarian metaphysical framework identifies God. So God in the Trinitarian framework is more like color versus God as we describe him today is an individual or quantitative. So God in the Trinitarian metaphysical framework, God is more like divine. So you're saying divine.
Not color, but divine.
Well, like I said, divine is qualitative. It's not quantitative.
Okay.
It's a description. It's an adjective.
So you do or you don't believe in the Trinity?
The Trinity is coherent, metaphysically valid. Yeah. There's nothing to believe in. It's just the logical thing.
So Muslims
but the terms that are used in the Trinitarian framework to identify the hypostases, I believe, are outdated, or again, conflate things to people that leads them to heresies like modalism and tritheism. So that the Quran is suggesting that, don't call God Father, the same way the Hebrew Bible suggests not to call God Baal in that sense, because it has led to people actually thinking there's multiple knowers in the eternal, timeless reality, which is not the case.
There are not multiple knowers.
Yeah, you're right. There are not multiple knowers. The Trinity does not profess eternal multiple knowers.
In his model.
No, this is the Trinitarian model. That's just the fact.
They're trying to, I would use the term, of course, co-opt Christianity and then add a little bit of their own flavor to it.
What's wrong with that? We don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I understand. This is a further confirmation of Islam as a supersessionist religion that tries to encompass other religions and then add a little bit of...
Well, it's supposed to be the final revelation, Norm. That's the whole point. Like, if God is to bring about a final revelation, it should be encompassed.
You can use the same thing. You can use the same shit of Christianity with Judaism.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I said supersessionist.
Yeah. Rabbinic Judaism doesn't believe that it's the final revelation to the world.
They take what came, you know nothing about so-called rabbinical
It's
Judaism.
just, well, you can answer the question directly. If I don't know, but you can answer the question directly.
There was no question. That aside, though, what I was saying...
Yes, there was.
Islam, no, there wasn't.
I said, does Rabbinic Judaism see itself as the final revelation?
Listen,
There you go.
You do have VIP in
You're just not gonna do this, Norm. Like, how many times do I need to take you to show you that you're nothing?
It's all day.
Ramadan, you're not worth it.
Please, it's Ramadan. Listen, Al Lomo, it's Ramadan. Let's be nice to him, please.
I agree.
He wants to stay calm. He's not eating.
Yeah.
Just let's be graceful.
And he's emotionally
towards his
unstable
time.
even when he is eating.
But no, but listen. Let's
Well,
not do
he has
that
to do the whole
for this
personal
month.
thing. It's so
Yeah, let's
pathetic.
not just do that for
No,
this
I want-
month. Please.
I
Please,
hear you. I
I
hear
beg
you. No,
you.
I'm
I
with
beg
you.
Please.
No, you got it. I agree with you.
Thank
You
you.
don't want to
Thank
set
you.
off a crazy person. What were
I
you going to
don't
say,
want
though?
to get
There
him
he goes
upset.
again.
I know.
I don't want to get him upset.
It can't be adult norm. Is being an adult that hard?
Yes.
The thing that sets him off is some weird demon in his head, though. It's never anything that people.
Are you like CM now?
You're gonna force me to drop. You're gonna force me to drop you, and then
Just can't. They can't avoid it because they don't want to have an intellectual discussion. They will always want to continue to insult, attack personal.
I love you as well. No, don't worry. We're gonna tell me what your position was, though. Going back to the Trinitarian.
all that we were doing here is we're looking at. Look at the link at the top. This is what we're discussing.
I got
Look
you.
at the link at the top. The link at the top is Josephus, and you know that Christians love to bring up Josephus, right? It's Titus's personal assistant. Whether if he was his boyfriend or not, we don't know. But that's unsettled. That's unknown. And Josephus has an account of 3 men that were acquaintances to him that were on the cross. This is 70 AD. This is around the siege of Jerusalem.
I'm with you.
He recognized these 3 people, and he went back to Titus. He told them, and Titus said, "Well, take them off the cross and give them medical attention." They gave 2 medical attention, but 1 survived. Now we don't know the time frame or how long they were on the cross. It doesn't say anything about bones being broken or anything like that. It doesn't go through any of these situations. It doesn't give a detailed account like the New Testament. All this does is give a general observation and his sort of like, it's showing a firsthand account of him seeing his friends on the cross. So
And why is it significant to you?
To me, I like to present these things to see how people feel about them, whether if they feel uncomfortable. Like, how do you feel about this situation? This happened during 70 AD, written by Josephus. How does this make you feel when you hear something like this? And be honest.
When I hear that somebody was crucified?
When you hear that there was 3 people, 3 of them were taken down with medical attention, only 1 survived.
Okay.
How do you take that account? Do you think it's like a New Testament foreshadowing? Do you think maybe New Testament copied this sort of account? Do you think that this story was told and maybe this story got around and maybe this was the same kind of story used in Christian understanding of someone resurrecting from the? I don't know, anything.
Yeah.
I'm open book, and I'm willing to take in some of these objections because, when I see something like this, I'm not sure how I feel about something like this, Olomo. But it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying.
Why uncomfortable?
It just makes me think that, the story of 3 men on the cross, 2 dying, 1 surviving. It's got a ring to it, if you get what I mean.
Jesus is the one who survived.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is in 70 AD. Jesus, allegedly, was put to death in 30 to 33 AD.
So Megatron, and
yes.
so
hang on. Megatron trying to ask me a question. Just one second. So, I respect profoundly your relationship to your God, who I believe you choose to call Christ.
Yeah.
And it makes me very happy to see anybody as honestly and as fervently reaching out to connect with God as I see you doing, especially when there are so many other people who slaughter people with the name of God on their lips, literally. And that cannot be what God ever intended, nor can that be a godly thing. So that seems to me, frankly, Amalek. So to see the spirit of your God, which you call Christ, and how it has moved you and saved you, I can only be filled with happiness for you.
I don't know if
Only
I've ever been
embrace you.
saved. I don't know if I've ever been saved, Algono, because I was always a Catholic from the cradle. Someone who's saved would be someone like that realizes this later in life. Like, I don't know what it is. Like the saved part, I don't know what that means.
I don't mean in an instant.
No. I'm just letting you know, between you and I, when Christians say that they have been saved, I don't know what that means. Me personally.
Well,
because I've always believed. I've always believed, so it's like weird.
I learned from you guys.
Yeah, no. You're right.
You've been open on this app about some of your experiences, and I respect those. And I respect a redemption story. Needless to say, the original redemption story is the Jews leaving slavery in Egypt, going into the desert, the God's outstretched arm and mighty fist, and finally receiving the Torah. It's the ultimate redemption story. It tells us all that our suffering is meaningful and that God is there for us and that God will redeem us. So when I hear another group of people embracing that, I can only embrace them and say right on and say this can only be what God wants us to do.
Yeah, and these are some overzealous Jews that want to teach the Torah to the Greeks, to the Arabs, and the result of that is Christianity and Islam. So we gotta So we're reading the Torah, and we come up with these conclusions. And I mean, I guess that's where the fun begins, right? Right, Normal?
100%. That's what gets us talking. And Torah, they're doing a great mitzvah.
Exactly. See, everything is mazel. Everything's mazel.
All right.
So now we're up. So now, when I hear this story, go for it. Go ahead.
So when you have the story from Josephus speaking of how 3 were crucified, 2 died, and 1 survived. In hindsight, obviously, assuming maybe this isn't true, that he had heard that Christ rose from the dead, could he be referring to that he, you know what I mean? The fact that not necessarily, this guy rose from the dead, but the fact that he was crucified, but these people are now saying he's alive, and so he's appealing to that.
No, I don't think he's appealing to that at all. I think this is a first-hand account, and I think this is Josephus showing us his relationship with Titus, because it's not very common that men that are put on crosses are brought down, let alone surviving. Whether if they lived or not, the fact that he has this relationship with Titus is almost his first-hand account of him partaking in his role with Titus at the time. So that's really what I see and what this is really representing. The parallel that I like to see is that this is in 70 AD. There's many rumors that the New Testament stories were compiled and ended during that time. The only reason I think they say John was written before 70 AD is because with the story of John, he's showing very descriptive very descriptive sort of showing how Jerusalem looked like before the destruction the second time. So a lot of people like to appeal to say that maybe John was written earlier or before this time or very close to this time, because he's describing Jerusalem before the fall. So
I think John was written much later.
But then people say 90 also.
Yeah, I was going to say 90 to 100,
Yeah, 90 to 100. There is that. But then I'm giving you just the other side of the coin and the justification that they're saying it's before 70. Right? So we know that these writers that are writing, John is the only one that's alive. So all the other writers are dead. Paul is dead. Peter's dead. Everyone's dead. So we know that we can't really take their accounts after 70 AD because they're gone. They're dead already. So that's going to be the argument for the New Testament. Right? So whether if you believe that or not, that's not the case. I'm just explaining how they try to date these things. And I have the pictures in my PTR, whether if it was Mark, that branched from Luke to from Matthew to Luke, whether Matthew's first, then Luke and Mark, or there was a Q source, or they used the Marcion because there was a Marcion canon before the canon with Paul. However they want to shake it, there's many different theories and ideas on how this was all played out, right?
Right.
So, so since, I leave those conversations open because I can't put my finger, nor can any scholar. I mean, scholars do pick positions, but they just say the best evidence to their conclusion is this. They're not saying it's definitively this. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So with this Josephus account, to me, I just find it to be interesting.
But that's history in general. I mean, history is not definitive. It's all based on probability and what's.
Well, no. This is history's history. George Bush Jr. was the president during 9/11. Could there have been another president during that time? No.
Yeah, but you're talking about history not only very close, but something we can actually validate. But 200 years ago, 1,500 years ago,
we know the president.
We don't know.
That we know the first 9 presidents. We know all the presidents. We know that there's historical dates to follow. Abraham Lincoln was shot on the balcony, just like Malcolm X was shot. Not just like how Martin Luther King was shot in the balcony. This guy wanted to free the slaves. Martin Luther King wanted to quit oppression. They were both killed on a balcony. Now, if you want to add that, however you want to take that, whether it's symbolic or not, I don't know. But historically, we know they were both killed on a balcony. That we know.
Right.
Okay? Whether there's some sort of connection, that's the reason why I bring that up. I'm bringing that up just like I'm bringing this up right now with the Josephus account of someone surviving from the cross, from the crucifixion. So I'm not so sure if there is a connection or, whether if there is a connection. To me, they're close enough in literary times for there to be a connection. Word of mouth of this story going out.
Yeah.
People repeating the story, maybe being over embellished. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm open. I'm open to objections like this, is what I'm saying. I'm still going to believe in what I believe. But when I read these stories and stuff, of course, I'm gonna show this information to a Jew. I'm gonna show this information to my Jewish friends and my Muslim friends, and I want to say, what do you think about this?
Well, you better not show it to Norm. But
I did show it to Norm.
There's only 2 apostles that are known or believed to have died after 70.
Which are who?
John and Thomas.
Remember, Thomas went to India, allegedly.
Exactly, and that's why
they
feel fairly confident he died in 72. Most people think John is 90 to 100. There are 5, which we don't really know the date, so they could be before 70 or after, and then we have 6 that are pretty definitively before 70.
Yeah, so we have John the Elder, which is in the beginning of 2nd John and 3rd John. So we know that this John, if we look at the how do you call it? The Last Supper, we see everyone else with the beard except for one. So people say this is John. This could have easily been also Mary Magdalene. We don't know. But there are people that say that this person without the beard could have been Mary Magdalene also. But I'm not going to definitely say that for sure, but this is just, people, they put ideas out there because she was very close to him. Not in a sexual way. She was the person he gave the exorcism to, the person who anointed him and washed her hair and got forgiveness. she's the adulterous woman. Remember, but this is all Catholic explanation and interpretation. I don't think the other people believe this about Mary Magdalene, but anyway. So I'm just putting this out there. I'm happy Rabbi's here, and maybe he can go, he can read this story. There's another thing, there's something else I wanted to go over with Josephus' writings. I'll put it in the chat. And it's all the Jesuses that were mentioned, all the names that had the same name as Jesus, meaning whether it be what is it? What's the other word? The other name, the Greek name for Jesus is Jacob. So there's many Jesus. He writes about 20 Jesuses, but they broke it down to 14 because their names are being repeated.
Well, we like the 13 before.
13 or 12? 12 or 13.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. 12 or 13. Now, I wanted to share this link with Rabbi to see if he knows any of these people. I'm going to put that link, that ChatGPT link in the chat. And this names all of the high priests.
Gemini. Gemini. They use Gemini. ChatGPT was Muslim. Not use Gemini.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Rich. Thank you very much, Rich.
Like the waste of time comment that Rich is gonna just bring
is. I had to debate. I was debating.
I don't know why are you guys doing this? I'm in the middle of something.
Sorry, one mic at Megatron.
Yeah.
The hog of them all.
Alright, so this is
Who's calling him now?
Where you guys going?
Oh, there is a God.
12 or 13.
Oh man, what else? Now what's going on, man?
I was gonna say 12.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
12 or 13.
who's how come I don't know this guy?
Because you're lame. That's why.
Oh, you don't know, Rich?
I'll take
him. Kick him.
This guy is
He's cool. He's my brother. He's a brother. I'm a nobody.
Alright, Rich, just pay attention.
He's another black brother. You said you wanted more black people in the room.
No, that's fine. Let it get darker so we can't even see each other. Alright, so, yeah, but I can't joke. Come on, guys, man. Come on, bro.
I don't know if you can say
Nah, you good, man.
Of course I can say that.
You know, I was gonna say 12.
You already said it, man. You're a man. You just keep trucking through.
Exactly.
Just keep trucking. 12 or 13 was the original 6-7.
What? The fuck is going on, guys? Are y'all fasting?
Think about it. 6-7, 6-7.
6-7 succession? Like, what are we doing with 6-7?
Oh, 6-7, 6-7. Look at Rich's pizza.
Yeah, I get it. All right.
6-7 too.
Wow, you can read Euro.
I said it before it was there, dude.
Oh man.
Yo, what were we talking about when I was actually talking and saying something that made sense? Yeah, that passage, Megatron, is actually a big deal. Euro, let me see. Let's do an IQ check. What do you think of this quote? And this is Josephus. This is not, and I don't know why I keep saying this word the wrong way, interpolation.
You said it right this time.
Yeah. And I'm gonna quote, it says Life 75. So quote, I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands and 1 survived. What do you think of that?
That's very significant.
I know, right? is that very significant?
The parallels.
With what?
You know what, come on.
Exactly. There's a parallel with Islam here.
I gotta tell you, Messiah has his good days. He's had his Wheaties this morning.
I'm always intellectual with those who want to pursue intellectual discourse.
That's true.
Those who want to shit talk, I'm not gonna entertain. Like, I don't mind getting kicked out of the room. Like, I'm just not gonna give where I'm gonna be disrespected. Has nothing to do with fervor for the religion or you could go do whatever you want, just not when I'm here. Because personally, it would be disrespectful. Talk crap about this, whatever you want to do it, but not when I'm here. It's disrespectful to me. Like, you're not talking shit about my mama. Like, I know you don't know my mama, but you're talking shit to me. What am I gonna do? Gotta go smack you in the mouth now. Actually, I don't do that. That's black people shit, but yeah. I'll just say your mama too. I'll just walk away. It's called appropriate response smiler. Tell your people that. Teach your kids that. No? You're not gonna come off mic? Okay. Go on, Megatron, what's up? You understand, like, this quote that you have Josephus is kind of... I was telling them, you got an appropriate response. But, did you see the quote that I just read? Did you hear what I just read? Wow, y'all all gonna be silent now, okay. This is actually a really big deal, man. I'm gonna put this is a whole thread on its own. The parallel. Well, the Islamic narrative and the distinction with the biblical narratives seem extremely significant. This is the shit that makes it worth it, Barth. Amin would have fucking went nuts for this. I think he's not here. Wow.
Alright, I'm back.
What are you doing? You at work?
I just got done. I had to pick up my contacts.
Yeah, I'm just like tripping over this quote.
What did you say?
Tripping over this quote, so this is what I'm researching.
Oh, the quote with the...
Yeah, so I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands and 1 survived. Is this passage real? Yes, the episode appears in all surviving Greek manuscripts of Vita Josephus's autobiographical work. The standard Greek text describes Josephus seeing acquaintances crucified, recognizing 3 of them, appealing to Titus, Titus ordering them removed, 2 dying despite medical treatment, 1 surviving. Is it considered an interpolation? No. There is no serious scholarly movement arguing this passage is a Christian interpolation. I'm just going to skip the fluff. Why this passage matters. It demonstrates something historically significant. Crucifixion was not always immediately fatal. This is important when people debate survival probabilities of crucifixion victims. The passage shows Roman crucifixion could be reversible if intervention occurred early. Is there any textual instability? No major textual variants affect the core event. Structural relevance. The passage does not prove resurrection theories. It does not undermine crucifixion lethality. It does show crucifixion was not an instant death mechanism. So I'm telling it there's a parallel with Islam here. And it's like, yes, now we're in comparative theology, and you're right, the parallel is significant. We're comparing 3 data points: Josephus, the quote, the New Testament crucifixion narrative, the Quran's crucifixion denial. Josephus' survival after crucifixion. Again, this just talks about the count again. New Testament death and right. The canonical Gospels describe public crucifixion under Pontius Pilate, confirmed death, spear wound in John, burial, resurrection appearances. The theological core claims is not survival, it is death followed by resurrection. So Quran denial, obviously we all know that. Why Josephus is structurally interesting. Josephus provides a historical precedent that a crucified person could be removed alive. Survival was medically possible. This creates an overlap zone. Josephus, he says crucifixion, yes. Died, 2, yes. 1, no. So 1 did survive. New Testament crucified, died, yes, yes. And the Quran disputed crucified and died, no. Survived, yes. So historically, survival from crucifixion is possible. Death is common but not instantaneous. Removal could change outcome, but here's the critical boundary. Josephus' example does not prove. See, I don't know why it always does that. Why this is significant for... that's me. Josephus' passage is real, historically accepted, demonstrate crucifixion survival. Okay. My AI is so no longer a cheerleader with this model, bro. Like, come on, man. What's up with this? It's like,
Model, are you using?
It's 5.2, man.
Which,
It's so PC. Like, it's not edgy. I need to change the person now.
what is the app? Which app is it?
That's ChatGPT.
Oh, I thought you were in the Perplexity.
Since Grok bought it, I still use it, but I switched to the older model.
Oh, Grok's bought it?
Yeah, fucking gay. So Gemini now, I'm just trying to get my stupid email, college email to work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's just crazy.
I'm gonna say, but this is evidence that Christ might have survived the crucifixion, indicating historically
Survival.
the Quranic. Why have we only heard of this?
So,
what the fuck?
So you know what? I'll give you some more stuff to prompt, right? Put that in the New Testament. It didn't seem as if Jesus was on the cross for a long period of time. Because if you think about it, he wasn't. Right? They're saying that he's dead because of the passion of the cruise. He was beat up, but he was pretty, as they were saying, on the cross. I know he killed him.
He was pierced.
Really wasn't
he was
on the
pierced
cross.
on the side too.
Yeah, he really wasn't. But
He was pierced on the side, and blood and water came out.
Yeah, only John.
But
So
the Josephus account is older than the Bible's John account.
Organ was birthed.
Origin, what is origin?
The organ. He was pierced in the side. It said blood and water came out. So an organ was pierced. Either his lung or his heart.
Oh, organ. Okay.
Yeah. So we know that he was dead. Megatron's trying to tweak. And he's trying to make it seem like it's possible Jesus survived.
This could have saved him. This could have saved him because the water, it prevented him from like having internal bleeding and stuff. Him being pierced in his stomach from, his hands being up, and the water like gushing out actually could have saved his life too. So let's just remember, I'm just explaining to you, he wasn't on the cross for as long as other people were.
Doesn't matter. He was pierced in the side, so he's dead. You're doing too much. And the amount of lashes he got, bro, you're tweaking hard as hell. There's no possible way Jesus survived.
You act like that couldn't have been Barnabas being whipped. It was probably him that was whipped.
It couldn't have been.
Why?
I thought you were about to become a Muslim.
Because they don't like. Because number one is everybody is
just tweaking on these Christians, bro.
Everybody is right there. Everybody's right there. It's not like we're watching Jesus on TV.
Are you throwing shade at me right now?
Everybody is right there.
No, I love debating Christians. I love questioning them.
It's always good to challenge within your own framework. I do that with Muslims all the time. That's why they kind of, I test them because I want them to get better.
Oh, yeah. Why do you think Draco left? Everybody left. Yeah, it's Mikhail. So why do you think Draco left? All these niggas
He's a lot better. He's a Trinitarian.
I'm just a fucking straight up heretic. Can we stop? Can we stop focusing on him right now? We're focusing on this.
You're the one who brought him up, bro. Go on.
So the story is that he could have survived. Okay? And this could have been his resurrection. So listen, everything still follows. The story doesn't change, my nigga. The story does not change.
If Jesus didn't die, he didn't raise from the dead. The dead. So Jesus had to have died.
Yeah, he did. He did die. It's just a metaphorical death. That's all it is.
See, you just do it. No, that's.
Yo, that's all I'm saying, bro. Yo, listen, I'm still within the frame. I'm still in the fold. So you got to stop that. I'm still in the fold. And plus, I'm just spinning out many hypotheticals here, and I'm trying to make you feel uncomfortable, Smiling. That's all I'm trying to do.
Right. No, I get it. Yeah, I think it just doesn't. I think from the gospel, if we're using the gospels, it's too clear that the gospels is explicitly showing that Jesus died. And it's not just saying he died. It's like showing you all these things that happened to him, to where it highly suggests that he died, and that's really no answer.
Wait. So back up. He's Trinitarian now? Is that what you said, Smiler?
Yeah, let her know. What's her name? The Trinity's true, right, Messiah?
The Trinity is internally logically coherent.
Whoa.
It's nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's
You're
not crazy.
laughing at this.
I want to have a debate with him later on about the knowers. I think that I could show him
What scripture? What is it?
Yeah, which scriptures? The two knowers.
What's that?
What?
She said,
There's one intellect.
Nah,
Okay, we're
don't
saying
use
it's
that word.
one God.
Don't use that
It's
word.
one God, one intellect. Okay? So the Father and the Son are also knowers. Because it's one. So
We know
I
the
don't know
Son
why.
of God, when fulfilled by the Son of Man, is a knower, but he's not eternally a knower. The Son of Man is not
Well, now you're
eternally
changing it.
fulfilled, or the Son
Now
of
you're
God
moving
is
the
not
goalposts.
eternally fulfilled.
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm clarifying. There's no moving.
There's no beginning or end in the begottenness of eternal generation. So
Yeah, the coming of the Son of God. So God is eternally bringing about the Son of God through the actualization of the Son of Man. So, but the actualization of the Son of Man, the incarnation, happens in a moment in time. This is not, the Son of Man is not eternal.
yeah, but you have to remember, you still have Colossians chapter 1, 15 through 18, when it says he is the firstborn.
They can't use the Bible when it comes down to Trinitarian metaphysics. They're unrelated.
Oh no, they're deeply related. Deeply related. That's why we had all the councils. That's why.
But the Bible can
was
be
a schism.
adopted. It was adopted by modal oneness. You see how many people the Bible can. Now, I'm not saying it's
No,
coherent
just
at the
talking
same
about the
scale.
first 7 councils. That's all I'm
But,
saying.
anyways, I digress. I digress. The whole point is that there is no two eternal knowers. There's only the Father who's knowing of the eternal Logos, and then there is the Holy Spirit actualizing the Logos, and through that, bringing about the Son of Man to fulfill the Son of God. By what? By engaging in a hypostatic union with the Logos, and the Logos is a known thing.
But that hypostatic
so it's a gnosis.
was the
This is
cause of
Gnosticism.
Remember, that's what causes schism because of the
Jesus
one
is
nature.
literally a Gnostic.
Because of the two natures, one person. Remember, that was the fucking big So this is where all this nonsense comes in.
It's really, I've pinned it for you. You, under your ecumenical councils, you're not allowed to believe that there has eternally been the Son of Man. You just can't. And you need to accept that the Son of God is a hypostatic union between the Son of Man and the Logos. Now, the Logos might be divine and eternal, but the Son of Man is not divine and eternal.
So let me
You can't say to say man is eternal, you blaspheme. You've said practically man is God.
So I just think you're missing this one essential part, and I'm going to share this with you. And it's going to be I'm going to make a post for you so you can read it and look at it. So we have Rabbi Akiva. He is the one who actually mentions an incarnation, and he mentions the incarnation because in Daniel 7, verse 9, there's thrones. So there's the man of the ancient days, right? And then he sees thrones. So there is his throne of the ancient days, and then there's the throne of David, right? And then that's when the Son of Man is mentioned, because that person that will fulfill the other throne, which is the throne of David, which is the Messiah, is going to have to be a son of a man, right? Which is man. We're not talking about the incarnate word, Son of God. We're talking about an actual man fulfilling the eternal throne that's already there.
Well, you don't have to explain to me the metaphysics. I know that the Son of Man is the one that fulfills the Son of God. So we all get that. So, but there is no escape. The Son of Man is not eternal. There is no second knower alongside the eternal Father. There's only him knowing of the Logos. The Logos is a knowable. It is not a being in its own, or a knower in its own, or a consciousness in its own. The Son of Man is yet to be actualized. Now, when he's actualized, then he can take up the mantle and the cross and fulfill the Son of God. And that's how Jesus ascends as well. He fulfills being the Son of God. Which is a very, again, this is like Merkaveh, mysticism, like you remember when we were talking about it, like ascension via knowledge. This is like, I don't like saying Sufism, but like, the Islamic polymaths during the Abbasid period, So this is what gnosis. By obtaining divine knowledge, you ascend. With Christ, there needs to be joining in the Holy Spirit. So just the gnosis alone is not enough. It's a process. So Jesus is telling you, join in the Holy Spirit and consume the gnosis, which he left with the 12 disciples, Last Supper theme, and you will experience a baptism of fire. I've already gone through this. Cleanse your temple, and then Holy Spirit becomes the Sakina, so tranquility, and union with the Logos makes you the Son of God. So that's how he showed you the way. Obviously, there's baptism of water and baptism of life. It's actually pretty neat and pretty simple. Christianity is actually not as complex as people make it out to be. The issue that I found during the synthesis is not the Trinity, not even the sacrifice, so we can say that Jesus sacrificed the person of the flesh. The issue is the nailing of the flesh on the cross, so that's the issue. But is this grounds for takfir in Christianity? If someone said, I don't believe the flesh was nailed to the cross, but Jesus gave the sacrifice, he gave the person of the flesh. So, he entered witness protection, his former identity is no more, the person of the flesh is no more. Paul actually gives us the authority to ignore the flesh or sideline the flesh. So we have Pauline authority that prevents you from giving me the tea. And that's pretty much as far as I've gone with it. Last thing I've been looking into is like the whole theme of Jesus appearing with the nails in his hands, kind of stuff like that. That's not adding up like with him eating the food. So there's some symbology. I believe the Bible is heavily cryptic, like it's heavily encrypted. It involves a lot of numerology, like Semitic numerology.
Okay, so this is something that you have to know when you speak of the Son of Man. And this is up on the top. So this is going to be Rabbi Akiva, and he's mentioning that there are thrones in Daniel 7, verse 9. And then when you keep reading, it talks about who would fulfill this throne, and it's the Son of Man. So it describes the Son of Man, because you got to remember there's two different views on this at this point. Rabbi Akiva right now is going beyond the two powers in heaven. He's going beyond that. He's saying that it's not a lower second power. He's saying that it is the man of ancient days. That is the Messiah, right? One has white hair, the one in Psalms has dark hair, and then he describes, he's like, well, no problem. He's pointing out, no. He's trying to point out a contradiction where the man of ancient days has dark hair, and now he has white hair. So they're saying that, is this the same figure, or is this the figure on the other throne? So he's working his way through it. It's not going to be God. He says that. He says of the
Akiva. First of all, Akiva. I am reading it. I have read it. But listen, what here? Like for example, other rabbis. So Rabbi Akiva's opinion is unique. So he's like one throne for God, one throne for David. But most other rabbis, both thrones belong to God. Like so, Akiva is a heretic. That's one. Akiva is the one who sponsored.
He's saying what you're saying. It is God.
who's God? He's literally telling
They're
you
not saying
the
it's
throne.
multiple gods.
You know, he's literally what the Quran condemns. The Jews claiming that God is without mercy. He's saying that the throne of justice belongs to God. The throne of mercy and compassion belongs to David. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yes, the Redeemer. You need a Redeemer. So the Redeemer is Christ. He's the one who lived in the flesh that redeems you to the Father. It says, no, Father, if you weren't human, I was, and this man suffered like I suffered. I was forsaken.
Okay, so what is this, an argument against the Jews, or argument, what are you arguing against?
No. This is so that you understand, because then this is what Christianity did. They took this messianic prophecy as the Messiah. So we follow this framework. We actually say this in Christian thought, that this throne is of Christ. He sits at the right hand.
No doubt prophesizing that the coming of the Messiah, and certain descriptions. I do believe that he uses elaborate, and he uses heavy symbology. Again, you're dealing with Babylon, you're dealing with numerology. He's actually very extensive in all that. But again, Book of Daniel should not all be taken seriously, because the textual criticism, different authors for different chapters. So I think you need to stick to the Aramaic stuff or something.
The Targums? You're saying the Targums?
No, for Daniel. So there's not all of Daniel is authentic. Not yet alone that we know who Daniel is. But when it comes down to authors, the portions that do matter, there is a single author for them. The prophecies about how the statue and how the kingdom of God comes after. So that stuff is older, I believe. But a lot of the other stuff is just different writers. You gotta pay attention to the textual criticism.
Well, the textual criticism is actually taking it is accept this.
Why do you believe Akiva is an authority?
He's not.
He's not. Yeah.
He's not. I just want to let you know this is Jewish thought. This is not Greek thought.
He's a witness. Akiva is proof that rabbinic consensus is bullshit and they have no Holy Spirit. Because they had consensus around Bar Chokhmah. Do you understand that Judaism operates like Christianity? They believe in divine providence through Holy Spirit via consensus. Just like how you had your ecumenical councils. But these guys don't even, they can't have ecumenical councils because they got no temple. So it's an excuse. So they have this consensus thing, supposedly, and they don't engage with it. And because of that, each rabbi can go around and do his little cult.
Everyone, they're all sects. Every single one of them is.
Because they intentionally want it that way.
Yeah, exactly. This is why they were very broken after the Second Temple, because they were sects of sects, all trying to figure out an orthodoxy, and that's why rabbinical Judaism would be a heresy to Jewish orthodoxy, and then Jewish orthodoxy would branch off of what Christianity is saying about the Messiah. See, so then
everything
they
about
don't believe in the Logos. Yeah, they don't believe in the Logos.
I just don't see Judaism seriously. It's the easiest paradigm to argue against Judaism. Honestly, dispatching Jews should be extremely easy. Because these people, all you have to do, let me explain it. All you have to do is treat Jews like Muslims. Think of them as Muslims who deny Christ, and then think of them without all the prestige that Islam has, and yet they're claiming to be the final revelation of mankind. So just that alone destroys them.
The rituals, you gotta remember, the rituals is very important in Islam.
So why are you always going off these trivia channels?
I'm not, because you do the same rituals as the Jews. You don't do, the Christians don't do rituals like that.
Dude, Jews, first of all, them praying, for example, 3 times a day. yes, there are designated times for prayers, but this has always been the case, man. Reality, everything in reality is following a specific order, and you have to do the same thing. You are no different because you are this duality. You have a matter aspect and you have this psych aspect. And you need to sync the matter with reality. It needs to sync up. And I do believe, like, the more humans sync up, I think the more, like, abilities we gain. Or, dude, we might be telepathic. Who knows?
The only reason why I mentioned the three prayers and is because in the Quran, without the Hadith, it says three prayers. So there is three prayers. So I'm just saying, in the Quran, it's
the Quran, you can do some.
Oh boy, what's up, Megatron?
Hey, listen, this is Ramadan, bro. We're not.
What's up,
doing that. You need a different energy, bro. Go take a chill pill. You're on 30 milligrams.
Why is he always usually? He used to be more.
He's chill. He was chill. I hyped him up. I don't know. He's gotta chill. I'll let him up, but he's gotta chill. It's Ramadan. No, I'm gonna change the title to "It's Ramadan Chill."
No, Smiler, just because I'm an agent of anarchy sometimes. Can you do some sort of meme about, like, the raisin head Ethiopian and, like, the dates? Can you, like, combine that? I don't know. I'm sure you can figure something out.
The dates.
What about them? For
the Ramadan dates, yeah. Because dates kind of are wrinkly, like raisins, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I got you.
No, bro, I'm nasty. I can be. I mean.
Alright. So,
there's so many memes against Christianity, you don't even need to make them.
Just gotta leave.
But they're stupid.
Yeah, he's gotta go. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that.
Well, there is no, I mean, my only issue, the reason I'm kind of like pausing here, I'm trying to figure out which angle to come to you with, is because I just don't hold at this point that the Israelites are the Jews necessarily. I believe the Jewish tradition is like what the historians are saying. It is a 3rd century, 2nd century Hasmonean innovation for the most part. And you look at the Jewish communities in the region at the time, they were practicing absurdly different crap. So that seems to be in alignment. Obviously, we all believe that Israel continues in the land regardless of the Jews, because y'all don't believe, like, the lineage of Jesus was exiled, like, right? I'm not sure on that, but the people in the land, Israel has to always remain in the land. You get it? They always have to be there. So, and from what I'm gathering from the Bible, Zechariah seems to be some sort of custodian, temple, chieftain kind of guy. I haven't deciphered what's going on.
Who's this Kima guy? Kima, what's up? Who's Kima? Come up. Kima, you coming up? Coming up?
Anyways, long-term story short, like the Quran describes the house of Imran, al-Amarna,
Alright, Kima, you gotta go, Kima.
the Reba tablets, no? Like, I'm giving you cool information, man.
Listening to you, I'm just clearing out the room.
Here, I'm gonna give you the Wikipedia page for it, because I think this is, like, one of the big things, like, Amarna. This is, like, such... Amarna tablets, my bad, here we go. This is all, I want you to just, like, digest this, and then understand why this is extremely significant from an Islamic perspective.
Go for it. This is what I've been waiting for, bro. We've been waiting for this.
No, I want you to check it out, like, to get familiar with what this is.
What are you trying to show us? I mean, everybody's a little bit familiar with the Amarna letters already.
Is that, what's his name? Ishaq.
Yeah, can you break this down? What is it?
Israel, there's Israel himself being Jacob, then there is الذين هادوا واليهود, so the ones who show the way, the ones who follow the way, so there's different classifications, categories. And is this just like a colorful exchange or somehow diversity of language, or is this actually intentional? Is there actually any real distinctions between these groups, and can we map this historically? And we actually can. And Israel is not the same as the Jews, who are the tribe of Judah, versus the one who returned from Babylon, the returnees from Babylon. So you already have Israel, you have the tribe of Judah, you have the returnees from Babylon who established pretty much, Hasmonean and Persian Judah, so Judea. So that's what they do. So you have you have these, and then you have the house of Imran. And this is what the Quran describes. It describes that Jesus is from the line of Imran. So, and Imran goes as in Moses, but the Quran doesn't necessarily say that. But if you look at the actual, what does Ad Imran means? It means those who are establishing society or civilization, cultivation.
Yeah.
Teko olam, so like the Jews say, takwin al-alam, so the creation of the world.
Yeah, and the culmination of it in the new age or age to come, yeah. So like, all right, so yeah, we know there's different time periods, like, and there's an amalgamation.
Yeah, so Israel is not the Hasmonean Jews necessarily.
When you say they're not the same, you mean like in practice and time period, like they have different clerical understandings?
That's for the guy saying Hebrews. Oh, that's actually you. That's the thing. That's debatable. Now, I do believe both are synonymous, but Rebu tribes, like you can see, I have a map right here. Where is it?
No, yeah, just the etymology reflects Ibrit or
Semitic, yeah. Again, like I said, Hebrew, Arab, I don't believe that at that time there would have been a difference. It's mainly, if you look at the Arabic, Ibri, or Ibri can mean someone who crossed.
Yeah. It's just a colloquial term. It's not necessarily a distinct group by ethnos or genos yet, but it's identifying a character, so to speak.
Those tablets mention Apiru and Hapiru, so it can be both. So it can be like, I mean, the Bronze Age is still an enigma that I'm still looking into, but I have my theories. I'm just wanting to find that map, because this term is used like during the Hasmonean setup and the Nabatean and Eribu tribes, so to describe the Arabs, so or the tribes like pretty much the nomads, people south of Arabia and Nabatea.
I wish you would connect this to the XLR. Because like the Jews in Persia ended as soon as Islam started.
You got your timelines.
Yeah, the timeline is 600 something. That's the Exarch. That's the Babylonian Talmud in Babylonia.
Just love the
and they ended that. Well, you gotta remember, there's a lot of Talmud in the Quran. Like the soul sleep, all this stuff is from the Talmud.
You gotta apply again. There needs to be.
That's what I'm saying. So these people were expecting a Messiah, or some sort of person, which is
obviously that's what. Yeah, I mean, like what you think they were in Arabia. They were doing something. They were waiting for someone. And go set up all that shit.
That's what that's why the rabbis say he's probably a prophet, but just not of Israel.
Oh, you're listening to Tobias singing.
Well, Tovia Singer says
There's a bunch
there
of
are
them that
writings.
say it, yeah.
Yeah, there is writings that say it.
It's
too.
hard to deny Islam. For the Jews, it's really hard.
Well, they love Islam because you guys like make.
No, dude, it's just the covenant of Abraham. It's just we're a really stronger connection to Abraham than they are, so they tether to us. But because their eschatology involves Ishmael heavily, so they still see Ishmael as a spiritual force that cannot be defeated in the means of like your Gentiles,
Yeah,
I'm sure you heard
say
this.
it's a spiritual. They do say it's a spiritual war.
Yeah. And we see it as the same thing in a way. We can't wipe out the Jews even if we want.
Well,
because that's not what's meant to happen.
Yeah, even if you wanted to, yeah, of course, everything's under God's divine permissible will throughout history. Like whether it will fully be fulfilled, like they can attempt it or whatever.
No, Muslims won't attempt it because it's like attempting to refute your own religion.
It's like
because the Quran describes the Jews all the way till the end. It doesn't describe them disappearing. That doesn't mean they won't win.
The only thing that I think messed it up, Ottoman Empire, is that they were Turks.
That is a matter of debate, but if it wasn't that they were Turks, they wouldn't have been. It's again positive negatives, but yes, there is some sense in that. Yes.
So is there still an empire? Like, do you guys still have an empire yet to come?
The Turks are still good at what Turks are good at. They're good at war. They're good at tactics and building military gear.
Come on, bro. They stole all the shit from the Greeks. Give me a break.
They are the Greeks.
Well, I guess you could say that somewhat.
But you think these people are Turks in Anatolia and Turkey today? No, only less than 20% is actually Turkic.
Well, they can fucking be amalgamated into the Greek Empire, but not.
These are not Greeks, even though the Greeks are among them. These are Romans. They're Romans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I no shit, yeah, that's even better. Romans, because they just speak Greek. That's what I'm saying, man. Everything's fucking
all different kinds of people.
People just are getting the terms wrong. The religion, the eschatology, it's all right. It's just people are giving the improper terms to improper entities. But if you just follow the history, if you just follow the
but
deduction,
I don't think Jesus is coming back. So that's your.
I don't necessarily see Jesus coming back in the very flesh or the person that was in the. No, but I do believe that there is the phenomenon, the Messiah wave, which I believe is already happening. I believe the Messiah is already here at this point.
It's been too long to still believe he's coming back. It's been too long.
Who do y'all think
the Quran actually responds to that.
Who do y'all both think Amalek is?
You should go read the Quran response to that.
Amalek, what, the Akkadians? Like
no, the grandson of Esau, that became his own nation. They distinguish him as his own nation, though, anyway, there's a memorial to memorize him, and then there's when the Tanakh says that all these certain nations will be destroyed, y'all don't take that as what do y'all interpret that as? Certain nations, because there's nations that are.
Some of the Hebrew Bible's prophecies are already took place. So, like the Bronze Age, the destruction of the Amalekites or the tyrants on Earth. I believe some of this stuff already happened.
And what do y'all think about Purim? Purim, is that nearby? Feast of Purim?
You've been listening to freaking. You know what you've been listening to? You've been listening to Truth Beyond Theory too much. You heard?
I don't know who that is. Is a YouTube channel, but
yo,
should be on theory.
Bro, this guy goes on for 8 hours straight on a stream talking about eschatology involving Islam, all this crazy shit. You gotta, yo.
Is he Christian or Jewish or what?
He's a Puerto Rican dude. I think he lost his wife or something like that. He has like a chain, and he just goes off.
Is he flaming or is he like actually analyzing?
Nah, the dude is legit.
Oh.
The dude is legit.
I watched
How many subscribers?
I mean, I don't really take his way of explaining it. Because he describes like Islam as the Antichrist, and he goes into this whole big thing, and he goes into Psalms, and he goes into the proverb. He goes into a lot of different shit. If you saw some of his videos, just put it on before you go to sleep and fucking let it run.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, go.
I wasn't. I do have a futurist eschatological view. That's just me. But
That's what sounds like it going.
I wrote a poem in Hebrew, right? A few weeks ago. And then I watched the teaching today. And some of the stuff that I've been meditating on and studying, I guess it was in my algorithm. This Jewish dude did a teaching when I clicked it, it was 3 hours ago.
Why don't you regale us? What is this poem that you wrote? Why don't you regale us? You recited for us.
Yeah, the poem.
Say what?
Give us the poem.
The poem. You want to regale us with the poem? Go on.
Yeah, I put it in my bio, so I'll just put it in the chat if y'all want to translate
I want
it.
to hear you read it. Read it.
Yeah, read us the poem.
I want to hear the
I
poem.
found the map.
Regale us. Regale us.
No, I'm good.
It's all good. It's Ramadan.
What was the poem anyways? What was it?
It's Ramadan.
What's just the name? That's fine. We'll just take the name.
He's a dog.
Oh damn, it's such a... Here's the map.
You like my
So you can see in the south, Arabu tribes. Look at what it says. Arabu tribes. Kingdom of Edom and Nabatu tribes. So there's I'm pretty sure the Aribu and the Hipiru, I think it's Hebrews and Arabs. But the problem is the descriptions of the people. So in the tablets, they're described as like, you know, they're anarchists, like they're raiders. They're not like bringing an ultimatum. But obviously, this is the enemy, so we're not. But then also, how do you fit the sea people? So where do the sea people play into this? There's something missing. Missing a piece, a really important piece. And again, I always ask, what happened to Pharaoh's navy? Because all we know is his army got drowned. What happened to his navy? So what if a result of them losing their army, they had to depend on their navy for something? They went somewhere, they ended up kind of incurring someone's wrath. Those guys got on ships and they're like, I'm gonna go fuck some shit up. Or the sea people were one of the Amalekite kingdoms, and they had an army and they fought the Hipiru guys. And that's what happened. Because there's no way the Egyptians did, because their army was gone, Moses. And all of this is very interesting. Is there any archaeology that backs some sort of battle that involves the Egyptians in the Bronze Age? No. So why weren't they fighting?
Because you can't keep a good Hipiru down.
But reason I brought this up is not because of the Hipuro, but it's the town that is found in Al Amarna. And the Quran says Ali Imran. So it's literally the same root word. It's, you can use them. They both mean the same thing. You could apply them both. So Al Amarna, the builders. Ali Imran, the house of builders or constructors. It's just fascinating to me, man. It's like one of those coincidences. Like, obviously, academically, you don't have anything deductive here, necessarily. But it's one of those coincidences, like, how does the Quran keep doing this?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that influence from,
Muhammad could not have known about this town. This is a Bronze Age town that archaeologists uncovered only recently.
No, but where is this stuff written? Is this in the Quran or is this in the Hadith?
I told you in the Quran it describes the Ali Imran. So the house of Imran, if you look at what Imran means, to bring about construction or repair or God-fearing society. And it calls them Ali Imran. So it's out of Israel, that which his name will be honored in those who came first, so the early world, so the early half of the world, and those who come last. So they are one of those groups that their name will be honored in the before and in the now. So because we're of the era of the last, so we're the last ones. And in retrospect of humanity, we're the last. So after us, humanity's just gonna tank, or it's gonna transform in a way that announces it's dead.
Yo, that's what the Christians thought too, bro. I'm just saying.
It's just
don't
the
get too
natural
hyped
pattern.
about that. I'm just saying that's what the Christians thought too, and then
Just 1
Islam
second.
came.
It's nothing crazy, because if you look at it, where are the dinosaurs today? They're gone. Do you know? You don't even know how many species, how many have been exterminated. There is no one on this planet that is a species that we can say is 1 billion years old. There's something that keeps wiping out life. So it's cyclical. And I already told you, like, the cosmic, I put them in Project Icarus if you're interested, but yeah, scroll up there. But yeah, we are, and if we survive all that, our galaxy's gonna slam into another galaxy anyways. So, and the scientists are saying that event we thought would be like, it wouldn't affect, but now they're like, it might actually just, two galaxies slamming into each other with full-on black hole and shit. Yeah, like nothing's gonna go wrong. Like we have an expiration date wherever you look. Like God, the more you look at, like, okay, the planet, then you look at the star, the sun, and you look at the threats from the asteroid belt, and then you're like, oh shit, there's the galactic threat. There's the black hole. There's the tilt. There's a bunch of things that reset that would wipe us out. Yet alone some freaking neutrino star or some sort of black hole that just zooms by and just fucking takes us all out. And we wouldn't even notice it. Imagine that, like a black hole would just zip by through. We would be toast. And we wouldn't even know it. Until it's like kind of too late. Or it would take a while for it to register. Black holes are so absurd, man.
Is that hot water, Brayden?
They're like the angels of death.
Brayden, is that hot water? Okay, good.
I think like neutrino stars are like angels of might, or like.
Did you?
like soldiers or something. All we perceive from them is this star form or this collapse or coming about. But that's because we don't see properly yet. Just thinking about the world. How did God make colors? There is no colors, man. You perceive colors.
It's a reflection, yeah.
No. It's all in your head. You know, like the donkey sees what you see red, he sees green, or it's the other way around, or brown, or some shit like that. So again, when you look at the quality that you're getting from things in reality, it's not a true representation of that thing.
The book of Job explains it well.
It's literally Zena. God has decorated something in your mind, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing God's custom setting, which is in your mind, which you translate reality to. But if that was turned off, you would see reality, I don't know, like white and black or something.
That's interesting. What do you think about my profile picture?
It shows you the reality has a design.
I was just gonna ignore me.
I'm just, whatever. What is it? I'm sorry, your profile picture. Let me see. I break my fast with...
It's a black man with the raisin head.
He looks more American than Ethiopian, but... You know, you gotta go extra black, you know? Cockroach black. Well, that's pretty good, actually. Well, who's gonna get that? It's a high IQ kind of joke.
Yeah. Shake will get it.
But it needs to be extra dark. That would give it away.
Michael, you're a scholar when it comes to these religious talks. I was going to ask you, because I'm not vast in intellect when it comes to Islam. When it comes to the word of Allah, are all the words just as important, or is there certain words that are more important than others? And it's not when he's got you when I'm talking about like the Old Testament or anything, or New Testament. What would you say?
Within the Quran itself.
Yes. Within the Quran.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Quran does establish that. So there are the clear deductive verses, and then there are the verses that allow for some sort of, exegesis. So you do have that. Clearly, the deductive statements in the Quran are superior. So the Quran guides you that you establish the deductive statements, and then you work on the inductive in a way that doesn't contradict the deductive.
And the word of Allah is uncreated.
So when the Quran says, like, God does not beget or is begotten, so he doesn't have this generative power that he just, like, kind of gives off that, so he's denying that he's a passive ability in the universe. So he's like, I'm in control of my affairs and nothing kind of dictates on me. So he's like that.
Because I had a...
Now, this is not a knock at Christianity, because Christianity is specific at knowledge. And in Islam, God gains knowledge, not necessarily the fundamental knowledge of reality or natural knowledge, experiential knowledge. So God gains experiential knowledge. So he experiences you living, praying to him, supplicating, whatever. That's experiential. That's new. God didn't eternally experience that.
Because I had a particular surah come past my desk today. Surah 4171, if I recollect correctly, as Isa ben Maryam being considered the word of Allah. Now, some Muslims will say a word of Allah. But if all the words of Allah are just as important and carry no levels of up or down, just all equally great, and the words of Allah being uncreated, as what I'm told from
in that verse, when you look at the Arabic doesn't contain like the
declarative like el. So it's not the word. Not that there is necessarily the word, but that's not what the Quran is saying. It's saying he is a word from him. So he is a decree from him. So he is, what do you say it in the Tarjum? He is a memra from God.
What's the difference between
It's actually very important because this is, again, but this goes into the metaphysical, because I told you Islam is way more deeper than what we're discussing. But in Islam, the Quran mentions two worlds. It mentions the world of creation, al-khalq, or that which is potential actualized. And then it talks about the world of command. So the world of executioners, which is most likely the angelic world, that world. So the beings that just execute, they're just executioners.
How would a normal person command someone?
And that makes a lot of sense of angels. Angels are not there like sitting having lunch breaks. They're just like, put me to a task, like let's go. Like it's just like your AI waiting for you to, like, what are we doing? But obviously no angel is waiting. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do.
So how would somebody command or judge somebody? Would it be through their word?
Yeah, they're clear statements. So you would judge them based on what they're saying or their actions, yeah.
So what's the difference between somebody and their word? Or is it almost at the point where their word is their bond?
What are you getting at, shit?
I'm almost thinking that the Surah 4:171 is
what happened? We already told you, you know, thinking is a hard process for you. You shouldn't do it so much.
That's why I came to you.
Well, if you're gonna come to me, like I already gave you the answer. Also, the Quran talks about how Jesus in other contexts, so you need to take that into consideration also when understanding. But I'm already telling you, there is no declarative. There is, like, if this verse had the word, that wouldn't even be problematic, but like at least I would let you cook. Like I'd be like, you know, you could use this argument when you need some shots fired. You just need to like kind of suppressive fire.
Well, the thing is, I'm in a position where I don't want to do like shirk, where I'm associating Allah with partners, but I also don't want to divide Allah's.
Why don't you start with your own? Fix your own house. So, do you believe that there is an eternal knower alongside with the Father before the incarnation?
My interpretation is paled in comparison to the greatness of what is to be revealed. So,
well, bro, I'm just asking. So, I'm asking a question. If you want me to break it down, I'll break it down, or I simplify it. But it's a simple question. Do you believe that there is an eternal knower alongside the Father before the incarnation or the actualization of the Son of Man via the Holy Spirit?
From what I gathered in the surahs?
No, I'm talking about you biblically or in your Christology.
From my perspective and the evidence that it has been unveiled in front of me, yes.
Is that a yes, as in you do believe that there is an eternal knower alongside the Father, or no, there is only the Father and then the Son, until the Son of Man is actualized and fulfills the Son of God, there's only one eternal knower?
Well, the Allah is uncreated and the Quran
Ya
is
Allah, man, like this is what tells me you're being a pussy, bro. That's Ramadan. Like, just don't do that.
Well, I'm getting at the point where I'm thinking about.
No, I registered your point. I responded to it directly. I answered your question. Now, and I'm not. We can revisit it, but I'm just telling you,
He's
like.
He's gonna take a break for 5 minutes. He's gonna take a 5-minute break.
But try to answer it in the chat if you can, because this is important. Like your ecumenical councils do not say that there is a second knower alongside the Father in the eternity past. No, it doesn't say that. So we're good. Honestly, it's so stupid that this has been like meta for this one. But obviously, you know, the ones who benefit out of Jews and Muslims and Christians fighting are Jews, really. So, but there's really no difference. It's just like the Ethiopian king said. There's only but a small dividing line between what you guys are saying and what we're saying. Just don't let the semantics get to you. I'm not the example to follow because this took me a while. Not that I completely dedicated to this. Obviously, I've been very dismissive of Christianity for most of the... But that's because I understood Christianity in the layman understanding of Christians, which is true. I have falsified this. I have showcased that Christians do collapse into tritheism or modalism for much of the layman, especially the polemicists on social media. So I've already run that. I actually have that on.
Before I jump in the shower, because I can't respond because I'm home, put the top.
Wait a second. You can't respond when you're in your own home?
Because my kids, I have to put my kids to sleep. It's gonna be 8 o'clock. I put this at the top with the 2 lowers.
Damn, your kids go to bed early now.
My tire blew out. I had to go get my tire. The tire on. Listen.
Smiler, what time do your kids go to bed?
Like 10.
Yeah, 10, bro. Like a fucking savage, this guy.
8 o'clock, bro. Yeah. Bro, I got twins and a son, and they're like a year apart. So, alright, I put the 2. Can you read that up at the top, just so that we're on the same page? Because when you say the 1 lower, I think you're speaking of a different model.
No, I'm not denying Jesus Christ as a knower. I'm just saying he's not an eternal knower.
Yeah, so just read it up. Just read it out.
Okay, sure, no problem. Yes, an Orthodox, wait, let me see what question you're in. I have to reopen it, apparently.
The question that I gave, it's not going to put it. I just asked it.
This whole
Is
Apple
Father and Son both
ChatGPT
knowers?
is not really working.
Is Father and Son both knowers? And that's what it answered. Not screenshot them.
Well, we have to answer that carefully. Yes, in Orthodox Trinitarian theology, both the Father and the Son are knowers. No one's arguing against that, by the way. But we have to answer that carefully and metaphysically, not psychologically, since you like Thomistic precision. And let's structure this properly. What does it mean to be a knower? To be a knower, we don't need to go through that. Does the Son have intellect? Yes, the Son is co-substantial with the Father. I see creed fully God, the eternal Logos. If the Father has an intellectual or has intellect, essentially the Son. Yeah, there's no problem with that. Are there 2 acts of knowing? Now, here's where the distinction. There are not 2 divine intellects, 2 separate acts of knowing. There is 1 divine intellect, 1 divine act of knowing, because God is absolutely simple, divine simplicity. Yeah. Then, how are Father and Son both knowers? Here in the classical formulation, the Father knows. In knowing himself, he generates the Word. The Son is subsisting Word. We already know this. Father is knower. So, this is what it's saying. The Father is knower. The Son is the Word known. And because the Word is fully God, the Son is also knower. Not by a second act, but by numerically the same divine act. There's no problem. Thomistic precision. Aquinas would say the divine word proceeds by way of intellect. The Son is the subsisting act of self-knowledge. I already know Aquinas' nonsense. Okay, philosophical structure. If someone pushes you in a debate, what are you debating, though? Final answer, yes, the Father and the Son are both knowers, but because they share the 1 divine intellect and 1 identical act of knowing, they are distinct in relation, not in cognition. Dude, thanks for the trivia. Doesn't change anything. There's no eternal knower alongside the Father. That is the Son of Man. That is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is, if you want to fold him back into the hierarchy. He's going to fold into the Logos, which is known to God, the ordering principle of reality.
Yeah, so you
The Logos is the actualized potential.
I think, yeah, so you want, so when you say knower, he's the known, like the word is the, I said it before, it says
Wisdom is known.
and the known, yeah, exactly. I think that's what you're saying, right? When you say that, that's what I feel like you're saying.
Yeah, of course, but that's how it is. The Logos is a known thing to God, and he shares that with you via the Son of Man, Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ shows you how to do this via him becoming the Son of God. And he's only becoming the Son of God to show you how to become the Son of God. It's really not hard. It's actually very simple, Gnostic-oriented, metaphysically confusing simply because the terms are being translated across 2,000 years. They're not being updated, and we're not defining terms proper to engaging in these systems.
I would connect this to Colossians chapter 1. Just for shits and giggles, just do Colossians 1.
Wow, you've been doing great sharing chat GPT posts.
No, just go to the scripture you like it. Or Colossians 1, chapter 1, Colossians chapter 1, verse 15 through 18. Read that real quick. And then you then this wraps this
chapter 1, 15? Okay.
Yeah, chapter 1, verse 15 to 18.
Gotcha. Just copy this. Colossians 1, 15 to 18, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. You're going straight to one of the densest Christological passages in the New Testament. Good.
Yeah, just read the verses. Yeah, just read the verses. Don't give me
I got it. Why are we in a rush? Are you in a rush? Here's the epistle to, I'm about to read it, it's about to come. Epistle of Colossians 1 to 15, 18, condensed KJV style. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature, for by him were all things created. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. And he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, and in all things he might have preeminence. Sorry, I'm not fasting, just can't. Now, let's analyze this without devotional fog. Imagine an image of the invisible God. This is cruel. This is crucial. I'm sorry. Image, econ, or acon, does not, that's actually pretty cool. Let's see if there's a connection.
Archon.
There's no R, but okay. Does not mean the invisible God became
Eon then, right? Eon?
EIK, as in kilo, and O, and the invisible God became visible essence and wise. It means manifestation, intelligible expression, visible discourse. The image reveals without exhausting the source. That fits perfectly. Invisible, absolute news, visible, intelligible manifestation, logos disclosed in Christ, no ontological duplication required. Firstborn of all creation. That line is explosive. If taken literally, it cannot mean first created being, because the next verse says all things were created through him. Firstborn is biblical usage, often means heir, supreme representative, prominent. It is rank language, not biology. By him, all things.
Preeminence.
Preeminent. This is Logos language, not Jesus the carpenter swinging galaxies into orbit, but creation structured through divine intelligibility. This matches John 1 Logos, wisdom, literature, even Heraclitean structure. In your synthesis, Logos equals ordering principle, Christ equals historical disclosure of that ordering principle, no contradiction. He is before all things, before equals ontological priority, not clock time, meaning intelligibility precedes manifestation, structure precedes object. Firstborn from the dead, now it shifts from cosmology to redemption. This is archetypal language, prototype of resurrection, inauguration of new order, first instance of restored alignment. Where this pressures your synthesis, the dangerous point is here. If this passage is read strictly ontologically, it collapses into strong Nicene metaphysics. If read structurally, it reads as Christ equals supreme manifestation of divine intelligibility in history that is entirely compatible with archetype submission. The text never says the flesh is identical with the invisible essence. The human body is the ontological source of creation. It says image, firstborn, head, beginning. All rank manifestation terms. Clean compression. Colossians 1:15-18 supports invisible absolute, visible archetypal manifestation, Logos as ordering structure, Christ as historical apex of disclosure, preeminence, right? Yeah. Without multiplication of essence. It does not logically require three gods, flesh as divine essence, biological mechanics as soteric center. That's really it. Which makes sense. I mean, I don't know why y'all invest your time a lot with trying to decipher God's ontology when it's already explained to you. God is a knower. So whatever it is, that is what allows us to know things. God is closer to that. God is that because, again, God is not made out of parts. So God would be an awareness, would be the awareness of reality and the agency that comes with that awareness. And again, this might be like a stretch or something, some people, but when you look at modern day physics and quantum mechanics and they're talking about information theory, and they're talking about reality not being fundamentally physical, and fundamentally there is information, so reality being structured, and add to that the observer effect, the necessity of a determined observer to collapse the wave into particles, then at this point, this means there has to be an eternal observer that is knowing of information, that has agency to collapse potential into actualized potential. Surprising enough, that's pretty much what the Trinity is saying. It's saying, like, Father, knower, there's something known, there's the actualization of this that is known. In an overall hierarchy theme. Honestly, I'd be a better Christian than most of you, actually, if I was starting to be a polemicist. I would align the Trinity very well with some of the current theories. Like I said, information theory, observer theory. But again, this wouldn't be unique to the Trinity, though. But as a metaphysical framework for the Greeks at the time, very good job. Not bad, now that you think about it. Actually, they made a religion. I like to believe this came from Jesus just because of the structuring of the Trinity. It matches certain sequences. So it follows like one of those Semitic sequences. So to me, this is usually a sign of God. There are certain things about the Trinity that are not complete. It's missing certain. They didn't finish it, unfortunately. But nor is modern science gonna be able to necessarily complete exploring human consciousness or the soul. Like, that's just territory you're just not gonna really be holding a lot of water in, because you just can't measure it.
Yeah, just try to remember that I don't think that Trinity is trying to teach us the philosophy of the mind. And I think the reason why would they say that is because when they describe the two natures, they're saying that the nature of the man has a mind and a will, because that's what defines the nature. And then the mind and the will of the God, the Logos, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
It's actually a metaphysical framework to show how man is actualized in relation to the reality, eternal reality. So it's not just the mind, but that's where it stops, pretty much. So you're already past Jesus, hypostatic union. You're going into the Son of Man, and you're exploring certain things, and you're saying what constitutes like the person that is, and you're going like nous, gnome, psyche, Thelma. So there's a bunch of them, and these are key terms in psychology. You could use them when describing consciousness. I mean, soul consciousness, really no difference. Okay, there might be a difference. Again, a lot of we are emergent. We are emergent from the just how reality is. God finds himself in the he and reality are the same thing. He's just the processor. He has no constitution. God doesn't have a constitution, man. And that's where you realize that's the despair. That's where you hit despair. So when you realize how far God is away from our reality, is when it brings about despair. So that's why you see the Quran immediately hitting you with a lot of God is near you, God is close to you, God is, powerful. He look how he got the enemies, and look at the God's laws in the world, the pattern and all that. So I'm near, I'm effective, I'm in power, don't worry about it. I might be beyond transcendent, but like I'm here, don't worry about it. So, and in the Quran, this is where Abraham asked God for a sign, even though he went through the experience of surviving his tribe and being thrown into the fire and receiving revelation and going to the Levant and all that, Nimrod and all that. So why would he, and God in the Quran is asks him, like, did you not believe? And he's like, I just need my heart to settle. Like, it's kind of troubling me. I need that sakina, and it's not about that I don't believe in you. It's just like, it's a logical thing. And it's true, it's a logical thing. Because if I'm in one of the prophet's positions, there is going to come a time, logically, and this happens today, we always do it with people who claim that they have seen things. How do you know that this is actually the actual sense of what you're experiencing? So how does Abraham know that he is not simply perceiving reality as if God was speaking to him or if reality was speaking to him? So even if it's extraordinary, even if all of that, even if miracles are happening, there is
burning
still a
bush.
question mark.
The burning bush. That's what answers.
How?
Because what's funny is that we get the same answer from the Muslims that we get from the Jews when they discuss this. They say that Moses' perception of the burning bush. They're not saying because then usually the answers that I get is, oh, where do you see a bush where it's not actually burning where it stays burning, right? It's a flame, and then there's an angel in it, so it's like he's perceiving it. But the Christians, this is very easy for Christians because we're going to say this is Christ, right? This is that the visible God. Right?
Too many components, man. So keep it simple.
Yeah.
So what are we trying to argue against right now?
Logos, not having logos, and having logos.
Okay, so you brought up the burning bush,
The burning bush,
when I brought up Abraham. Okay, so you're saying the burning bush is one of those like kind of rejuvenating signs that I get what you're saying. You'll see probably. I'll bring up the example of the sign that Abraham saw from God, and as mentioned in the Quran, and I think that will be relevant in a second. But the sign that is shown to Abraham is that he is told to go and cut up birds. I forgot the specific number, which I believe is important. I want to say 9, something like that, or 7, something. Or there's no number. But
yeah, I remember
he cuts them up.
You're talking about.
He mixes up all the little pieces. There's no scales, there's no nothing. He goes and puts them on different mountaintops, and he calls for them, and they return. What is the sense of all this? So we have Abraham. We have someone who already experienced quite a journey with God. He already believes in God. He's not like doubting God or anything. But there is a logical issue here. And I highlighted, and this was the sign. So what does this all represent? So it represents that, well, you could be perceiving reality as God speaking to you, and reality could be empowering you with miracles. But what God really has to show logically is that he is sovereign above the very world of command. So the very entropy of how things are, without breaking the laws of physics, God is going to have to kind of showcase that this isn't necessarily the case. So he breaks some of the clear lines of entropy. So mixing the birds with one another, you're breaking the whole notion that you need to have the DNA matching. So if you're going to stitch body parts back together and organs, they got to be the same blood type, they got to be compatible. So that's one. And the weight, so he doesn't weigh the birds, there's no equal weight. So blood and flesh, so he overcomes quantity as well. Memory, so they reobtain, they're still conscious of the command, even though they're dead. The birds have been killed. So there's a bunch of components in this miracle that are actually exemplifying God as like what the Hindus say, Krishna. So Krishna, this is why Krishna is so big, because he represents God's sovereignty over the very structure of reality without destroying the structure, but without being limited by it, which is pretty cool. So that's what it's about. And that's where you realize God. So the point is, Tawheed is, once you recognize why Abraham requested the sign and why he said, let my heart settle, that's what I hold. So once a Muslim understands why this was, he understands Tawheed. He or she. Because Gotta think like Abraham. Yeah, God, you've been good to me, but how do I know this isn't just me part of the system? Like, maybe I'm just Neo. I'm not actually anything special. I'm just the component of the system. God got to do something where he's like, yeah, this system, I'm not emergent from it. I rule over it. That's what Jesus is very strongly also something like that, because he has no father, born miraculously, does miraculous things like raising the dead. He knows about things that are hidden. He knows people's secrets, so which is honestly way more powerful than even bringing the dead. Because you could say, you hypnotize me. But when I get your deepest secret from your chest and you didn't tell a soul about this, and then Jesus be like looking at you, giving you that shade, there is no way. There is no way he knows about this, except that whatever connects your faculty of knowing, your consciousness, whatever is tapped into that must have given him that information. That's why Jesus was a straight up, he would drop it hot. Like, if he was seriously armed with these miracles, like, he wouldn't have a hard time getting people to, like, whoa on him. Because all it would have taken, like, 1-2 people, like, hey, I know you did this, I know you did that last summer. And they would have been like, oh my God, he's the real deal. How else did Christianity spread this fast? But then again, how is it that anti-Zionism or Jewish hostile sentiment has spread so quick in a world where it took decades to build this sentiment?
Maybe I can answer it with a question, Michael.
Go ahead, Shake, but either way, make it smart.
Now, shirk is a crazy, crazy sin. Now, what if somebody tries to limit Allah by their perspective? Intentionally. Isn't that just as bad?
Again, going against clear, deductive statements in the Quran that describe God's attributes, and then you limiting them is what the Mu'tazila did. So, yes, this has happened. This is bad, yes. Not necessarily needs to be investigated, whether grounds for takfir.
And we agree, but to your question earlier, why did Christianity spread so quick? Because there was something different that Christianity offered compared to other religions. Of course, other religions had their own gods, and even the Romans had powerful gods by their perspective. But something about a guy coming back from the dead and all these different people that became saints later on, them putting their lives on the line for their message.
No problem. No one blasphemes in the spirit of those who died in the path of God, nor do Muslims or Muhammad or the traditions say that those who died under the persecution of the Romans were not martyrs. Actually, the whole story of the people of the cave, the setting is supposed to be the setting where Rome switches from pagan Rome to Christian Rome. At least that's one of the assumptions. So there is no doubt. We believe that, but in the message of the prophet, or presumably the message of the prophet to Heraclius, in the message he said, respond favorably, pretty much, or upon you will be the curse of the Aryans.
I'm not going to say that there wasn't any Muslims that weren't martyred, but is there any saint in Islam?
Oh, yeah. But we just don't call them saint. We call them awliya, but this is pretty much the same thing. So more like lords.
Interesting.
Or governors.
So why do you guys get mad when the people of books say Jesus Christ is Lord?
Oh, there's nothing wrong. We say Lord Jesus all the time. We say Lord Muhammad all the time. What do you think Sayyid means? It means Lord, Master.
Interesting.
Yeah, bro. Our issue is with you saying Jesus is the Lord of Lords.
Well, now why is that?
Because the Father is the Lord of Lords.
Now, even by your argument, let's not say from even the Christian perspective, but isn't Isa ben Miriam either going to be appointed or he is coming back to judge with Allah's judgment?
The Quran does not say in any deductive statement or strong induction that Jesus is going to come back for a second time. Actually, it doesn't actually make any sense for Jesus to come back, and also it breaks the laws of physics. Unless Jesus is in comatose right now or in like frozen, then no, he's not coming back. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a messianic phenomenon. There isn't going to be a sacrifice. There is, and I believe it already happened. But I am not denying the potential reality that Jesus might return. Again, there's a lot of hadith that talk about Jesus' second coming. So it's really hard to say that, we would have to apply something like conspiracy or some sort of explanation. We would say the enjoining of Christendom with the rising Muslim religion led to them importing some of their eschatology into Islam via hadith. But the problem is that they are too numerous, the ones about Jesus, to say that, so it's a low probability that there is no hadith that mentions Jesus, that Prophet Muhammad didn't say of this. But, again, the Quran remains silent. Or, again, there are inductive arguments that can be made that showcase that the Quran is saying Jesus is coming back. But, again, no clear statements. And even from the traditional Christian perspective, Jesus does not come back. When Jesus comes, it's to inherit the world. It's game over. It's already Judgment Day. So there is no world. It's literally when you see Jesus, it's the end of the world. Not like how these dispensationalists believe. They believe that, no, Jesus shows up, it's not going to be the end of the world. It's going to be like a millennial reign and all that.
No, I wouldn't work with you on your perspective. You say he is not the Lord of Lords. Would it be fair to say that he is the judge of the lords?
God is the judge of all lords. Now, whether God bestows, now we believe that's going to be the case. God bestows, they're going to be sitting at the right side of the throne or on the right. Like, these themes all exist in Islamic tradition as well. The prophets are going to be honored. Don't worry. Now, are the people deserving of the intercession of the prophets? Because the prophets will have their moment to intercede. And that will be their judgment upon their peoples, whoever they were sent to. So, we believe in that, but we believe that most people will not earn that intercession. So Jesus' intercession is like what your book says, like Jesus is going to be like disowning a lot of people who really think that they're doing shit in his name. Excuse my French.
Well, look at this. They got Islamic judges, even right now, even before, and probably even if,
And for us, Moses killed a person too, so Moses kind of has a little trouble thing going on. So again, this is secondary tradition, but Moses killed someone. So the prophets, you see Jonah, he kind of like got frustrated. So there are things that knock down, they don't have perfect scores necessarily. So intercession also, this is where the prophets, meritocracy kicks in. So prophets get little scoreboards too, and the way they get to do it is they get to bring as many of the ones they favor with them, or they get to intercede to God for those.
So you're saying Isa ben Miriam is the intercessor to the Lord's, to Allah. Interesting.
Yeah. So Muhammad will intercede, Jesus will intercede, but again, in our traditions, they as in when the, so this is specifically after the resurrection. So all of humanity will gather, and because it's gonna be it's a very long era. Some say 15,000 years.
Muhammad intercedes, because it looks like that Isa ben Miriam has been raised up particularly on the day of judgment.
Look up intercession of Muhammad.
But I kind of feel like Isa ben Miriam is more serious when it comes to this.
These are going to be to their nation. So Jesus, whoever he's sent to, they're going to be the ones who are asking for the intercession of Jesus. And that's where in the Bible, in Matthew, it said, they're going to come to Jesus. And what is he going to say? Say, nah, you guys are word honest. Let's get the hell away from me. I don't even know you. He's going to disown them. So this is the problem. Jesus' intercession is one of those extremely difficult ones to get.
If Muhammad brought
and also, God is going to make an example out of Jesus on Judgment Day, because some people thought like he was literally the big guy, and so he's gonna. So Jesus is gonna be like on the hot seat for a little bit, not because Jesus did anything wrong, but to make an example that this is God, creator. So here, I'm gonna show you, this is my creation. So I get to do I'm gonna put some scrutiny on him.
So if Isa brought the Injil and he had the Torah during his time, and Muhammad brought the Quran, would it be fair to say that he is going to judge even the world, the Jewish world, his followers, and the Muslim world?
He's already judged their covenants already, when it comes down to Jesus, already is under application. So it's already applying. The Jews are cursed by Jesus, and that is what it is. And they will remain cursed. And the Quran calls them cursed. So they're cursed. And they will not know a Messiah except Christ. So the Quran prophesizes to you, or tells you in clear terms, these people will never know a Messiah post-Muhammad other than Christ. So don't worry about it. These people will not have, none of them will die except guessing to themselves who the Messiah is. They're going to be like, Christ? Because, kind of like when you Google the Messiah, or who's the Messiah, it's going to pop up, do you mean Christ? Jesus Christ. These are the things, this is what the Quran means. So the Jews will not know who to tell the Messiah if they are questioned who the Messiah is. They're going to say Jesus.
So what's the Islamic perspective that a Jewish man is going to come back and he's going to judge the Islamic world with the Torah?
He's not going to judge us. No, he's not going to judge us. He's going to
intercede. He's going to intercede.
No. Jesus' job is to kill the Antichrist, to remove the delusion from the world, and he is to end any sort of conflation that has led him to be believed to be God, as in the Father, the eternal knower. So he's come to do that. So and he's come to, in accordance to the Hadith, break the cross. So he's come to showcase that he pretty much wasn't crucified.
So is he going to use the Quran to judge?
But I believe the crucifixion is the sign of the curse on the Jews. So the crucifix follows the Jews. It's a looming sign above their heads. You see how it makes them nervous. They're cursed. So that's what the cross really represents.
No, just for the sake of argument, let's pretend the Christians, that book that they have is the Injil. Now, I'm not saying it is or isn't. Let's just say it is the Injil. From what it looks like, it seems like Jesus Christ has broke the cross because he overcame death from their perspective. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, to believe Jesus was resurrected, you understand that that means is to believe he died. Now, we don't believe he died to begin with. So now God is to cause him to experience wafat. So his life will end as he knows it. So he's gonna, Jesus ain't gonna be able to go back in time and live among his community. So his life is done in that one. So, and he will, the notion is that he will come and complete the remainder of his life, whatever is intended for him, in the time now. So, in the second coming. No. Like I said, I'm not necessarily a fundamentalist when it comes down to Jesus. I just don't deny or affirm, but simply state that in what I would bet on is that there is no second coming of the very person of the flesh or the flesh itself. There will be the phenomenon of the Messiah. And I believe that's what you saw in, like, Gaza, for example. So you saw this massive human sacrifice, child sacrifice, that happened by circumstances of the world that, the world is like, just let it happen because, it needs to happen. And this sacrifice was taking place, and what did it do? It ushered a messianic wave. Like I said, and remember, Jesus' whole thing was the destruction of the temple in 3 days. He was very oriented in the actualization of his prophecies at the detriment of the Pharisees or the rabbinics, right?
No, for sake of argument, let's
or why else did Jesus curse the temple? Yeah.
Let's pretend these Christians are the people of the book. I'm not saying they are or they aren't. And let's pretend their book is the Evangelion, the Injil. Now, if it's true, could that be something that could be a problem for the Islamic perspective?
What? The Evangelion?
Oh, the Injil. Let's just say the Christians, their Bible.
You mean the Bible? You mean the Bibles as we have it today? So, are the Bibles problematic? Again, I don't believe the Muslim world has put in like a real serious collective attempt to synthesize the Bible with the Quran. But then again, the Muslims don't feel that they are under obligation to do so. They actually believe that this is your job to do so. So it is up to you to determine the validity of Islam. They, as Muslims, and we've said this a million times, are under no obligation to go look into the previous books. The Quran is complete. So the Quran, even if you don't perceive it to be complete, it says it's complete is complete. It's just now, I'm a believer, someone who believes it is complete. So, again, I'm not necessarily like hardcore or Wahhabi. Like, I'm more closer to the Egyptian institution, Al-Azhar. That doesn't make me doctrinally Ash'ari, or not that again, these are nuances, it's so stupid.
Well, that's a good question.
A lot of this meta, I hate talking about it because I don't believe in it. You're like, Sheikh, like, with all due respect, like, I think you're a good guy. Like, I don't think you're like a evil person per se. I think you play around too much, but the Quran or any scripture needs to, if you're going to believe it to be the final revelation, it needs to be able to speak to man and explain every stage that they're in, because we go through stages. And do you believe that the Bible, 4,000 years, let's say, from now, is gonna be able to give people an understanding of the reality that will like truly resonate with the Bible? Or is the Bible gonna feel outdated, or is it gonna feel like an old story or something?
No, I have a good question. I hope you're sitting down for this one.
You're not gonna answer that one? Do you see Christianity surviving 4,000 years from now, assuming all things keep going the same way?
Yeah, I can see it surviving.
Wow. Like as a majority religion in the world?
So for if that'll be the same argument for you. It's like
I see. I mean, we have the data. It tells us by the turn of the next century we're already the majority anyways.
I feel like somebody.
We're the largest religious sect on the face of the planet, Sunni Islam.
Somebody will always have that pursuit to know more and to understand more. And if they're truly conclusive and they're not biased and they look at all
I don't see what the problem is. If I can accept the Trinity as logic, and I can explain it to you, and I have explained it to many, and even people, it is that simple. And I can highlight to you how Israelites or Jews got confused before with Baal, and how God told them not to use that term anymore. And if God saw in the wisdom, or what you believe God saw in the wisdom, that, he would change a name that he gave to himself, then why can't you accept the Quran's argument, which I have shown you via proof demonstrated in front of you, that this language confuses Christians and leads them to be tritheist or modalist? And wouldn't you describe tritheism or modalism as shirk, right?
Well, this is the position I'm in. You have Islamic scholars going to the Roman Vatican to study up on early Islamic transcripts. At the same time, the Injil wasn't preserved, and Uthman, even though he burnt the Quran, what was the Quran before that? Do we have a difference to compare? Even though he was saying to standardize.
Yeah, there are manuscripts. Like, I don't understand. Like, it doesn't take you long right now to type in Quranic manuscripts and their carbon dating but if we didn't go, and again, if we're simply going based on historical academic kind of standard that neutralizes the Islamic narrative.
Well,
if we go based on that, you are going to have to look at these manuscripts, and they're going to be carbon dated to potentially before the very timing that we give to the Prophet. So you would end up in a bad circumstance. The only thing that allows you, in light of the evidence, to continue this argument is because of the Sunni tradition. So because of the Sunni tradition maintaining Uthman and the events that happened, that this. If it wasn't for this tradition, you would have to assume that the Quran predates even the current dating that we give to Muhammad.
Well, how would they know those transcripts are even good, or if they're forgeries?
Yeah, it's called carbon dating.
Well, you can even
Plus, there's textual criticism.
You could carbon date forgeries as well. That's what I'm getting at, is if they didn't preserve their Injil, what makes you think they're going to have some authentic Islamic information?
Listen, man, if you're going to come and say, well, I believe the Quran not to be preserved, you're going to have to come with evidence. You can't just be like, there is no evidence, so, I'm right.
Well, I'm not saying it's not preserved or it is preserved. What I'm saying is, how do we know it is preserved if the original Quran is burnt?
You gotta, first of all, the Arabic one, and to what a lot of people like me and others, they might have done this in a not necessarily the proper researching way, but they attempted. So the symmetry of the Quran. So the chapters in themselves, is there a specific symmetry that we see, or is it normal for these chapters to be asymmetrical, or lacking of symmetry? And based on the analysis that I have, and falsifiable, give you the data. The chapters all have symmetry. So there is a clear, these are packets that are meant to be in the specific size and the specific orientation, and at least when it comes down to the chapters themselves. Why? Because when you translate them to numerical value, or you give them numbers and you try to look for the symmetry, it's from the very beginning to the end. So there's a symmetry throughout the whole chapters. And this is not just me who talks about this. You have Catholics who wrote about this. So there's a Catholic guy I always like to bring up who analyzed the calf chapter, the calf. He comes up and tells you this stuff. So to say that the Quran is lacking preservation credits, you're going to have to explain why, even assuming that the Quran is not completely preserved, why is it able to continue and hold this kind of symmetry? I mean, you're talking about editing at this point.
A person outside of religion, outside of Christianity, Judaism, atheism, even Hinduism, will ask something along the lines of, what would motivate Uthman to burn the other Qurans? What was the
This
point?
has already been, and everybody does this. It's not like if today there is an edition of a book that is, in error or missing pages, they're going to do a recall. Like if there is a car or there's a problem, they're going to do a recall. And usually these products, guess what happens, Sheikh? They're destroyed or reformatted. So that's what it is. And so the Quran being an oral transmission, in light of all these Gentiles kind of joining in with Islam, they are not that proficient in Arabic. They're writing it down.
Then why weren't the Islamic scholars at the time of Uthman?
We're conquering the world. We're not busy. The biggest mistake, the early, and I don't want to say Abu Bakr. I don't want to either say Uthman, Umar, but it's just circumstantial. It is what it is because they're green, man. But they did not establish a central government, a bureaucracy, institutions. They were simply just like propagating a religion. They were a warrior nomad with a weak central command in Arabia. That's what it is. The Arabs did not conquer North Africa with armies that you couldn't see the end of them. A few thousand, mainly alliances that were with the Arab tribes because the Sinai is full of Arabs historically since ancient times. And with Coptics who were Miaphysites who hated the Romans anyways. And Greeks who were like also willing to aid and abet. So that's what it is. These guys were not, they were simple, man.
How are you, brothers?
Yeshua Akbar, Eden, Lent Mubarak.
Is this like, do you have to take something for this? Like, Sheikh, or is it just internally so humorous for you?
How are you?
Good, my brother. How you doing? Ramadan Mubarak, my friend.
Ramadan. We call it Ramadan here in Pakistan, brother.
Oh, they do. Nice.
Yeah.
We're right now in America. We're doing Lent Mubarak.
I'm right now in Bangladesh.
Did you get the Lent thing going?
Yeah, sorry, I had fish on Friday.
Why didn't you post your forehead with the ash?
I'm vegetarian. I am vegetarian, brother. I'm vegetarian.
The reason why I didn't do that is if you go out in the streets and you boast and you're telling what you're doing, you're going to get the recognition of man. But if you're staying quiet and you're humble...
Right, do we have a last question, because you're boring?
Oh, question, yes.
No, Masha, it was too much, man. We can talk something else. Let's chill, because it's chill time, right?
What if it was brought to your attention that... Oh, no, I was going to ask Michael. What if it was brought to your attention that everything that you have been taught has not been the truth at the end?
Would you lead that if the truth is revealed?
That's a no-brainer. Everybody would hopefully accept the truth if the truth is revealed to them in a way that, epistemologically valid. But of course, but this does not mean that this wouldn't be the truth revealed from like Christendom or Judaism because it's fundamental, Sheikh. You don't have a text that claims to be a final revelation to all of mankind. Christianity, the problem with Christianity, the message of Christ is specifically directed towards the lost sheep. Paul is the one that kind of brings on boards the Gentiles, and I don't see really the Gentiles necessarily abiding with Paul's teachings per se on this one. But Jesus did not come for the Gentiles, nor is his message directed necessarily for the Gentiles. The cues are way too many. Like I said, he speaks in parables when he's around Gentiles because he doesn't want to speak to them in the proper phrasing because they might end up understanding it the wrong way. So you can clearly see that Jesus is clearly conscious of people defining terms from their own framework. Clearly. That's why he speaks in parables.
What about the scholarly commentary of 36:14? That's where I would like the original Quran before Uthman to navigate around that scholarly
What do you
commentary.
want, man? What I already told you, the Trinity is logically coherent. I already told you metaphysically what you need to hold to. Now, if your issue isn't the Trinity or you being takfired as an idolater, at this point, what is your issue against Muhammad? Your issue against Muhammad is
That's not good.
dude. I'm gonna kick you, bro, because first of all, I'm kind of racist, and two, you're fucking boring. So that's just what it is. Now, if I'm a Christian, one, I have a lot of problems. My book is not necessarily direct divine revelation. It is inspired via Holy Spirit and still is fallible. So that's one. You have a text, you have a collection of texts that are fallible. Also, you don't have a unanimous agreement on what exact texts are authoritative, even among the churches today. So even if you ignore the Protestant, the Catholic, and the Orthodox are not necessarily in agreement.
So when you say in that same argument, if that's the case in Christianity, then you would have to make the parallel. Otherwise,
Of course, it would be hypocrisy to not do otherwise. But again, this is not me saying Christianity is false. Now, historically, also, academic consensus and archaeology is not strongly supportive of Jesus. Yeah, we're barely keeping the notion that Jesus actually existed floating. Now, I know people knock on mythicists all you want, but mythicists, actually, there are academics who agree with mythicist theories. So it's not that fringe. So actually, to me, the evidence is weak because, like what Barth kind of showed, there's a lot of Jesuses, man. There's a lot of people claiming to be the Messiah. This also, the whole theme of Jesus seems very pro-Roman state. So it would be perfect for the Roman state, especially against a hostile, constantly rebelling population like the Jews. It's a pacifist religion. It shows them as cursed. The very symbol of a Jewish man named Yeshua on a tree is a curse. So it's subjugation, it's re-indoctrination. One could say it's a Roman religion, and this is an academic position. It's pretty strong. No one's denying that the Jesus. I'm not denying it, but there's definitely, you gotta understand, Christianity between Jesus, Paul, and Constantine. That is what you have. You don't have a pure Jesus religion.
well, the thing is, the same way you have the stipulation of the Christians having the inspired word of God, how did Muhammad receive revelation? Was he not inspired?
he received it via angel dictation. So the angel Gabriel came to him and revealed him to him,
So
told him to recite.
If the angel Gabriel
You already
is
know
the
the
Holy
story.
Spirit, if he's the
We
Holy
can be
Spirit,
more technical about it, but that's just the general phrasing.
if the angel Gabriel is the Holy Spirit that you guys like to use in the arguments,
You
what's
already
the
know
difference
that,
between-
Shig. First of all, when you're talking to me, you talk to me as an individual. You don't try to straw man me into the layman positions that are commonly known in this shitty meta. No, I'm in the top percentile. So,
But
me.
what's the difference between Muhammad receiving revelations
Now-
from the Holy Spirit and then the followers of the Christ receiving the revelations of the Holy Spirit? What's the difference?
First of all, the followers of Christ are not prophets. That's one. And two, historically, we can't verify most of them. You understand? We don't have a single historical reference to anyone saying I met Paul. Yeah, by the way, I met Paul on this date. We had a nice chit chat. We ate, some donuts or some piglets, or I don't know what the fuck they ate back then.
What about the Islamic Scholarly commentary?
And guess what?
3614.
Peter, we don't have anybody claiming they directly met Peter. We don't have that. The only attested person we know is James.
What would Uthman gain an advantage?
And others, obviously, but not the key ones that you believe in.
Peter
And
got killed.
not only that, but then we have the Jews claiming Peter is a double agent.
What would Uthman have to gain of getting rid of the Quran and saying that the
Get
Injil
rid
is
of the
not
Quran.
preserved?
How could he get rid of the Quran? Look at the borders of the Muslim world during the Uthman's era. Just please go take a look.
That's the question that atheists
No.
would
Just
ask.
please open the map. Open the map and type it in because you have to learn this, man.
Which one, the Sunni, the Shia,
Just-
or the
just-
Ahmadi?
Oh my God! It doesn't change anything. The Sunni Shia, like Shia even existed back then. Just
Because the Shia will say
Rashidun
that they're the
map or
Muslim.
Rashidun Uthman border.
But the thing is, you guys won't accept each other's hadiths. So who's
Oh
the
my
Muslim?
God! You're just like machine gunning a Sheikh. Like who? This isn't TikTok, bro. This is not TikTok.
Bro, they don't let me get one word in on TikTok.
Yeah, because this is what you literally are now exhibiting too much TikTok. You've become a broken record, and you know you're gonna get kicked out of rooms, and you've just been stuck in this. You can't stay on TikTok forever, dude. You gotta mix it up.
I'm a well-mannered polemicist. What can
You
I
know
do?
what I think is good for you, Sheikh? You should have an X. Do you have an X?
Yes.
You should try to engage in conversations there. I'm not saying abandon TikTok or Clubhouse, but like.
Oh, I thought you meant like X as in like a fast date. Get on X, the Twitter, yep.
Yeah, X, Twitter.
But these are the questions people are gonna ask.
Bro, these are questions you can ask your ChatGPT and it will roll its eyes at you, bro. Like, if you could convince your ChatGPT, don't, bro, like, it's just because I'm friendly. Yeah, just because I'm friendly, man. But otherwise, like, and because there is no other crowd, Shake, but you would be on my block list a long time ago.
Maybe
If this was Clubhouse, COVID, you wouldn't even be a cricket.
Bro, if this was Clubhouse COVID, like me and God Logic would be working together.
No, bro. It was very professional. Clubhouse was very professional, bro. Like, even the Christians, you could not be an idiot and just, like, speak whatever you want on stage. No, they would have kicked you if you're not making sense. It was very easy. That's how they did it. And you had... Okay. Yeah, man, it was... Can't wait for that Clubhouse to come back, man.
If I was around back then, God Logic would be begging me to come to his rooms.
You honestly think you're a better debater than him? He's a shitty debater himself, bro.
Well, did you see that what he did to your guy's metaphysician?
Oh my god, bro. These two,
They
like
took him out
Jake
of that-
and Dog Logic, like you understand their origin is on this app, right? Like I think Jake YouTube actually, but Dog Logic is on this app. Like he's gonna chase after the people that can give him. Who are the biggest mistake we Muslims do is we entertain people. Dog Logic is not stupid, but Dog Logic is not devotional to Christianity. This is a job. This is a job for Dog Logic, and do not let that confuse you, man. I knew this guy before he had YouTube. He was on this app. We know who he is.
That's how you
We
know
made
when I
that
was
guy.
authentic.
We made that guy because he's the only one who's willing to get his head chewed off. And that's it. And people like end up like, oh wow, this guy's actually braving suicide. Let's watch that. That's all it is. And he gets money. He collects money. So
Well, I'm doing that for free. That's how you
good
know
for
I'm
him.
authentic.
No, see, that's stupid doing it for free.
Well, because maybe I'm doing it out of generosity, because I want to see the person prevail and overcome sin.
Shake, anybody of my generation and under that can, and even the X guys, anybody that has a decent double-digit IQ is gonna literally tap on the side of his button and can pull up your question and have a defeating answer in before you could finish the sentence. If you are not at the level where you can ask more sophisticated questions other than the basic repeated laundromat questions, you're not doing shit, bro, other than making a fool out of yourself.
I could ask you this. What type of Christian would I be?
Though, right? Isn't the can you tell me the definition of insanity, Shake?
Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
How long have you been doing the same thing over and over again?
I do different things.
Why are you asking questions that would ask 20 years ago?
But let me ask you this. What type of Christian would I be to hate you so much, to not allow you the same opportunity that I have and stop you from receiving the gift of salvation that has already been paid for?
Gift of salvation is believing in Jesus Christ, and we believe in Jesus Christ. We believe that salvation, for salvation, to believe in the revelations and the prophets and God. You already know our principles of faith. So believing in Jesus and believing in the gospel or the evangelion of Jesus, which is the good news, which God has come to redeem the Son of Man. So
If you really believe in Jesus, then why do you kill transgenders in your country?
My friend, I thought you were a beautiful Muslima.
Bro, I'm a Muslim. What the fuck are you saying? I'm a woman, bro. Shut the fuck. I'm a transgender woman. What are you saying? You're a woman.
Bro.
Why do
you got a Darth Vader voice?
I'm a transgender woman. That's why. Just shut the fuck up, bro. Like, can't you respect women? Like, why are you saying this?
This is not only is this not kosher, this is haram.
See, you give hate, I do not give hate.
Okay, when did I mention hate?
Because of the mentality that you people have, I have to leave my family in Pakistan because of the people like you.
My friend,
you literally kill people. That's why people have to take refuge in other countries. Transgenders.
Sheikh is technically Russian.
Whoa. I'm not Muslim.
Yeah, but the point is that people who are transgender and who are like LGBTQ.
Jake, tell him where you're originally from. He thinks you're a cracker from America.
But wait a minute. You think I have positions in government in Pakistan?
He thinks you're a Yankee.
I think that Muslims lack sensitivity for the people who are not like that. That's why we have to leave our families.
Are you ready for post-Ramadan Eid sharing the fun bags? Because I'm assuming that would be enough recovery time for them.
Is that a photo of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Would it be haram if I ask you for a
Jake,
picture
like, give
from
it
the
a
back?
fucking break, bro. Like, holy God.
You shake. That's what I'm.
Yes, Cora. Go on.
I thought you kicked me. I thought you kicked me.
Who were you asking if it's a photo of who? What?
I was asking about the update for the moneymakers.
They're showing right now. It's my profile pic.
Are we jogging and, like, running or what?
Not quite. I'm still doing radiation, so they're still a little sore.
Well, God bless you through that treatment. And no, you're not.
2.5 more weeks, and I should be able to get back in the pool and stuff.
They float on their own? Are they going to be acting like floatables, or are they still sinking?
I don't think they weren't sinking before. Before they were like, I had a hard time because they would float too much.
Oh.
So now I'm hoping that I have an easier time.
Floatables.
Cora, can I ask you something? You have an interesting perspective. I think you bring a lot of value to our group. Would you consider, what would Uthman gain to burn the Quran and say that Injil has not been preserved?
He just wanted to fuck you, Sheikh. He just wanted to fuck you. That's it. That's what he wanted. Uthman was just a sadistic guy, and he was thinking in the 7th, 8th century, how do I just fuck over humanity in like this delusional mind fuck? Yeah, let me, because, yeah, people like that, they're just that sadistic, man.
What if we're supposed to
Because a guy like that who got killed by a bunch of Egyptians who literally marched all the way into his home and chopped his head off and killed in front of his wife, that's the guy who's like sadistic and thinking and planning evil for the world.
They also chopped his wife's hands.
Yeah, and his wife is Christian, right? You understand that, right?
But let me ask you this.
But yeah, we're not talking about that one either.
What if we were supposed to pray away from the Kaaba, but since we don't have original Quran, oh my goodness.
Praying towards Mecca is ridiculous because you could face any direction and technically be praying towards Mecca because we live on a place sphere-wise.
Well, the Quran does say you can face any
It's
direction.
a non-Euclidean shape, so every direction's towards Mecca.
Well, if you're considering the earth sphere, yeah. But the whole point, God does say in the Quran that wherever you face the direction of God, Mecca is for unison. So everybody knows that, these must be Muslims, look at their direction of prayer, look at the times they're praying. It's a unifying thing.
But the problem is,
plus it gives us central authority to whoever, it gives these holy sites value, and it gives custodianship of these holy sites value and the maintenance of them.
if that's the situation, then if we could pray in any direction, why is it that the Muslim understanding is that Allah is the God of the East and the West?
I do believe there are restrictions in Christianity, but I think it's more of an Eastern thing.
If there was restrictions, then the grave wouldn't be conquered.
Just relentless. Someone needs to give you a machine gun, bro.
Bro, no. I have something stronger than that. It's stronger than any double-edged sword.
Stronger than a machine gun.
Oh yeah. Cut through anything, sharper than any double-edged sword. It is the word of God.
Do you have the word of God? Do you have, quote, God?
Jesus. He is the word of God.
Jesus is the Son of Man. He's not the Father. He's not the knower of the Logos. He knows the Logos, but that would be the words of Jesus. Do you have the words of the Father? Do you have a message from the Father?
John 3:16.
Is John a prophet? Did he get a message from the Father?
Now, if this
How do we know that John even met Jesus? Academic consensus tells you there isn't. The author of John did not meet Jesus. What are you talking about?
No, if you doubt this and you're questioning the inspired word of God, then you would also have to question the inspired words that Muhammad received.
I do question them.
Do you question them like me?
Hey man, if you can convince your AI you got a good point, I'm down to hear it.
What do you mean? This is you have great resilience.
Bro, like, you know me, you're dealing with a guy who's like running like Markov order statistics on the Quran. Like, I already tell you, like, Quran passes third Markov order. So the symmetry in the chapters, at least at this level, there's more that I'm gonna run, but I need bigger chapters. I'm leaving that for last, but proves that the symmetry that is in the Quran, in the chapters, is not emergent from the use of language or themes. It is intentional. So you're telling me, and I'm pretty strong on this one because I have the data.
Man, I told you
You're telling me a man who was literally from a pretty well-off tribe, didn't need really for anything, was honored, had a successful business, decided to blow up all that in smoke, and managed to become a genius. He's the Wizard of Oz of humanity. And not only that, bring about via prophethood, via being a judge, via a warrior, being a father, being the head of a household, to to a strategist, to a diplomat. He had to do all of that, and what was it, 23 years, which, by the way, crazy number. And in that, he was literally had to migrate, and his tribe was suffering persecution because of his actions. So you're telling me an Arab abandoned his tribe for and comfort and wealth for what exactly? What did he gain? What did Prophet Muhammad gain after it? His bloodline? Well, they got killed. A lot of them got killed. So he didn't even set up his family. They were poor. You hear it in our literature that Abu Bakr did not inherit them. Because the notion is that no one inherits prophet. So this is what happened. So Muhammad, between getting risking life and limb, to risking poverty, to literally despair because he had to fight in the battle of the coalitions when they came against him, and the betrayal. Like, not only that, but he was an idealist. He wanted the Jews to believe, even though God was telling them they're not going to believe. He wanted people to believe. He would go out of his way, even though God, a lot of the Quran also is being like, because it's dealing with that heart, the one who still has a good heart, or at least the heart that is in processing, is still self-monitoring, or is God conscious, that's the heart. And that's what it speaks to, and it's trying to tell you, God is telling you, you're not going to be more merciful than me. I guide people. People are just sealed. Some people are sealed. Some people don't see. Some people are blind, deaf. That's what it says. So you gotta read the Quran as if you're someone who is seeking the final revelation from God. You need to understand your epistemological condition. You are a theist. You are a theist who is dealing with a scripture that is ancient. And not only that, a lot of the historical evidence, the archaeology, can strongly challenge your position and can leave a lot of room for skepticism and doubt. You need a final revelation that at least tells humanity, hey, I'm God. I spoke to you. I did all this. And I'm speaking to you this time. And I'm telling you how it is till the end of time. We need that. If we don't have that in theism, we collapse. We become deist. And that's what you're seeing. A lot of people are becoming. The threat isn't Christianity or Islam. Your main threat is unaffiliated. That's your main threat, because you have people claiming to believe in God, but they're unaffiliated. They don't believe in any revelation. They don't realize that they are now deists. And these people are gonna go to hell, by the way. Deists go to hell.
Alright, check this out. So, if he was not appointed or he didn't get the revelation, he would have been forgotten in the sand, just like the other people have been
So
forgotten.
you think he did it for renownship? So you think he's a Setian?
He wanted to get remembered.
He wanted remembrance, but Muhammad could have done that without signaling virtue and ethics and
Check
God.
this out. Name somebody of your relatives from 1400 years ago. Name a relative. Off the top of your head. That's a question you can fuck with.
Yeah, I'm from the lineage. At least my tribe is. I'm a Hashemite.
Last name?
What?
You don't have to answer, but that would.
A lot of people are Hashemites.
First and last name.
Half of us could be fake, but I don't know.
Their favorite hobby.
Oh, you want my ancestors? Well, my ancestors are probably gonna be the people in Gaza, the Nabateans, the Arabs, the Edomians, the Samaritans, the Semitic people of the southern Levant. That's who my ancestors are gonna be. That includes the Israelites. That doesn't necessarily include the Judean or the Jews who returned back from Babylon. You know, so that's what it is. I mean, do you want my great great grandfather? I know up to 12 names if you want. I just know my 5 build up name, but my so one of my ancestors, Abraham, Joseph. I'm not gonna say that one. Ahmed. Yeah, so these are because everybody in their ID carries 4 names. So yeah. So, but my father carries, so my great grandfather, my father's ID contains, and my grandfather contains my great great grandfather. We can find this. It's not that hard. But I come from a very big family, so and we know we're Arab, as in because we have clear not only the DNA that I've taken, but but we just have no one denies that. Yeah, so I'm definitely Arab, but or I'm J1, so whatever. But in sense of southern Levant, like I said, Herodotus says that there's been Arabs in Gaza since 5 centuries before the Common Era. So we have the grave of the grandfather of the prophet in Gaza. Did you know that?
You don't have the blood of Christ.
You know the third oldest church is in Gaza. Do you know that? Third or fifth? I want to say third. Third oldest. Gaza's ancient, bro. that these motherfuckers just destroyed a lot of it like that. That's a crime against humanity, man. They destroy.
Have you suffered abuse at Montrose Behavioral Health Hospital, formerly known as Chicago Lakeshore Hospital?